Call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. Today we'll be marking up our remaining three bills for FY 2025, Labor, Health and Human Services and Education, Transportation and Housing and Urban Development, and Agricultural, Rural Development, and the Food and Drug Administration. We will also mark up a revised 302B allocations. These are very minor changes, actually due to court decisions on things, like contracting costs on Native American housing. So they don't really change much, but we have to do that. As with our previous markups, it's my intention that we'll be here until we are finished, however late that may be. Yesterday's markups went smoothly and efficiently, and I want to thank all of you for that, what we were able to accomplish. I look forward to doing the same today and completing our markups for the 2025 fiscal year. Before I close and we move into the formal session, I'm advised we have birthdays. This is Mr. Newhouse's birthday, but we are very close to Miss Lee's and Miss McCullum's birthday as well. So I don't know if my Democratic colleagues know the Boehner birthday song, but if you don't, you should probably learn it because it'll save you a lot of time. So for my members, I would ask you, to all three of our distinguished colleagues, to give them the Boehner birthday song. This is your birthday song. It doesn't last too long. Hey! So, happy birthday to our distinguished members. Our first order of business today is consideration of the Labor, Health and Human Services, Education and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2025. I now recognize Chairman Adderholt to present the bill.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the markup for the FY25 Labor, Health and Human Services Subcommittee. As you know, this subcommittee is responsible for writing the largest domestic funding bill with programs that touch the lives of every American. And first, I want to confront the criticisms of this bill. We're going to be told as we move throughout the process today that the cuts in this bill are draconian, that they are excessive, that they're harmful to workers, to students, to children, to the nation's public health. And I believe these statements couldn't be further from the truth. The federal spending in this country is out of control. And while most of the growth in spending is mandatory and therefore outside the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee, as members of Congress, it remains our responsibility, first and foremost, to do what we can with the most powerful tools that are in our arsenal, and that would be appropriations. I do want to thank Chairman Cole and taking a fair and reasonable approach to this year's spending levels. We are following the law the Democrats and the Republicans agreed to last year, and I know it's not a level that either would have picked for them by themselves, but it remains the law of the land, and I respect the chair's decision to follow that. The COVID pandemic saw a drastic increase in social spending. Congress passed the CARES Act under President Trump's leadership to get our nation out of the biggest economic drop since the Great Depression. This law was bipartisan and achieved its goals of giving every American the support they needed to get through some of the darkest times of our nation has faced in generations. However, the second largest driver of social spending, the American Rescue Plan, was rushed through Congress in a matter of weeks on a party line vote, and it resulted in skyrocketing inflation. It's now been more than 2 years, and still the nation cannot achieve its 2% inflation target, and interest rates are some of the highest that we've seen since the financial crisis. The nation's persistent level of 3% inflation, which some would call an improvement, only measures the growth in prices in a single year. Prices, when taken together, have increased 20 to 30% since the beginning of the administration. We are pleased that inflation seems to be moderating. Its persistently high levels represent the single largest tax shared by every single American, a tax whose burden falls most heavily on the low-income Americans. The modest reduction in social spending, like those proposed by this committee for this bill, represents meaningful progress in restoring physical sanity and fighting inflation. We cannot continue to make our constituents pay for reckless D.C. Beltway spending. We must stop the out-of-control spending spree and simply, at the end of the day, the buck stops here. You will hear some of our colleagues say the bill cuts funding for American workers, for schools, and critical social infrastructure. The bill does not reduce funding for job training programs. The bill does reduce funding for job training programs, the programs that have demonstrated no help in participants finding work. The bill does rein in divisive mission creep by public health agencies so that they can restore public trust by focusing on their core responsibilities of preparedness. This bill does reduce funding for failing public schools that more and more parents are removing their children from attending. Federal investment in public schools have failed to yield meaningful gains in the U.S. student achievement. Despite annual increases to Title I funding and an unprecedented $190 billion investment during the pandemic, student test scores continue to lag other industrialized nations. And a quarter of the children are chronically absent from schools altogether. We cannot justify continuing to throw money at the Department of Education that chooses to focus more on social indoctrination than on math and than on science. These cuts are not draconian. These represent reprioritizing what is not working. Second, I'm sure we'll hear that there'll be so-called poison pills, riders that'll be in this bill that represent extreme, that it represents far-right social policy agenda. And let me be clear, this bill does not do that either. When did it become controversial to say that men should play in girls' sports? Multiple polls have shown that the majority of American people oppose allowing male athletes to compete in women's sports. Remember, it was not too long ago that Congress passed laws securing the fair access to athletics for women. So why are we overturning the right to a fair playing field now? Common sense is not a culture war. Putting the life of the unborn on equal footing with every other person is not an attack on women's rights, and certainly we don't look at it from that perspective. Opponents will say that this bill attacks minority population and other underrepresented groups. These the diversity, equity, inclusion programs, as they're called, are not making equal opportunities for everyone. Instead, many of these programs have turned into unaccountable attempts to provide unnecessary training and support meritless decision-making. The bill prohibits funding for the controversial ideological teaching of critical race theory. This radical view has no place in public schools. Schools should be teaching our students how to think, not what to think. This bill stops the endless stream of rules coming out of the administration that seeks to block consumer choice to affordable health care services, including unreasonable new rules for health plans, nursing homes, and home community-based services. The bill also stops the administration's refusal to follow the Supreme Court decision on student loan cancellation. Within hours, literally hours of the Supreme Court handing the ruling down, the administration began rolling out one initiative after the other to subvert the highest court in the land. This bill that we have before us today protects the hardworking American middle class from the largest bailout of student loans in American history. A bailout so large that new estimates from CBO shows that an annual deficit of nearly $2 trillion. It is not radical to believe that when you take out a loan, you have to pay it back. The administration's executive orders that to insert divisive social policy in every agency and program have brought us to this very point. Government agencies have steered away from their core mission and are engaged in controversial social issues. Health centers should focus on improving health care, and schools should focus on educating students, not signing people up to vote or fighting so-called climate change. Also, foster care placement shouldn't be delayed for purposes of advancing a social agenda. If the administration does not view the executive branch as an agent of a political campaign, I acknowledge some of these provisions would not be necessary. Now let's talk about what the bill does do. The bill puts workers first by ensuring businesses can stay open. We protect farmers from a Labor Department determined to close small, family-owned farms across the nation with regulation after regulation that are having a disastrous effect on our ranchers and our growers. We protect workers from a rule that would eliminate freelance opportunities for 64 million American men, women, seniors, and others balancing work with family responsibilities. We protect frontline workers from dangerous National Labor Relations Board regulations that would cost more than 375,000 jobs. We maintain the federal investment in the world's premier biological institution, the National Institute of Health. We include a proposal to modify the structure of the NIH to achieve administrative savings and allow more funding to go to a lower resource institutions. 10% of the institutions get 75% of NIH funding. These institutions, in addition to receiving an outsized amount of NIH funding, also have endowments totaling over $750 billion. Funding should be more equitably dispersed. Schools with sizable endowments can bear more of the administrative funding of the grants that they receive. The bill also makes a priority on early childhood education and child care vouchers to support working parents. We support school choice for all students by increasing funding for charter schools. We support the right of girls to play fairly in sports without a threat of competition from men. We continue to support first-generation college students, historically black colleges, and Hispanic serving institutions. The bill stops federal support for colleges and universities that are allowing anti-Semitic fueled vandalism and calls for genocide on their campuses. I hope my colleagues would agree that anti-Semitism and calls for genocide are not appropriate on colleges or university campuses. In closing, I want to thank the subcommittee members that serve on the Labor, Health, Human Services Subcommittee for their hard work and their input in crafting this legislation before us. The bill would not be what it is without the input of the entire committee, Democrats and Republicans. And I also want to thank the Labor-H subcommittee staff here today for all their hard work and their dedication in putting this bill together, as well as Emily Goff, who is still at home on maternity leave and enjoying her time with her new babies. We're happy for her and her family. I understand that as part of the process, no side can get everything it wants, and we have a challenging road before us. Today, there will be many disagreements, I would expect. For a bill that touches nearly every aspect of our lives, I would expect nothing less. While we may disagree on core issues, I want to remind everyone in the room, and that's also watching online, that although we may not agree on how best to achieve our policy goals, we are all Americans, and we all want what's best for this country and what is best for our constituents. We came here to represent them to the best of our ability, and that's exactly what we are doing here today. So I yield back and look forward as we proceed with the bill before us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. And my thanks to Chairman Adderholt for the respectful process on this bill, and to the subcommittee staff for your work on this bill, especially Stephen Stegleiter, Philip Tizzani, Laurie Bignone, Jackie Kilroy on the minority side, Catherine Salmon, James Redstone, Laura Stagno, Kirk Boyle, Emily Goff, and Laura Hatton-Rell on the majority staff. I want to take this opportunity also to acknowledge and really introduce to all of you the young interns that we have who have been working on all these bills for us, and they work hard to get us what we need, and that is Nicole Sosnick, Emily Heiler, Peyton Canstrom, and Noah Vaughn. Thank you very, very much for all the work that you do, guys. We really appreciate it. So, before I speak on the bill, I would also like to acknowledge the appropriators who are leaving us at the end of this Congress, making today their last day in full committee markups. On this side of the aisle, Ms. Lee, Mr. Ruppersberger, Mr. Kilmer, Ms. Wexton, Mr. Trone. I cannot thank each of you enough for your tireless efforts and your dedication to protecting community safety and our national security, investing in families, and growing the middle class through your work on this committee. Most of all, I treasure the friendships that we have made. As ranking member of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ranking Member Lee has fought for the rights, freedom, and dignity of disadvantaged and vulnerable people around the world through programs like PEPFAR, which has saved 25 million lives. And someone, as you all know, is never afraid to stand up or to stand alone. Mr. Ruppersberger has been an irreplaceable stalwart for our national defense and cybersecurity, ensuring the safety of Americans at home and around the world. An avid Ravens fan, and I promise you, Dutch, more purple is coming. Mr. Kilmer has boldly advanced the cause of congressional modernization and reform, and as a champion of the Recompete Act, he has helped to create American jobs and support our long-term economic growth. I do call him Mr. Recompete, but he is so dedicated and passionate. We want to make sure that we do accomplish a recompete on his behalf. Ms. Wexton has been an extraordinary defender of LGBTQ plus community, an advocate for victims of violence and domestic abuse, and she fought to expand research into the prevention and treatment of opioid addiction. I believe that we can say about Jennifer that her tenacity, she has shown all of us the face of courage, of leadership, and of dedication, and an amazing, amazing young woman. Mr. Trone has also fought against the scourge of addiction that impacts every one of our districts, putting public health front and center, and helping ensure families have the resources to address and combat addiction in their communities. I also want to acknowledge our previous chair, Ms. Granger, and Mr. Carl and Mr. Letourneau, who are leaving us as well. Congratulations to Ms. Granger on her trailblazing tenure on this committee and in her lifetime of what she has accomplished, a long and dedicated career in public service to Fort Worth, to our country, and we thank her for her stewardship of this committee, which is truly bigger in importance and impact than any one of us as individuals. And that's something that she acknowledged and embodied in everything that she did. To all of the appropriators leaving at the end of this Congress, all of us on this committee and in this chamber are better off for having been able to call you our colleagues. And I know your constituents and the American people are grateful to have had such honest, upstanding, and dedicated public servants coming to bat for them in the United States Capitol. I'd like to say that you all know why you came to serve. My heartfelt appreciation goes to each of you, to your families for their support, to your staff, who I always say help keep our names on the door. Thank you, and we will miss you all dearly. Now, on to the bill. For the second year in a row, the majority's bill prophesizes the complete elimination of public education, fully obstructing the path for Americans' children to achieve the American dream. Last year, the Republican majority put forth a labor LHHS education bill that would have taken 224,000 teachers out of classrooms, eliminated job opportunities for young adults, for seniors and working families, and jeopardized maternal, pediatric, and public health. I'm really exasperated that the majority is taking this committee, the Congress, and the American people down this path once again. Of course, last year's bill met its fate before the full Appropriations Committee even got to weigh in on it. And to finish our work on fiscal year 2024, we passed a bipartisan bill that enhanced educational opportunity, supported families, and helped the middle class. I had hoped that our bipartisan conclusion to fiscal year 2024 and our shared exhaustion from the needless chaos we were put through to get there, would have generated a different path for this year's process. But instead, we are picking up where we just left off. The majority has doubled down on their already tried, trodden, and failed strategy to writing blatantly partisan bills that will never become law. But in fact, these bills do reflect the reality of where the majority would like to take our country. This bill decimates support for K-12 education. It abandons college students and lower-income workers trying to gain an education or advance their career for their chance at the American dream. This Republican majority bill harms women's health, children's health, and public health. The bill would surrender the safety and the well-being of American people to multiple ongoing health crises. And the majority's cuts to the Social Security Administration would mean closings, shorter operating hours at Social Security field offices, and longer processing and wait times for seniors and those with disabilities. We know that this bill will never become law. But I thank the Republican majority for once again demonstrated beyond any doubt where they seek to take, particularly public education in this country. I'm so glad that you're letting American parents see what would become of their child's classroom. American families deserve to know not only how the Republican majority's bill decimates support for K-12 education, they deserve to know how it would abandon students, young adults, workers, and seniors through all stages of their education and careers. Just last month, the Republican nominee for president promised to, and I quote, shut down the federal Department of Education, end quote. He said he plans to cut investments in children's education, and again, I quote, in half, and get much better education in some of the states, end quote. No word on the fate of children and families in any of the other states. Former Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos called for eliminating the Department of Education. Former OMB Director Russ Vought vowed to thwart a public education system he views as, I quote, an existential threat to the American public, end quote. As a Republican presidential candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy said he would eliminate the Department of Education via executive action. Former Vice President Mike Pence, Governors Doug Burgum and Ron DeSantis echoed him. So this is not a new idea. Republicans have been explicitly signaling their goal of eliminating the Department of Education for decades. The Heritage Foundation's public plans for a Republican White House broadcast the Republican Party's intent to end the Department of Education. Project 2025 spells out how a Republican administration would destroy public education, creating a country where education is not a public good for the benefit of all society, but a wholly private enterprise. Page 325 of Project 2025, the full manifesto reads, and I quote, the federal government should confine its involvement in education policy to that of a statistics gathering agency that disseminates information to the states, end quote. They see no role for the federal government to actually ensure that the American people, America's children, receive an education that enables them to function and flourish in their adult lives. This is about making sure a quality education is no longer accessible to working families, but only a privilege for the wealthy. We saw where the majority wanted to go last year. We can see how they would move to end public education in this bill. We saw 161 of their colleagues vote to eliminate all elementary and secondary education funding in the Massey Amendment to H.R. 5. Anyone who's paid attention to their explicit appeal to destroy public education should not be surprised by what the majority is proposing, but we should all be horrified. The majority cuts the Department of Education by $11 billion, including $5 billion cut from Title I, which will take at least 72,000 teachers out of low-income classrooms in the midst of a teacher shortage. That's over 600 teachers in my state of Connecticut would be shown the door Pink slips would be handed out to over 900 teachers in Oklahoma, 1,300 in Arizona, over 8,800 teachers in California would lose their jobs. Those are teachers in classrooms in your districts. Hardworking families in your district pay their taxes, send their children to public schools, and this bill says we cannot afford to put a teacher in their classroom. English language acquisition to funding to help 5 million English learners nationwide is eliminated, disadvantaging and discriminating against students who primarily speak another language, hurting their future ability to compete and succeed in the American economy. If I can just for a second, my colleagues on the subcommittee heard this story, but I will tell it again. My father came to the United States from Italy in 1913. He came not being able to speak or read or write the English language. He was in the 7th grade in public school in New Haven, Connecticut. He was asked to define the word janitor. He didn't know what the word meant. He drew on his Italian language and the word genitori, and the word genitori means parents, and he described janitor as parents. His teachers and his classmates laughed at him. He walked out of formal education in the United States in the 7th grade because he couldn't read or write the English language. He went on to serve this country in the military, on the city council in the city of New Haven, a self-taught musician, and gave up everything for his community. Had he been given the opportunity to speak the English language, to write it, he would have succeeded beyond his own expectations. Why are we denying youngsters that opportunity to learn to speak the English language, to read and to write it? That is what our job is, to give people opportunity. Supporting effective instructive state grants which provide professional development opportunities for educations are completely gone. This bill does not just demolish public education. This bill eliminates opportunity for young Americans from kindergarten to high school. Anyone who may aspire to go to college, learn a new skill, or begin a more fulfilling career. Work-based federal aid from Federal Work Study for 350,000 students who need help to finance their post-secondary education is cut in half, limiting their potential earnings and future success in the job market, as is need-based financial aid for more than 800,000 low-income students who use the supplemental education opportunity grants to finance their education. Workforce innovation, Opportunity Act youth training grants are completely eliminated, destroying training and opportunity services for 135,000 youth. And beyond education and training, this bill endangers the health of women, children, and families around the country. The bill eliminates funding for Title X family planning, which would be the end of support for preventive health care services, including contraception and cancer screenings for 2.6 million low-income women and men. The bill launches a full-blown assault on HIV/AIDS programs with total elimination of funding for the Ending HIV Epidemic Initiative and Minority AIDS Prevention. Also eliminated by the majority, gun violence prevention research, tobacco prevention, rape prevention, suicide prevention. SAMHSA's mental health programs are cut by $150 million, and the funding for programs that were created following the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut is completely eliminated. Why? Who are you? It can't be who you really are. Like every appropriations bill, this bill is an expression of values. We should all be appalled by what is being expressed in this legislation. And I have my doubts about the majority's short-sighted decision to overhaul the National Institutes of Health in a partisan appropriations bill. The House needs to hold public hearings, engage in a thoughtful process to incorporate the best ideas to advance NIH as the crown jewel of biomedical research. Any discussion to reauthorize the NIH needs to be bipartisan and bicameral. Unfortunately, the proposed reorganization in today's partisan bill falls short. In keeping with the majority's other partisan bills, this bill is chock full of dozens of yes poison pill riders, including multiple provisions that attack women's freedom, block abortion, reproduction health care services. Policy riders in the bill create an open season for discrimination against LGBTQ people. They prohibit policies and programs intended to promote diversity in the federal government. And last year, we will defeat these policies, including any new attacks on a woman's right to choose. But we know where the majority would want to take us. But we know where we have to end up. This bill, like the 11 other appropriations bill, needs support from Republicans, Democrats in the House and Senate in order to become law. And that is how we ultimately and inevitably reached a conclusion in March. The law provides for, and the Democrats will accept nothing less than a 1% increase for labor HHS education and each of the other bills, and dollar-for-dollar parity for any further increases on the defense side of the ledger. Instead of writing the bill to what is, in my opinion, a stringent and limiting amount, which is set in law, the majority has cut the labor HHS education bill by 11%. Because this bill abandons and endangers Americans from the classroom to the examination room to the workplace, I cannot support it, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Democrats are at the table. We are ready to pass legislation that protects American schools, health, and economic opportunity. And please, I implore the majority to join us. It is time to govern. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. I want to begin by associating myself with my good friend, the ranking member's remarks about all of our colleagues that are departing on both sides of the aisle. They were gracious, and they were generous, and they were accurate and on point. There's not a member that we're losing that I do not regret losing. I know you all are leaving for different reasons, some personal, some political, and that's always your own choice. It's always a sad reminder to me that our time does end here at some point for all of us, but we are losing an exceptional group of members on both sides of the aisle. And so I wish all of you well in whatever your next endeavor is. And I join my friend, the ranking member, and I know the rest of your colleagues on this committee, in just thanking you for the service that you've provided, both on this committee, to Congress, and to our country. And you will all be missed, and you will all have the satisfaction of knowing at some point each and every one of us will be joining you and not be here. But again, thank you for the contribution you made while you were here, and your work's not done yet. Because I know if the ranking member and I have our way, and that's not up to us, we will have an agreement. We would like to end it before the end of this Congress and this calendar year. I know there's disagreements on that, and I suspect that'll be decided by whoever the next president of the United States is. Do they want to come to an agreement now, or do they want to kick it in? That's their decision to make. But my advice would be, regardless to either one of them that manages to win, or whoever manages to win, get your business done this year if you can, and let the next Congress start off with a clean slate. And I will be working with my friend, the ranking member, toward doing that. Our markups continue today with the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education bill. It's a measure I have deep familiarity with and appreciation for, and one that impacts just about every American. Valuable taxpayer dollars are directed to maximize results and benefits for the nation. We invest in research to make life-changing treatment a reality, strengthen our biodefense, and support our medical supply chain. Education and school safety programs are supported to encourage the well-being of America's children and students. Resources to confront the scourge of substance abuse, which has stolen far too many lives, are also included. The strength of America's workforce is also supported through the rejection of job-killing regulations. Importantly, the bill reins in the Biden administration's burdensome overreach and divisive policy agenda. We protect taxpayers from infringement of their due process rights and religious liberties, as well as President Biden's forced attempt to charge them with the loans of others. We preserve longstanding bipartisan provisions to protect unborn children and the conscience rights of Americans. Funds are guided to help our community, students, and workforce, helping to build a brighter future. This is a strong bill, and I thank Chairman Adderholt for his thoughtful work. I urge all members to support this measure. Let me just end with this. This is a bill and it's true of most appropriations bills, where we always start in different places. But I had the great good fortune of working with my good friend, the ranking member, for 8 years on this particular subcommittee, and we almost always ended up in the same place at the end of the process. The only time we failed to do so had nothing to do with the bill. It was simply a decision made above both our heads about should we do an omnibus or should we break these things into smaller chunks, which is something I always prefer. Obviously, we're trying very hard on our side to consider each bill individually. Leaders make decisions that leaders have to make later in the process, but I still think that's the best way to proceed when we can, and that's what the Constitution lays out. I will disagree with my friend in one area. This bill reflects what the law says, maybe not what the agreement was. They're two different things. There's an agreement and there's what's in the statute. And we made a decision to live with what was in the statute. I suspect that decision will have to be either accepted or rejected by those above us, but we thought that was the appropriate way to proceed. If you're going to make an agreement about spending, it ought to be in the allocations and the law in the top line. So that's why we've operated that way, and I want to thank Chairman Adderholt for sticking within that. I know we gave him an exceptionally difficult task to do in achieving that, and we'll proceed in that manner. But again, I look forward to the debate, because that's what it's all about. But in the end, the goal is to get these bills done, and I can assure anybody here, whether you're on the left on the political spectrum or the right on the political spectrum, the bills won't become law if there's not a bipartisan agreement. No side has the ability to force these things through on their own. So there will be a lot of give and take, not simply in the opening statements today, but more importantly in the process that's ahead of us. So with that, again, I thank the ranking member, and I thank Chairman Adderholt for their hard work on this bill, and we look forward to continuing to work on it until we can reach an agreement. And with that, I yield back. We now move to general remarks on the bill, and Mr. Espaillat is recognized for his opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. The bill hurts American families in many ways, from slashing Social Security Administration funding to eliminating child health programs like Healthy Start, to potentially halting medical scientific innovation by restructuring NIH institutes and centers. Many in this committee tout on how we should be more competitive with China and Russia, and yet we will promote cutting that opportunities by restructuring NIH's institute and centers. This bill also eliminates funding for English language acquisition. This comes at a time when English language learners are the fastest growing group of students K through 13, through 12. Now, I know this personally because I was once an English language learner. You may detect my accent in my Shakespearean English, or perhaps even during my eloquent soliloquies here. But being an English language learner not only gives me the ability to have proficiency in English, but it also gives me the ability to understand Mr. Diaz-Balart. Now, Mr. Diaz-Balart speaks Cuban Spanish. And Cuban Spanish has the distinction of cutting the words and eating the S's. So, for example, Mr. Chairman, if you say, voy para la casa, meaning I'm going home, the Cubans say, voy para la casa, real quick. So I understand Mr. Diaz-Balart, and I think he understands Dominican Spanish as well. And so being an English language learner gives me that ability. For those of you that don't subscribe to this proficiency as being an asset, I say you're wrong. How could that be a negative? In fact, I am against being bilingual. I want people to be trilingual so they could be more competitive across the world and we could have our children compete at a global level with European children that speak sometimes 3 or 4 languages. And so how are we cutting funding for English language learners, which are the fastest growing group of students K through 12? By next year, it is estimated that 1 in 4 students in the classrooms will be English language learners. We should not leave them behind. All students deserve the tools and support to flourish. English language learners need teachers and programming that can address their unique needs. To leave these students without the resources would stunt their academic, social, and economic potential and increase their likelihood of disengaging from school. We have a responsibility to the children of America, but instead, this bill actively hurts them. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We now turn to Mr. Simpson for his general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank the ranking member, Mr. Laurel, for her moving statement about her father. I appreciate that very much. That's one of the reasons that I am pleased and want to thank Chairman Adderholt and the subcommittee staff for maintaining the funding for the TRIO programs in this bill. TRIO programs are vitally important to this country. It's for those individuals whose families have never been to college or anything like that, and it teaches them through high school and into college what it takes to become a college student and helps them get through that. And it not only helps that individual, but then that individual goes back into the communities, and people say, other students say, well, geez, John went to college, maybe I can go. So it spreads. It's a vitally important program, and I want to thank Mr. Adderholt and the staff for maintaining the funding in that. I also want to raise a concern over the consolidation of the NIH National Institutes of Dental Craniofacial Research, the NIDCR, into the proposed Institute of Neuroscience and Brain Research. NIDCR is the nation's primary biomedical and behavioral research and research training organization specializing in dental, oral, and craniofacial health. For 75 years, its laboratory, clinical behavioral translations, and population-based programs have given the country and the world a fundamental understanding of how to prevent, detect, and treat dental, oral, and craniofacial diseases and conditions. This institute was founded to fulfill unique and important scientific mission to eradicate oral disease and to improve dental and oral health. However, I worry that diminishing the NIDCR's institute level status would threaten its mission and the United States' position as the world's leader in dental, oral, and craniofacial health research. As a former dentist in another world for over 2 decades, I know the unique challenges that hinder advancements in oral health. As an entry to the body, the oral cavity has unique functions and represents entirely different oral health ecosystems than the ones covered under the banner of neuroscience and brain research. Shifting the NIDCR to this broader context will dilute its focus and risk loss of prioritization of the important research that the Institute carries out. Recognizing the significant contributions that the NIDCR research has made to understanding and improving oral conditions and its contributions to overall health since 1943, I urge the committee to consider preserving the NIDCR's autonomy as a unique and separate institute, and I stand ready to work with the committee on appropriations to achieve this goal. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank you very much. We now turn to Mr. Hoyer for his general remarks about the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to congratulate the chairman and the ranking member for the work they've done on this bill, even though I have substantial disagreements, obviously, with the chairman as to the consequences of this bill in terms of the impact on health and the education. During our subcommittee markup, I mentioned a quote from the first labor chair that I worked with, Bill Natcher of Kentucky. He used to say, as long as you take care of the health of your people and the education of your children, you'll continue to live in the strongest and best nation on earth. He perceived this correctly as the people's bill. This bill affects every individual in our country, either directly or indirectly. I want to join Mr. Simpson and give you a Ted Agnew quote. Ted Agnew was elected governor of Maryland the same year I was elected to the Maryland State Senate in 1966. In his opening comments in his State of the Union address, he said about the investments that this bill, and wasn't speaking directly about the labor health bill, but speaking generally about these investments, he said, the cost of failure far exceeds the price of progress. Frederick Douglass, born a slave in our state, said it somewhat differently. He said, it is easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. Both of those statements say the same thing. Frederick Douglass, Ted Agnew. And it is that if we fail to invest today in the child that is 5 or 6 or 7, just one time. We're only 5 once in kindergarten, we're only 6, et cetera, et cetera. If we fail to invest at that point in time, making it up will be more expensive later on. This bill does not take care of the health of our people nor the education of our children. Does it do somewhat? Yes, of course. Does it do it effectively for all of those in this one nation that is indivisible? No, it does not. Instead, it represents an 11% cut in funding for the health and education of the American people. It's very nice to say, oh, we'll eliminate the Department of Education and we'll let the states do it. There's not a person in this room doesn't know there is extraordinary disparity between our 50 states. Some have a lot of money, some have little money. But the children that are educated in one of those states, rich or poor, will undoubtedly be traveling to many places in America, not the state in which they were educated. This bill is an irresponsible proposal. More than that, it is a product of an irresponsible process. In the 118th Congress, 23 to 24, the Labor Health Committee had 11 hearings. $150 to $175 billion, give or take. 11 hearings. In the 97th Congress, the Congress I came to, I wasn't on the committee yet. I didn't get on the committee until January of '83. They had over 100 hearings. As a matter of fact, I think it's a multiple of that. As a matter of fact, the figures here show 320 hearings. That's hard to believe, so I want to check that. But it was over 100 hearings. This year, we only had 4 budget hearings this year. This subcommittee used to hear from officials from the various institutes and agencies about our bill would affect their crucial work. We heard from not just cabinet officials, but the agencies and sub-agencies contained within this bill, so we had a better and full understanding of what this money was being spent for and what was needed. We talked to inspector generals, we talked to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Social Security Administration. I am the ranking member on the committee that oversees IRS, and I talked about how we're cutting those personnel and they're not being able to give service to the taxpayers of this country that they deserve. The same thing in this bill is happening with respect to Social Security recipients, who we all say every day we're supportive of. and yet we cut the ability to serve those people, answer their questions, get their forms filled out, get their benefits being paid. We, in the past, I think, have much more rigorously engaged with the business of governing. Now the subcommittee just rubber stamps the bill we're given and sends it here to the full committee. My statement said, subcommittee markup. We don't have markups. That seemed to me to be a broken record for me, but we did subcommittee work. And we went to conference, we went to subcommittee members. All members of the subcommittee and all members of the Senate subcommittee came together and hammered out the final bill. Sadly, and I agree 100% with the chairman of this committee, we ought to do these discreetly, individually, separately, pass them, have conferences on them, report them back individually, and pass them. We're going to do an omnibus again this year. None of us will know fully what that is in that bill. That's not the way to do business. Members were also precluded from including funding in this bill for local priorities in their districts. I'm not sure why. I know better, frankly, than the folks downtown what is needed in my district, and every one of you is the same. What we are left with is a superficial piece of legislation whose own authors know will never pass. They know Democrats would never allow an 11% cut to these vital programs for the American people. I'm a big believer in fiscal responsibility. This debt needs to be dealt with. But if you deal with just a sliver of the budget and pretend that you're dealing with the deficit, you are incorrect. We're not going to fix our national debt, however, by cutting a bill that represents only 2.7% of the federal budget. And it's the largest, next to defense, in the Appropriations Committee. It's not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of math. This cut's impact of the budget may be proportionally small, but its impact on the American people is substantial and in some cases very harmful. Another founder would have said, it's penny wise and pound foolish. The cost of failure of investing will be greater than the cost of investing. I'm particularly concerned that this bill cuts funding for full-service community schools in half, bringing the full resources of our communities, local, state, and federal, to bear on making sure that children have the best possible chance of success. Because their success will be our collective success. My late wife, Judy, was an early childhood educator and tireless advocate for full-service community schools. There are now 86 Judy centers in our state, making sure that 4- and 5-year-olds have opportunities to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to vote against this bill. That's not surprising to any of you. You're going to vote for the bill. That's not surprising to anybody either. And we will have some superficial discussion on some few amendments. The education of our children and the health of our people deserve more. I yield back.
Thank you. We now go to, Chairman Rogers for his remarks on the bill.
I thank the chairman for yielding me time. I'll be brief. I want to thank Chairman Adderholt and Mr. Laurel for including in this bill lots of money for the fight against opioid overdose deaths. As you well know, this is the worst epidemic this country has ever faced. But due to the work of this subcommittee, when the big chairman was chairing this subcommittee, he included monies in the bill for this purpose. And we're now beginning to see some ray of hope. Overdose deaths from opioids is declining, slightly, but declining. That's opioids, not fentanyl. Fentanyl is 2/3 to 3/4 of the cause of overdose deaths now, and growing. So the problem with opioid abuse, we're seeing some progress. We're not seeing any progress, though, in my judgment, on the fentanyl piece of the action. This manufactured opioid is the real cause of the death of so many of your fellow citizens. If you're to win this fight, this battle for life of people across this great nation, if you're to win that fight, this is the bill that makes it happen.
Amen.
This is where the action is. And I'm pleased to see Chairman Adderholt, Ranking Member DeLauro, have included monies and pieces of ammunition in this bill to help us win this fight. This is a nonpartisan fight. It's a bipartisan fight. But I'm pleased to see that there is bipartisanship involved in this bill on this matter, and rightly so. So keep up the good work. Thank you, sir, for helping the cause. How you?
Thank you. We now go to Mr. Bishop for his general comments about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Chairman Adderholt, Ranking Member DeLauro, and their staffs for all of the hard work that has gone into this bill. While I will have to oppose the bill for so many reasons and so many deficiencies, I'm pleased that the committee did not go down the same ill-considered path as it did last year by attempting to eliminate the Job Corps program. I am co-chair of the bipartisan Job Corps caucus. And the bill today contains level funding for Job Corps, for which I'm thankful, considering the challenging budget and political environment in which we find ourselves. Still, Job Corps campuses are struggling to hire and to retain teachers, mental health counselors, and other critical staff. It's also making every effort to address inflation in energy, food costs, and health services needed to house, feed, and care for Job Corps students. There's also a backlog of at least $715 million in facilities repair and rehabilitation projects, which are necessary to maintain the safety of the Job Corps buildings. I know that several members of the House Appropriations Committee have been stalwart supporters of Job Corps and have seen firsthand the benefits in their districts. Investments in Job Corps will pay great dividends in terms of ensuring that young people become productive members of the labor force and not reliant on public benefits. I hope that the members of the Appropriations Committee will keep this in mind in the days and weeks ahead. I do want to note, however, the troubling cuts that the Appropriations Committee is proposing for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC is one of the crown jewels of Georgia's economy. The CDC has almost 10,500 employees in Georgia, making it one of Georgia's top employers. 62% of CDC employees have a master's degree or higher. If CDC were a public company, its annual operating budget would place it among the top 5 companies in Georgia. CDC also has millions of square feet of office and lab space in the state and it buys goods and services from Georgia businesses each year. And yet, the bill would reduce funding for the CDC by 22%. Notably, it would zero out the budget for CDC's National Center for Injury Prevention and Control and eliminate funding for important public health programs, including ending the HIV epidemic initiative, rape prevention, suicide prevention, opioid overdose prevention and surveillance, tobacco prevention and control, climate and health programs, and firearm injury and mortality prevention research. Most of the CDC's budget does not stay in Georgia either. About 80% of its annual appropriation goes to state and local departments across the country, which means that any budget cuts will be felt in everybody's backyards, from reduced disease surveillance to fewer immunizations and less screenings for breast and cervical cancer for all of our constituents. I hope that the Appropriations Committee will reconsider these unwise cuts to CDC and other programs that will have an adverse impact on health care, education, and job training. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and over the next few weeks to collaborate on a revised work product that better addresses the urgent needs of the American people, all of the American people. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Newhouse for any general comments about the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Ranking Member DeLauro, also Chairman Adderholt, thanks to you and all your staffs for your work on this year's FY25 Labor, Health, and Human Services Education and Related Agencies Act. This bill prioritized fiscal restraint while addressing many priorities that such as our national security, our food security, and also the ongoing drug overdose epidemic that Chairman Rogers so passionately and eloquently described. So I'm pleased that this bill does several different things. Like I said, it bolsters our national security by supporting biomedical research, which is necessary to countering China's growing threat in basic science research. It also prohibits the purchase of supplies from China for the strategic national stockpile, which is very important. And third, it maintains funding for substance abuse and mental health programs to combat that drug overdose epidemic that is a scourge across this country. But I'm particularly pleased with what this bill does to protect farmers and farm families by instituting a freeze on the adverse effect wage rate for the H-2A agricultural workers. Flawed wage rate methodologies in the H-2A agricultural guest worker program have caused a 62% increase in labor costs over the last decade for both H-2A and non-H-2A growers in the state of Washington. Now, our growers are facing significant non-market-based increases to labor costs that are far beyond those faced by other sectors. Unlike those other sectors, these costs for all growers, including those not using the H-2A visa program, are being driven by the terms and conditions of this federal program. These labor costs have forced many growers in my state, and I beg to say in your states as well, to lose their multi-generational family farms, leaving far fewer in number in central Washington today than there were just 5 years ago. The artificial inflation of the adverse effect wage rate has been the single biggest factor in driving these growers out of business. I'm pleased that this bill freezes the AWR rate, providing critical relief to growers while giving this body, the larger Congress, time to act on broader agricultural workforce reform to fix this broken H-2A visa system. I think this is the best way to prevent further consolidation in agriculture and further losses of family farms. So this is an important first step in the right direction to protect our nation's farmers. I'm proud to support this bill and look forward to its passage, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. Lee of California for any remarks she cares to about the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank yourself, Chair Adderall, Member DeLauro, members of the subcommittee. First of all, let me just say how this bill is a deeply political extremist bill that would inflict really unnecessary harm to our children, families, and communities. And I hope that this bill does not pass out of this full committee. It's a draconian bill that eliminates more than 57 critical programs and cuts funding for 48 other programs. It also cuts funding for life-saving health care and revives many of the bad provisions of last year's House bill. And the people who will be impacted the most are communities of color, poor, rural, women, underserved communities, the LGBTQ plus communities, and more. This bill endangers women's and children's health and safety. The bill eliminates Title X family planning, the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program, Healthy Start, and the Diaper Distribution Program. It makes it harder for women from all walks of life to access care. It also blocks access to abortion services and reproductive health care services. This bill comes at a time also when gun violence can no longer be ignored as a public health issue. Recently, in response to efforts by myself and others, the Surgeon General issued an advisory on firearm violence, identifying it as a public health crisis, which it is, that seriously threatens our nation's well-being. But this bill eliminates funding for public health research on gun violence prevention, mind you, prevention, and the CDC's Community and Youth Violence Prevention, mind you, again, prevention program. Lastly, as co-chair of the Congressional HIV/AIDS Caucus, let me remind my Republican colleagues that we have a 2030 deadline ahead of us to end the HIV epidemic in the United States and throughout the world. And yes, I worked with President Bush, and this has been a bipartisan effort in terms of our federal commitment to end HIV and AIDS by 2030. Due to the federal commitment to combating HIV over the last 40 years, we're really on the verge of ending this epidemic. The activists, healthcare providers, and caregivers are not slowing down their efforts to end this pandemic. They are not losing their focus, and neither should Congress. Yet this bill aims to completely derail the progress that we have made as a nation together, Democrats and Republicans. The bill would slash our domestic HIV/AIDS prevention and research program by a shocking 21% and limits the amount of research the NIH Office of AIDS Research is able to carry out. It also eliminates funding the Ending HIV Epidemic Initiative, zeroes out funding for the Ryan White projects of national significance grants. It reduces the minority AIDS funding at HHS and eliminates minority AIDS funding at SAMHSA. I mean, my goodness. Experts have found that for every $20 we spend on preventing a new HIV diagnosis, it saves our healthcare system nearly $500,000 down the road. So I would urge my Republican colleagues to consider this when they claim this bill is fiscally responsible. Additionally, I am deeply concerned that there is continued efforts by my Republican colleagues to eliminate CDC's global HIV/AIDS program, which is CDC's contribution to PEPFAR. Over the last 2 decades, our fight against HIV and AIDS in the world has been transformed by PEPFAR, saving more than 25 million lives so far. As President Bush, I believe, wrote that this is one of the largest pro-life initiatives that we have passed together. This bipartisan program has been so effective that I think my Republican colleagues really have forgotten just how devastating AIDS was in certain parts of the world. Finally, let me just say to you, I want to thank our chair and ranking member for their kind words about my service on this committee as I open this new chapter in my life. And to our staff, and as a former staffer and intern, I want to just let our staff know how grateful I am for their hard work and for their commitment to public service. I hope that the voices of marginalized communities, Black people, people of color, poor people, the LGBTQ plus community, women, and so many more who are oftentimes not seen nor heard in this committee continue to be raised. This committee truly is the people's committee, and that means all people, including those who have been discriminated against, those who have no money for lobbyists, no money for really coming to Washington, D.C. to sit out in the hallway or in our offices to speak their piece and to let us know what their issues are. Those in urban and rural communities who oftentimes are dismissed as the other, including immigrants. Everyone deserves a seat at the table. So I finally just say, as a woman of faith, I try to look at the work in this committee based on just one scripture, and that is, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Thank you all again, and thank you for your service, and thank you for your comments.
We now, thank you. I now move to Mr. Clyde to make any remarks he cares to about the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the FY25 Labor, Health and Human Services Appropriations, and I want to thank Chairman Adderholt and Chairman Cole for their leadership on this bill. I'm very pleased with the array of pro-life riders that are in this bill, including the long-standing Hyde Amendment language. I'm also pleased that this bill prohibits federal funds for going towards transgender surgeries and transgender hormone therapies. This is especially vital when it comes to children, as we need to ensure we are protecting children before life-altering decisions are made, often without the knowledge or consent of their parents. You know, I was especially disturbed to learn of a recent situation where Washington Children's Hospital transitioned a Christian couple's somewhat autistic 16-year-old son without their permission or consent. They literally kept the son from physically seeing his parents for over 2 years, until after he turned 18. This was child abuse by a hospital and should have never been allowed to happen. The chairman and I were both made aware of this situation, and it is indeed egregious. I believe the critical riders included in this bill, if enacted, could prevent this from ever occurring again. We must protect our nation's children from all abuse, and it begins with what we decide to fund and defund. I fully support this bill. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum's recognized for any comments she has about the bill.
Thank you for recognizing Chairman Cole. I want to take this opportunity to just share a few brief thoughts about the Labor H bill. Last year, we faced an unprecedented situation due to controversial contents, and this bill was never considered by full markup committee. To the chairman and the ranking member, this bill needs a lot of work, but at least we got to a markup today. Before I address my opposition to this bill as a whole, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the great work that's done by Community Services Block Grants. In my district alone, our Community Action Agency has helped almost 50,000 people receive assistance in paying their utility bills for seniors, enrolled 1,600 children in Head Start, and provided over 1,700 workers transportation to their jobs, helped people get to work. The impact of Community Services Block Grants can be felt in every district, in every town, in every city all across this nation. I hope in conference we can find a way in which to increase the work that these agencies do in our districts, because I believe we could do better by putting more dollars and resources to it. Another area I'd like to take a moment to address attention to is the elimination of the injury center within the CDC. Now, eliminating the injury center means the elimination of two vital programs housed there: rape prevention and education programs, and the Delta Domestic Violence Prevention Grants. Since this bill was made public, I've heard an outpouring of concern from my constituents, survivors, and advocates about this cut. And I work with survivors, and I work with advocates on this, and I know how important these programs are to healing. I'm deeply appalled that these historically bipartisan programs have been eliminated, not cut, eliminated in this bill. This decision will have devastating impacts to our states, our communities, our young people, our young crisis centers, and survivors, and yes, to law enforcement who works directly with survivors and victims on these programs. This is going to affect families and friends. And colleagues, you're going to be hearing a lot more from your constituents and people about how this program cannot be eliminated, these programs. I could go on about the way the other bills fail to protect Americans, and I want to thank Ms. Lee for her comments on the HIV programs that have been cut, decimated. But this also fails to protect workers' wages, health, safety, and eliminates funding for Title X family programming. And it slashes funding for the Social Security Administration. Folks, we all do casework. You go back to your district office, they're all working on Social Security. Why would we, if we want to increase our workload at the district office level, go ahead and cut it. But I think our constituents should be able to get the questions answered and the help that they deserve to claim the resources that they put into the system. So I hope we can overcome the difficulties we faced last year and pass legislation that protects Americans from all stages of their lives, from birth to the classroom, to the workplace, to their doctor's office. But right now, this bill is failing, in my opinion, Americans at every level. For these reasons, at this time, I cannot support the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for any remarks she has about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and dear members, this bill would have to go a long way to gain my support. And I want to put a few comments on the record here and then give some statistics for my home state of Ohio and how it would impact people there. This particular bill surely needs a lot more work. It's specifically, others have mentioned Social Security, and of course Social Security is 3 programs. It's the retirement program, it's the disability program, and it's the survivorship program, and it touches every household in this country. The bill specifically targets slashing funding for the administration of the Social Security Administration. Every single member of Congress knows how many calls we make over to Social Security to deal with cases that come before us because they are underfunded for the staff that they need. That benefit is an earned benefit. The value of work undergirds the program, and it is beyond offensive to our seniors and workers and beneficiaries that after years of hard work, that they would be subjected to more wait times, delayed claims, closed field offices, facing a computer rather than a person inside these offices. A third of our people that exist in this country are now over the age of 50. And these offices are going to get more business, not less business. So this is a very, very backward part of the draft bill that needs to be changed. It leaves hardworking Americans behind and abandons our workforce as well by eliminating 25% of the Employment and Training Administration's funding at the Department of Labor, when every single employer that I confront, whether they're a small business or a big business, simply doesn't have the trained workers that they are looking for to make their businesses successful. We hear from this and these people every day. The program demolishes essential programs like the Registered Apprenticeships and Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, Youth Job Training. Why would you do that? At a time when there are workforce shortages all across this country, and we want to build America forward, not backward, in every single specialty trade, we need people. And it's going to take some effort in order to build up that capacity. Now I want to turn to Ohio. We talk about percentages at the national level. Here's how many people will be affected in Ohio by some of the backward proposals in this bill. In terms of teachers, all right, for Ohio, at a time when we have a teacher shortage, they're asking retirees and retired business people to come into the classrooms to try to teach the kids. Your bill would eliminate 2,590 teachers. I'm not talking about 2 teachers. I'm talking about over 2,500 teachers would be removed from our classrooms that serve those at the lowest income levels in Ohio because of your cuts to what's called Title I. Well, for us, that would mean thousands of teachers eliminated. Secondly, and others have referenced this, in terms of services for English learners, people who want to learn English, this bill eliminates vital academic services in Ohio only for 71,200 English learners through the elimination of the English language acquisition program in Title III, all right? We can't do that for Ohio. We want to compete. We have to compete. We're a state that deals globally. Major industry, major agriculture. This is a mistake. We can't not train our people. Number 3, you're cutting work study in half. That's a program I benefited from. I believe in work and study. I don't believe in freebies. But this bill cuts federal work study by, just for Ohio, 12,600 students. 12,600. These cuts will have impact on young people trying to move forward in this economy, which isn't so easy, and it will limit their potential for higher earnings and success in the future job market. Next, for Ohio, it would slash need-based financial aid in half. In half. For us, you will impact the lives of 28,100 students in Ohio through deep cuts to the Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grants. Wow, that's harm, no matter how you spell it. Next, you would eliminate the Workforce Opportunity Youth Job Training Program, and you would literally have 5,400 Ohio young people walk out the door because they want the training to find good jobs, and you deny it to them. And finally, in terms of adult employment opportunities, your bill cuts, under this program, job training and employment services for 10,000 adults in Ohio. And I want to end with this, and I so oppose this bill. We see in our region, I don't know about yours, Rite Aid and Walgreens. All the Rite Aids in Ohio are closing. You have any idea how many people are going to be out of work? Just in one Rite Aid in my district, 500 scripts a day are filled in this particular Rite Aid. Older people rent cabs to come, and the cab sits in front of the Rite Aid so that they can get their prescription. And that clock keeps ticking in the ticker inside the cab, and it keeps adding up as they wait in long lines to get their medicines right now. Do you have any idea when people get thrown out of work as they're being done all across our country? And in Ohio, we'll have 10,000 people. You will hurt 10,000 people who need job retraining. What are we going to do with a 50-year-old worker who's been involved in managing a Rite Aid? And this is happening in every district in the country. Walgreens, they haven't announced how many they're closing. I bet it'll be a third, and Ohio will be hit hard. What are we going to do with these people? You cannot cut off the money to help us retrain people. Otherwise, they'll go on subsidy programs, and there aren't enough of those. So I view this bill as very anti-work, and definitely you will harm Ohioans, and I simply can't vote for a bill that does this. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for general remarks about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to mention my appreciation of the inclusion of several of my key priorities, which have historically been and hopefully will continue to be bipartisan causes. As a breast cancer survivor, I'm thrilled that the bill includes vital funding for programs created by the EARLY Act. That's an initiative that I passed into law to promote breast cancer awareness for young and at-risk women and continues to guarantee women access to annual mammograms at no cost beginning at age 40. The bill also includes funding for cancer survivorship programs and policies and prioritizes funding for the Alcee L. Hastings program for advanced cancer screening in underserved communities. And it spotlights the importance of PCOS research and treatment development and supports Holocaust survivors while addressing anti-Semitism to some degree. But reading through this bill as a whole, it is deja vu from last year when we were unable to bring the bill through committee and regular order. The Labor-Age Appropriations Bill has again proven to be unpassable in its current form. Nonetheless, here we are debating an incomplete, intolerant, and indefensible bill littered with extreme cuts, eliminated programs, and policy riders. It is clear where the majority's priorities lie. This bill truly paints a complete picture. So let's go through some of them. First, the repeated disdain for women, their reproductive freedoms, and their autonomy remains appalling. All throughout, you've assaulted women's health by eliminating or blocking funding for Title X family planning, teen pregnancy prevention programs, Planned Parenthood, and access to abortion and reproductive services. But now you went further and eliminated the Women's Bureau, which protects the interests of working women. This certainly makes it clear how much disregard and disdain Republicans have for women in this country. Second, this bill jeopardizes public health in countless ways. It eliminates the entire CDC Center for Injury Prevention, which focuses on preventing death or injury from drowning, opioids, rape, suicide, domestic violence, and the list goes on. It eliminates funding for the HIV epidemic initiative at a time when states like Florida has one of the highest annual new HIV diagnoses in the nation. It eliminates firearm injury and mortality prevention research because the majority clearly believes their thoughts and prayers are enough to end the carnage across the nation. And it eliminates the climate and health program because sticking their heads in the sand and pretending climate change isn't real will make the dire impacts go away. The majority doesn't understand or chooses to ignore this reality that paying for prevention now is less costly than treatment when it's too late. Unbelievably, knowing the countless times each one of us has been told by our constituents that we are facing a dire healthcare workforce shortage, the majority thought it prudent to eliminate several workforce development programs, and they even went as far as slashing Social Security, a lifeline for our seniors. This bill takes my breath away. And finally, this bill drives home the message that access to a public education is a pipe dream for American families, with a particular lack of care for elementary schools and America's teachers. The funding slashes the Department of Education that will decimate equal education opportunities for students, especially low-income and minority students, and exacerbates our teacher shortages. And the bill abandons anyone looking to improve their lives through higher education or job training. Quite frankly, going through all the extreme policies in this bill is frustrating, worrisome, and exhausting. But perhaps that's the point. At least Republicans hit their marks. The bill will encourage discrimination and bigotry, trample women's rights, and push minorities and the LGBTQ+ community further away from equality. With that, I can assure you that this is a bill that will never see the light of day when it comes to the president signing it into law. So I can encourage everyone to vote against this deeply disturbing and dangerous legislation. And let's start from the drawing board and actually try to work together in a bipartisan way to pass a bill that can earn his signature. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cuellar for any remarks he cares to make about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking member, first of all, I think we all know this is only a starting point. It's a negotiating part for the majority. We still need a lot of work. I know a lot of us do have concerns about the Title I cuts to education. In my area, that would be a tremendous cuts to our school districts. We also know the importance of Social Security, the cuts to the operations of Social Security. A lot of our casework in my area deals with Social Security. So we know this is only a starting point. We understand the process, and we'll get there. We'll be voting no at this time, but at the end, we'll be supporting this bill once we get the input from both the majority and the minority side. But I do want to point two of the provisions and many of the bipartisan provisions that have been added. They have to do with Hispanic-serving institutions. The first provision adds money, adds language, where it calls on Hispanic institutions to work with school districts to make sure that they're aligned in making sure that the kids that get out of the high school are able to get enrolled in higher ed, make sure they get retained, and make sure that they graduate. So that alignment between the curriculums of our high schools and higher education is very important. So the money and the provisions, language added there is important. The other part has to do with Hispanic institutions also.
When I got my PhD some years ago, I was only less than 1% of Hispanics that have gone their PhD. I don't think that number has changed. And with this provision and language that got added in a bipartisan way, will have Hispanic serving institutions work and make sure that we get more Hispanics to get their PhD. So those two provisions, among other bipartisan provisions, I do appreciate that. Again, I'll be voting no on this bill because it's only a negotiating starting point. We will get there at a later time. But with that, I say thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now turn to Ms. Frankel for any opening remarks she has about the bill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I sadly rise in opposition to this bill. Look, the bill has the good, the bad, and the ugly. Unfortunately, the bad and the ugly prevail. And I'm going to just talk about a couple things here. I want to talk about our very young and our more mature citizens. Our children are our future, and our seniors built our country, and they should be able to retire in dignity, and this bill does a great disservice to both. And I'm sure you all remember that I quite often have to say, my. Far too many times I say, we have spent so many hours debating access to legal abortion. And look, we know Republicans are on a mission to ban legal abortion in every nook and cranny on this earth, right? Sometimes I think they're going to go into the planets too, but right now it's the earth. We've had this debate now ever since Roe v. Wade passed, and of course, Donald Trump gave a death blow to women's reproductive freedom when he appointed a Supreme Court that handed down the Dobbs decision. And since that day, one Republican state after another has banned abortion. And we've been fighting amendment after amendment here in Congress, Republicans trying with their poison policies to ban abortion. And Republicans claim, I hear you claim, that these anti-abortion policies are pro-life. That's what I hear you say, it's pro-life. So my question today is, what about the life of the born, our children? Because this bill is very, I say, hypocritical. Cutting funding for preschool development grants, eliminating college child care, slashing the Department of Education's budget, eliminating teacher training programs, eliminating arts education, cutting mental health support for students, slashing education funding for low-income children, zeroing out funding for teen pregnancy and rape prevention, eliminating funding to prevent drowning, firearms injury, domestic violence, and there's more. And this bill strikes an blow to the welfare of our grandmothers and grandfathers. I think we can agree that Social Security and Medicare are essential benefits that the seniors have earned through a lifetime of hard work and paid for with each paycheck. Nearly 70 million people, that's all our constituents around this country, are on Social Security. And this bill chops the Social Security Administration operating budget and Medicare's administrative budget. What does that mean, threatening to close offices and more delay of time? My colleagues have talked about this, I think, very adequately. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to see that we have a budget that takes care of those people who took care of us and are invested in our most precious resource, our children. This bill in its current form does not do that. It falls short. And I yield back.
Thank you. The Chair now recognizes Ms. Watson-Coleman for any general remarks she has about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. If these bills are supposed to reflect the values of this House, then I'm horrified by those on display here. The majority proposes billions of dollars in cuts to critical programs supporting those in greatest need, while filling this bill with extreme partisan riders attacking Black Americans, women, families, and the LGBTQ plus community. While this bill acknowledges the mental health challenges facing America's youth, it slashes funding for mental health support services in the schools, as well as a grant program that trains mental health providers at schools. The New Jersey Department of Education receives significant support for mental health services made accessible through these programs. The proposed cuts would not only have a devastating impact on the children who rely on the mental health support at their schools, but it would also affect their families, classmates, teachers, and staff. This bill continues to attack our public school system by cutting over $3 billion to essential Title I grants, which will punish schools that serve low-income students and further constrain districts that lack the resources of wealthier areas. Republicans' proposed cuts to Title I will have a severe impact on our underserved resource public schools in the Garden State, which receives hundreds of millions of dollars each year. The bill also eviscerates support for workers with a $3.1 billion cut to the Department of Labor for FY24. Many of these cuts hit job training programs, which can help lift American workers up and provide them with good, well-paying jobs, and therefore help our economy to be even stronger. If this were not enough, the majority seeks to cut funding by $99 million for the National Labor Relations Board, which serves an important role in addressing unfair labor practices. I also take issue with the majority's cuts to our public health infrastructure and programs. They will eliminate funding for gun prevention and research, HIV programs, prenatal and infant nutrition support, women's reproductive health programs, nursing workforce diversity, and preventive medicine training. I can't think of many ideas more short-sighted than eliminating funding to train medical students in preventive medicine. If we care about the long-term health issues impacting millions of Americans, we should be expanding and encouraging the growth of this field. And I'd like to highlight the vital work of the BRAIN Initiative within the NIH. This program and the research that it funds is so consequential to how we understand the brain and the brain diseases. Funding for this program has been reduced over the last 2 fiscal years, but given the outsized impact of its research, I respectfully request that we work together to increase this program's budget. My colleagues across the aisle continue to display their lack of concern for Black and Brown Americans and women by cutting $15 million from the Office of Minority Health, $10 million from the Office of Women's Health, and $15 million from the Minority HIV/AIDS Fund. The work these offices perform give voice to millions of Americans whose health concerns are too often minimized and under-prioritized in our medical systems. I am dismayed and offended, and that the majority does not value these Americans enough to invest in their health and their well-being. I believe there is much to improve in this bill, and we can do better. So I urge my colleagues to vote against sending it to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Torres of California for general remarks about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in opposition of this bill. I represent hardworking, poor, hardworking workers. The people that I represent are folks that are working in logistics. They are essential workers. Traditionally, this bill has been a lifeline for their families, a way to keep their kids in school and after care while they are working for us. The bill before us makes a devastating $24.6 billion cut to the essential programs the working families that I represent depend on. This legislation fails to support children K through 12, elementary schools, and special education programs. It attacks women's health and reproductive freedoms. It harms seniors by cutting funding for the Social Security Administration's operation budget, extending wait times and delaying retirement and disability claims, and abandons college students and workers trying to improve their lives by obtaining a college degree or obtaining a certification certificate. I'm also disappointed that this bill defunds a program that I have been working on for college students for quite a while now. It defunds the Basic Needs Act. But more than that, if we care about our communities, if we care about the people that we represent, we really need to get back to working together and ensuring that we could pass a bill worthy enough of earning President Biden's signature. In this bill, it cuts $55 million for the reintegration of ex-offenders. You're willing to vote for someone with 34 felony counts, but constituents, they have served their time in prison, are not worthy of your support for job training so that they can get on with their lives and pay back to their community what they owe. You're cutting $152 million to maternal and child health. You are willing to force a woman, a rape victim, to have a baby, but you are refusing to provide her or her child the care that they need. We have a gun pandemic, epidemic, whatever you want to call it. Too many people, too many of our young people are being murdered in our communities. And here you go. You are cutting $12.5 million for firearm injury and mortality prevention. Prevention. Opioid overdose. That doesn't just happen in communities that I represent. It happens in communities across the country. You are cutting a prevention and surveillance program by $506 million. You are eliminating an additional $30 million for suicide prevention. Suicide prevention. Rape prevention. You are cutting $62 million. I could go on and on. Teen pregnancy prevention program decreased by $108 million. And K through 12 decreased by $8.6 billion. Shame, 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 shame. And with that, I yield back and I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and get back to the table and work together to pass a bill that all of our communities could be proud of.
Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for any general comments about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to the fiscal year 2025 Labor HHS Education Appropriations Bill before us today. This legislation misses the mark and ignores our country's most pressing needs. Instead of investing in real solutions to the challenges we face, this bill drastically slashes funding for some of our most critical programs. For example, Despite the severe maternal health crisis that our country faces, with hundreds of preventable deaths each year, the bill put forward by the Republican majority makes extreme cuts to maternal and child health programs. This bill hurts moms, not just in my district, but in every district represented in this room. The maternal mortality crisis we are facing is urgent, and it impacts moms all over America in every community. This legislation zeroes out funding for the Healthy Start program, which provides comprehensive care to mothers throughout their pregnancy and has been critical in reducing maternal and infant mortality rates. The bill also reduces funding for the special projects of regional and national significance within the Maternal Child Health Block Grant that addresses maternal mortality, children's mental health. It grows the perinatal workforce and much more, and it cuts the funding by millions of dollars. In the midst of these devastating cuts, I was relieved to see that key funding we resecured based on my Momnibus Act survived, including funding for maternal mortality review committees, community-based organizations working to advance maternal health equity, and maternal health research via the NIH Improve initiative. These investments demonstrate to me that all members here on both sides of the aisle understand the need to support moms and address the maternal health crisis in America. But they and the rest of the Momnibus are not funded at the level this crisis demands. We can end this crisis, colleagues, but to do so, we must fight for solutions that work, and we must fund the Momnibus Act now. With respect to youth mental health, an issue that I know is on the minds of families across America, this bill cuts $124 million from the popular and successful school-based mental health services grants and mental health service professional demonstration grants programs at the Department of Education. Together, these two programs address the critical shortage of school-based mental health professionals by increasing the available workforce and helping school districts support increased positions to improve access to services. We cannot afford to divest from these programs. Our kids are counting on us. Furthermore, this bill exacerbates the severe healthcare workforce shortage in this country by eliminating pipeline programs within HRSA, including eliminating all funding for the Nursing Workforce Diversity Program, which helps build a high-quality and diverse registered nurse workforce. It eliminates all funding for the Scholarships for Disadvantaged Students program, which provides funding to health professionals and health professions and nursing schools to award scholarships to students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And it eliminates all funding for the Health Careers Opportunities program, which provides a range of support, including tailored academic counseling and a highly focused mentoring services. It offers student financial assistance and more to students from economically and educationally disadvantaged backgrounds to enter the health professions. There couldn't be a more pressing time than now to stand up for our frontline workers in healthcare, especially our nurses. And yet, through these cuts, the Republican majority has chosen to abandon successful efforts to grow, strengthen, and diversify our nursing workforce. The proposed legislation also ignores the threat of climate change by eliminating all funding for the Office of Climate Change and Health Equity within the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Health for the CDC Climate and Health Program. Both of these initiatives help reduce vulnerability and increase resilience to the health effects of climate change. As a nurse, as a member of Congress, and as an American, I am deeply disappointed in this proposed legislation, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chair advises everyone that been exceptionally generous with the clock because this is a very important debate. And of course, traditionally, we would do that to the chairman and ranking member anyway, but we have done it for everyone on both sides of the aisle. Going forward, I do not want our colleagues here that are leaving us for their last markup to be their longest markup. So we're going to enforce the clock. And again, it's up to you guys. We can be here as long as you want to be here, but we will be here until we finish. So with that, just wanted to advise everybody moving forward. That's how we'll proceed. With that, seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Adderholt to offer a manager's amendment.
You have amendment at the desk. Adderholt, amendment number 1, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized.
This amendment before us contains technical and non-controversial changes to the bill and report language agreed to by both sides of the aisle. I want to thank Ranking Member DeLauro and her staff for working with us to make these improvements, and with that, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The ranking member, Ms. Delors, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, over the past few days, Chairman Adderholt and I have worked to make a number of non-controversial and technical changes to the bill and report for programs that are of interest to so many of our members of the committee on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate the collaboration with the chair and his staff in putting this amendment together, and we are in agreement, so I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? I recognize Chairman Adderholt for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, technical and non-controversial changes are included in here. It should be straightforward, and the ranking member is in agreement, so I yield back and ask for adoption.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Ranking member, Ms. Delors, recognized for an amendment.
Hang on, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. And I ask that the reading be dispensed.
Without objection, and the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
In my opening remarks, I walked through Republicans' plans years in the making to eliminate public education in our country, denying opportunities for students to learn and succeed in life. But with this amendment, my Republican colleagues have an opportunity to reverse the most egregious of these plans in their 2025 Labor-H bill. Their $4.7 billion cut to Title I, which would kick 72,000 teachers out of classrooms nationwide. Make no mistake, Title I, which provides additional academic support to students from low-income backgrounds, is the cornerstone of our federal investment in public education. Nearly 95% of school districts in the country are eligible for Title I funds, and nearly 2/3 of all public schools receive these resources. With an overwhelming share of public school expenditures supporting educator salaries and benefits, that's nearly 80%, the Title I funds provided in this bill allow school districts to hire teachers to provide additional academic support for high-need students. A cut of $4.7 billion to Title I would remove 72,000 teachers from classrooms serving low-income students all around the country, including 1,300 teachers in Arizona, 8,800 teachers in California, 230 teachers in Montana, 7,300 teachers in Texas. And I would just say to my colleagues, if you and my Republican colleagues want to know the impact of the bill cuts and eliminations to education, and I might add, to job training, both for adults and for youth, you might just ask me, because the charts are here with every state and every teacher that's eliminated, and with youngsters who are and adults who are kicked out of job training programs. We released a fact sheet on our website that walks through how this bill denies education and training opportunities for students and job seekers at all stages of life in each state. With this amendment, my Republican colleagues have an opportunity to reject the bill's dangerous cuts to Title I, protect 72,000 teaching positions nationwide, preserve the opportunity for children from working families to receive a quality education. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Chairman Adderholt is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I acknowledge the role that Title I plays in supporting K-12 public education across the country, but we had to set priorities and make a significant reduction in this bill to meet our allocations. The federal government invested $190 billion into district K through 12 schools during the pandemic with little oversight. This is 10 times the size of the federal support that these schools normally receive annually. 4 years later, we know that the reading and the math scores remain dismal, and a quarter of kids are chronically absent from schools altogether. The Department of Education's most recent enrollment data shows that parents are pulling their kids out of failing public schools and enrolling them in public charter schools or private schools. Over the past 10 years, a substantial increase in the amount of money that K-12 public schools spend on education has not improved student math or reading scores. When the government is running a $2 trillion annual deficit and Americans are facing annual prices 20 to 30% higher than just 3 years ago, we cannot continue to simply throw money at a broken public education system and then just pat ourselves on the back. We need real solution. This amendment would also put the bill above its allocation. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
There's no further debate. The gentleman, oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of this legislation, of this amendment. It's a lot of money. Let me remind you of the quote that I gave from Governor Agnew. The cost of failure far exceeds the price of progress. Ironically, the chairman has just said the performance of our children as a result of the pandemic has gone down. So the answer is, let's disinvest more in the education of our children. That doesn't make any sense and will result in higher cost 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whether it's on health care, whether it's on drug questions that Mr. Rogers is so rightfully concerned about. All will be magnified because of the disinvestment that this bill proposes for children. These schools are 40% of more students from low-income families. Now, you can relegate them to continued being low-income families, or you can invest in them to bring them up so they will be paying taxes, participating more productively in our society. And apparently, this doesn't get much attention. This is a serious matter as to whether or not we're going to invest in low-income kids so they become middle-income kids and high-income kids. Title I schools account for some 43% of all public schools. So in effect, we're disinvesting in 43% of the schools in America. The genius of America, and very frankly, a lot of other countries around the world, is universal public education. That's what made the difference in millions of lives throughout our history in this country and around the world. We have 463 of these schools in Maryland, including literally scores in my own district and in your districts. Do not abandon these young people. I have a saying about yo-yo policies. Yo-yo policies, you're on your own. And if we leave them on their own, we will find that our generations to come will have paid a terrible price for our negligence. Education is the key to opportunity and economic mobility. The land of opportunity is paved with the bricks of education. These children are already starting life at an economic disadvantage. When we help them get ahead, we help America get ahead. Not only do I say that, but the evidence of that is irrefutable. My colleagues, I understand that we don't have $4.7 billion to put back on the table. You have to find it. But if you believe that investing in our national security is solely doing it in a defense bill or the Milcon bill, you are absolutely wrong. Because our national security is dependent upon the strength of our people, the education and the health of our people. At some point in time, Mr. Chairman, during this process, we need to make sure that we're investing in these young people, which is investing in America. And I yield back.
Is there any further debate? If there is no further debate, the lady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's very clear that the Republican majority once again demonstrates beyond any doubt where they seek to take public education in this country. I'm delighted that you're letting the American parents see what become of their child's classroom, where you're going to look down the states and see how many of the teachers will be jettisoned. And I think that they ought to know that their kid is not going to have a teacher in their classroom, and they will know about it. To close, I will remind us all that the Republican Party's Project 2025 calls on their elected officials to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education, and it calls for the eventual elimination of Title I. This is the road to the end of Title I, a mass layoff, hundreds of thousands of teachers. The Heritage Foundation, a Republican think tank, is calling the shots for House Republicans, seeking the complete destruction of public education. And this is what they are saying. This is about making sure that quality education is not accessible to working families, is what they're saying, and it's only in the purview of the wealthy. What my amendment gives is my Republican colleagues a chance to walk away from this dangerous vision, save 72,000 teachers from getting laid off, save the kids in your own community, and let their parents know that you care about them, you care about their kids, because they are going to know if you vote no on this amendment, that you vote for kicking their kids' teachers out of the classrooms. I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. All those in favor, recorded vote, raise your hand, please. Sufficient number having raised your hands, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt?
No.
Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl? No. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case? Aye. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? No. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Negative. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? No. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Aye. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? No. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Aye. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? No. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Gonzalez? No. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. LaTurner? No. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Aye. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Miss Letlow? Miss Letlow, no. Miss McCollum? Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming? Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Miss Pingree? Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Aye. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? No. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Aye. Mr. Trone, aye. Miss Underwood? Aye. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Miss Wexton? Miss Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Garcia, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentlelady from Nevada?
Miss Lee of Nevada, aye.
Are there any further members that need to vote or change their vote? Mr. Siscomani? Gentleman's not recorded.
Mr. Siscomani, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? That the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? I now recognize Chairman Adderholt to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, Adderholt Amendment Number 2. I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, and gentleman's recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay, this en bloc amendment includes several changes to strengthen the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Bill. A few highlights of this would be the inclusion of language requiring agencies to meet important reporting requirements about the returning to work in person. Also includes report language to address emergent issues in our districts. And I want to thank the offices that have raised this issue with the committee and addressing them through this en bloc package. And I would urge my colleagues to support its adoption. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Dolores, recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Microphone.
So sorry. If you didn't hear me the first time, I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. The Republican en bloc amendment would add yet another poison pill related to abortion. It would amend the Public Health Service Act to allow individuals to sue for monetary damages if they believe a government agency discriminated against a physician, hospital, or health insurance plan that did not provide coverage of, or refer for abortions. This amendment would expand refusal of care laws by prioritizing personal beliefs above a woman's health. This amendment would expand the reach of the Weldon Amendment, which puts women's health and women's lives in danger. Across the country, we are seeing the deadly consequences of laws that ban abortion or limit access to life-saving health care. In states with abortion bans, doctors are putting pregnant women with life-threatening conditions onto emergency flights to be airlifted to neighboring states to receive life-saving health care. Imagine this in the United States of America. This poison pill rider would be added to a bill that already includes at least 6 new riders related to abortion or reproductive health. The House Republican majority has once again hijacked the debate over government funding bills by adding policy riders that harm women, restrict abortion, and make women's health care inaccessible. This Republican en bloc amendment adds at least 4 new riders to the bill on top of more than 50 new riders in the base bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Will the chair of the subcommittee yield for a question? Sure. Did we have any hearings on this? This is a lot of substantive language and changes in the law. Did we have any hearings on this?
A lot of these changes were included at request of members, and but obviously everything was not we had before hearing, but I think these are things that the members wanted to see in the bill.
But there were no hearings. There's no vote on these amendments in the subcommittee, was there?
And that's the situation is with a lot of these amendments. There are no hearings.
Yes, I agree with you. It's the situation with a lot of these. I yield.
Do any other members seek recognition? There's a gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're having a little disruption over here. I have an amendment in the second degree. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentlelady is
Mr. Chair, I am
recognized to explain her amendment.
optimistically hoping that everyone's going to agree to this secondary amendment, and that it's just been a mistake in this en bloc amendment because what it does is it cuts $10 million from the Department of Education Office for Civil Rights, which is the office to ensure equal access to education throughout the nation. And what my amendment does, it just puts the $10 million back into the base bill that was there in the first place. And I just want to say this very, very respectfully, because I really have felt that Democrats and Republicans have been on the same page on this, which is combating anti-Semitism in school. Because it is this office that does that. And, you know, from the river to the sea, have you heard that? From the river to the sea? That's what students on college campuses are hearing, a rallying cry for pro-Palestinian protesters and even terrorists calling for the destruction of Israel. And I hope we all agree that all students have the right to go to school safely and in peace. And since the events of October 7th, the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, we have witnessed a surge in anti-Semitism in this country like we have never seen. The Anti-Defamation League reported more anti-Semitic incidents last year than any other year on record. On college campuses, it jumped by over 300%. That's almost 1,000 incidences of anti-Semitic conduct on these campuses. And across the country, Jewish students are being harassed and intimidated. Academic buildings are windows are broken. Students wearing Jewish garments, Stars of David, are going to Hillel are afraid. They're afraid to show their faith. It bears a very chilling resemblance to what many of our Jewish relatives, including my own grandfather, Abe, who saw in Europe as the Nazis were taking over. It is a very frightening time to be a Jewish person in America and to be a Jewish grandmother. I'm a Jewish grandmother. I know you know that. So, thank you, Rep. This is not the time to slash funding for an office critical for fighting this age-old hate. And I'm just hoping that this is something that we can all do together and pass this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama, Chairman Adderholt is recognized to respond to the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and let me just say that regarding the anti-Semitic comments on and actions upon our college campuses, we do not support that. But this amendment would actually increase funding for the Department of Education that has pursued misguided Title IX rulemaking that would force women to compete against males in sports. The amendment at the same time decreases funding for charter schools, and funding for charter schools makes up less than 1% of federal spending on K-12 education, and an increase is strongly supported by data on charter school performance, and the increasing demand for charter schools. As I've said before here today, we should be investing in what works, and demand for charter schools and charter school enrollment continues to increase while the enrollment in traditional public schools declines. And with that, I would urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Delors is recognized to respond to the amendment in the second degree.
I rise in support of Representative Frankel's second degree.
Mike.
Okay. I rise in support of Representative Frankel's second-degree amendment. House Republicans are not genuine in their efforts to confront anti-Semitism. If they were, you would not cut funding to the programs central to combating this hate. Specifically, the proposal to cut the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights by $10 million in this amendment. OCR is tasked with enforcing civil rights laws in educational settings prohibiting discrimination, including discrimination based on national origin or shared ancestry, such as anti-Semitism. This includes all education settings in America, K-12, higher education, and beyond. This office is critical to collecting data on allegations of harassment or bullying based on religion, as it has since 2013-2014 civil rights data collection. This includes reported allegations of harassment or bullying based on 14 categories of religion, including Judaism. For example, it resolved investigations involving alleged failure to respond to anti-Semitic harassment in Vermont at the University of Vermont and State Agricultural College, and in Arizona in both the Kyrene School District number 28 and Peoria Unified School District. Everyone has a right to learn and in an environment free from anti-Semitic harassment. The Office of Civil Rights and Education is vital to these efforts, is watching to be sure that our students are safe. If House Republicans were so focused on combating anti-Semitism, why would you cut the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights by $10 million in their amendment? Their cut to Education's Office of Civil Rights demonstrate this is not serious about combating anti-Semitism. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Frankel's second-degree amendment to restore House Republicans' cut to the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. Yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Dr. Harris, to address the second-degree amendment. Dr. Harris, you're recognized to address the amendment. Dr. Harris, you're recognized to address the amendment.
He doesn't think he wants to be recognized.
Oh, well, they sent me the wrong name, or I read the wrong name. It's actually
Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Hoyer.
How could I, they're both from Maryland. They kind of look alike. Very distinct.
We all look alike from Maryland.
Recognize the gentleman. I apologize.
He apologizes for calling me Mr. Harris. You're on your own.
Yo-yo.
It's the yo-yo policy. You're on your own. We're not going to help. The chairman mentions an issue of males competing against females. The governor of Utah, a Republican in a left-wing state, Utah, vetoed a bill
that addressed that issue. Why did he veto it? Because he said it was a de minimis, hardly present issue in Utah. He mentioned the number of athletes that were competing and the incredibly small, less than one hand, that this could possibly concern with. Yet we know that anti-Semitism is exploding as a cancer, not only on America, but of the global community. And yet, because of the issue of de minimis impact, we are prepared to cut $10 million from the organization that is charged with the responsibility of confronting hate and discrimination and racism and sexism and anti-Semitism. And saying to those Jewish students or to those black students or to anybody else who's different, you are on your own. I don't support the concept that somehow people who are suffering discrimination, anti-Semitism, whatever hate will manifest itself in, are on their own. Because yes, I am my brother's keeper in that respect. And so I rise in strong support of the gentlelady's amendment, because it is directed at manifesting America's concern for every individual. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all are created equal and should not be discriminated against, should not be the victims of hate. And so I would say that this is something that we ought not to cut out, because it should represent a priority, not a policy of you're on your own. Support this amendment. Stand up for opposition to hate. Stand up for opposition to the threats to the basic concept of America, which is all of us are equal and due protection. I yield back.
Mr. Clyde is recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, with anti-Semitism absolutely exploding on campus, you would think religious freedom would take priority for the Office of Civil Rights. You know, anti-Jewish acts have increased by 900% on college campuses within the last year since the October 7th terrorist attack on Israel. Jewish students report being afraid to openly identify their faith, lest they face verbal or physical abuse. So why would OCR's budget be cut? How does OCR respond to this? It's been, 9 months since the attack on Israel? Yet OCR responds with indifference to such terror targeting of Jewish students and has yet to launch a single enforcement action. They are not on the job. They are absent without leave. They are AWOL. OCR is AWOL on this issue whatsoever. They are yo-yo. They are on your own. You're on your own. That's what OCR is saying. If you're Jewish, you're on your own. That's it. No enforcement actions whatsoever. These failures should outrage all law enforcement equally. Protecting civil rights means for all students, and that requires a refocusing of OCR's mission. And I yield.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first just correct the record from the gentleman from Georgia. That is absolutely not true. The Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education has initiated enforcement actions against several colleges and universities, opened multiple investigations that are ongoing. I'm happy to have my staff pull for you and show you the enforcement actions, but you are incorrect. Let me just let me try to get my my heart and my head together here, because obviously this is a deeply personal issue for many of us. I'm not a grandmother and hope to not be for quite a while, but I am a Jewish mother of Jewish college students. And I'm thankful that my children attend a university that has not conducted itself in the way that some others have, but that despite that, there is still constant concern and anti-Semitism raising its ugly head in the form of attacks against Jewish students all over this country. And what is dismaying about the opposition by the Republican majority to my colleague from Florida's secondary amendment is found in the expression that goes something like, well, money talks, and you know what walks. Unfortunately, the Republican majority is once again refusing to put their money where their mouth is on anti-Semitism. I have also repeatedly supported the resolutions that are nice words, that are important expressions of opposition and concern against anti-Semitism. But words matter, deeds and money to back up those words matter a hell of a lot more. Hatred against Jews is rising everywhere, but nowhere is it more pronounced than on our college campuses. Recently, I visited George Washington University and heard directly from Jewish students about the threatening behavior of protesters in the encampments, distracting them from finals and, most alarmingly, making them fear for their safety and, in many cases, unable to attend their own classes in person. The same is true for Jewish students, faculty, and staff at universities across the country, including the one that my children attend, and around the world. It is an unfurling tragedy that demands action. It demands resources. I'm sure you've heard about it. After all, the GOP passed seemingly endless, non-binding resolutions decrying anti-Semitic acts and demanding solutions. Just as long as those solutions don't involve providing the Department of Education with the resources they need to actually counter anti-Semitism. Because this amendment responds to the surge in anti-Semitic attacks, vandalism, and harassment on college campuses. The underlying en bloc amendment cuts funds from the Office for Civil Rights below the current levels. Really? Is that how the majority demonstrates your concern about the 900% increase in anti-Semitic attacks? By cutting funding from the office that actually has the ability to enforce those complaints? Because they're in the process of enforcing them. They've taken enforcement action against colleges and universities who have ignored anti-Semitism on their campuses. And what the majority does in this en bloc amendment is makes it even harder for them to do that by cutting the funds that they're able to use to fight anti-Semitism. How can Republicans strip funding from our federal response to anti-Semitic discrimination right when complaints are at record levels and there's already a backlog of investigations? It's not surprising, but it's still repulsive. It's truly sad to see Republicans make so abundantly clear that they are uninterested in defending Jewish students from hate and would rather use Jewish pain as a political cudgel. We shouldn't be so surprised, really, since this is the same party who produced Project 2025, a 900-page textbook of Christian Nationalism 101 that calls for completely eliminating the Department of Education. We also should no longer be surprised because we just watched the majority force a bill through this committee that underfunded nonprofit security grants. Another bill completely defunded hate crime prevention with anti-Semitic attacks at an all-time high. Again, it's no surprise because the MAGA Supreme Court spent years hammering away at the Civil Rights Act. And we shouldn't be shocked because, sadly, this majority has shown a chronic inability to walk the walk when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism, especially from the alt-right, QAnon, and neo-Nazis. I urge my colleagues to vote against using Jewish students as political props while giving them the fire sale treatment and leaving them more vulnerable to violence. I urge my colleagues' support for the gentlelady's underlying secondary amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Mings, recognized to address the secondary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of Congresswoman Frankel's amendment to restore badly needed funding for the Education Department's Office of Civil Rights. I'm deeply disturbed by Republicans' attempts to cut this funding. The Office of Civil Rights plays a central role in enforcing Title VI protections for students and faculty from all backgrounds who are entitled to a learning environment free from hate and discrimination under federal law. Right now, our campuses are facing a crisis of anti-Semitism and hate. According to the latest data from the Anti-Defamation League, this past year was the worst year for anti-Semitic incidents on campus since the ADL began recording them more than 4 decades ago. These incidents have included verbal and physical harassment and intimidation of students. For example, at Queens College, which is in my district in New York, there were cases of graffiti on buildings that said, "You better start hiding, Jews," and "Hitler, please come back, teach Jews a lesson." So $10 billion is not a big cut. Tell that to these students who have had to witness and suffer from the fear. This is beyond the pale and morally reprehensible for our Jewish students to see. And they are witnessing this hearing because I told them to turn on the TV and to watch this markup as Republicans cut the very office that they are asking for protection from. This is not an isolated event, and it's why OCR is working around the clock to address these surges of cases like these. And just last week, OCR resolved 9 complaints against the City University of New York and entered into an agreement with the entire public city university system to ensure that each of its 25 colleges fulfills their Title VI responsibilities. Last month, Secretary Cardona told this committee that the department is woefully understaffed to handle the existing cases and asked for an increase in funding to resolve them. And earlier this month, 24 Jewish organizations from across the political spectrum wrote to us appropriators requesting that Congress provide the highest possible funding for OCR in 2025. So given this crisis, and they are watching, how do our Republican colleagues who purport to care about anti-Semitism on campus respond? By taking funding from the office doing the work of responding to anti-Semitism. You also tried to cut funding to OCR last year. My Republican colleagues are using Jewish students and Jewish trauma to advance a political agenda. But when it's time to step up and provide the actual resources to protect them on campus, they won't put their money where their mouth is. If the Office of Civil Rights can't investigate these cases, not only Jewish students, but students from all backgrounds who need protection will suffer. I hope my Republican colleagues will come to the table and make funding OCR a bipartisan effort to protect our students. I yield back.
Do any other members wish to address the amendment? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the district that has the neighborhood of Washington Heights, which saw the influx of thousands of German Jews fleeing the death camps during the Holocaust, during World War II. In addition to that, it has Columbia University as well as Yeshiva University, the oldest Jewish university in the country, over 100 years. I met with students at Columbia University, Jewish students, that conveyed to me that during the crisis a few months back, they felt alone, that they felt abandoned in a time of need and crisis, not including the funding for this office will perpetuate that abandonment and will ensure that they continue to feel isolated alone, and abandoned in a time of crisis. It is not with words that we can address crisis, it is with deeds. And certainly this action is one that's needed to ensure that safety is brought to all students on campuses, but particularly the Jewish students. Imagine going to class and being yelled at right on your ear as you walk to class, death to the Jews. Imagine that, what those students must feel like. We must protect them, and the way we protect them is by funding this office. And I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak to the second-degree amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, I have to say, I'm so sad because I really thought that the en bloc amendment being offered, that it was a mistake. Because the Department of Education for Civil Rights needs more money, not no money. It needs more money, not no money. And I'm just asking my colleagues, does anyone have the guts ever to stand up and just, hey, I'm not going on the party line? I don't understand it. I thought the party line of the Republicans was to fight anti-Semitism, so I'm a little confused. But listen, regardless of your party affiliation, all I'm saying to you today is let's make sure all our children can have access to school freely and fairly without being harassed and intimidated and frightened. And I yield back. Please support the amendment.
Question is now on the second-degree amendment offered by a gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. On the second-degree amendment, roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt?
No.
Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Loro? Aye. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rippersberger? Mr. Rippersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or to change their vote? Mr. Cloud?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson, no.
Are there any other members wishing to either record or change their vote? With that, clerk will tally. No, he's not. Is Carl recording? No, he is. Okay. He's recording. Mr. Joy, what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, rise? The gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment in the second degree is not adopted. We'll now return to the amendment offered by Mr. Adderholt. I recognize Chairman Adderholt for 1 minute to close.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this amendment makes several changes to strengthen the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Bill, as I mentioned, and
Gentlelady's recognized.
We had other items in the end block that I think some wanted to debate,
Oh,
not
well,
just
but
secondary.
you want to continue other things beyond that?
I mean, it wasn't only the cut to the OCR that.
Well, nobody was seeking recognition, so I moved on to give the gentleman the opportunity to close, but we can certainly go back. Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to add a few other things.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate everyone's indulgence, but I think it's important that members understand that this end block amendment doesn't just outrageously cut the Office of Civil Rights and ignore and contradict our colleagues' professions to support fighting anti-Semitism. It's also a laundry list of terrible provisions, because Republicans in this end block are attempting to add yet another anti-abortion rider in this bill, since it somehow isn't extreme enough already. The proposed expansion of the Weldon Amendment will embolden insurance and medical providers who seek to deny patients access to abortion services and coverage. And that just moves America one step closer to the national abortion ban that Republicans clearly covet. This amendment also inserts a rider that moves toward a return to Trump's cruel policy of family separation by making it harder for unaccompanied children to be united with family members at taxpayers' expense. These two provisions alone are frankly unconscionable. And we've already had a lengthy discussion. I just think that every member that just voted against the gentlelady from Florida's secondary amendment should spare us the entreaties that you have so eloquently expressed in opposition to anti-Semitism if you just refuse to restore $10 million to the office that actually is the only office that can enforce the fight against anti-Semitism on college campuses. You know, like I said, money talks and you know what walks, and that's apparently what Republicans did with this unblock amendment. Don't go back home and look at your Jewish community constituents in the face and say you actually care about fighting anti-Semitism if you support this en bloc amendment with this $10 million cut. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the indulgence. I yield back.
Are there additional speakers wishing to discuss the en bloc? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Adderholt for 1 minute to close.
Again, the amendment includes several changes to strengthen the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Bill. And again, one of the things that it does, it requires agencies to meet important reporting requirements about returning to in-work persons. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, or this to adopt. And with that, I yield back.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. I'm sorry, Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carl. Aye. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. No. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Yes. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Loro.
No.
Mr. Loro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. No. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Aye. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Captor. No. Ms. Captor, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. LaTurner. Yes. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. No. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. No. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Aye. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. No. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Aye. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. No. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Aye. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. No. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Aye. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. No. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Aye. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Any members wish to vote or to change their vote? Gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Calvert, aye.
Texas, Mr. Cuellar.
Mr. Cuellar, no.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud, aye.
Another gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzey.
Mr. Elzey, aye.
Another gentleman from Idaho. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer.
Aye. Mr. Kilmer, no.
And gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, aye.
Are there other, a gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, aye.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? With that, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 24. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Hoyer is recognized for the purpose of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to be
Without-
considered as read.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that would strike this bill's provision that undermines the critical work done by the Advanced Research Project Agency for Health, ARPA-H, and the National Institutes for Health. I mentioned this in my opening comments with reference to the consolidation or reorganization of NIH and ARPA. Earlier, my colleague, Representative Simpson, voiced his very legitimate concerns about consolidating the National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research with some of the other institutes. I have a similar concern about this consolidating ARPA-H within NIH institutes and centers. A year and a half ago, Congress established ARPA-H with an independent structure reporting directly to the Secretary of the Health and Human Services. We did so to put another pair of eyes on issues of development, investment, and innovation. The bill would eliminate the agency's autonomy and flexibility, ripping away the very tools that are essential to the agency's mission. ARPA-H is focused on high-impact research to drive breakthroughs on the hardest challenges in health. Its collaboration with NIH is essential, but its independence provides the flexibility to take big risks and big payoffs. Those who are for free enterprise know that one of the great payoffs we have is that people take big risks. Obviously, big risks, they fail a lot. Some agencies do not want the oversight of them failing a lot, so they avoid big risk. This bill would also cut ARPA-H's funding by $1 billion, or 67%, two-thirds of its funding. Such a cut could immediately stifle innovation by forcing the agency to scale back its existing portfolio of crucial R&D initiatives. ARPA-H's cutting-edge research is vital to saving lives and improving the health of the American people. That research includes, among others, projects to develop technology to heal joints affected by osteoarthritis, 3D printed hearts and kidneys, what an amazing thought that is, to help address organ shortages, eye transplant to cure blindness, and novel imaging and surgery methods to provide breakthrough cancer treatment in rural areas. ARPA-H needs adequate resources to advance these projects and many others that are transforming Americans' lives, which is why this amendment would strike this bill's cut to the agency. The amendment also removes provisions that would rashly overhaul NIH, on which we had no hearings in the committee, on which there is no plan that has been provided to us. The NIH is an economic and innovation powerhouse with discoveries that have led to new ways to prevent, diagnose, and treat illnesses. The rushed fiscal year 2025 appropriations process, however, is not the appropriate time or venue to initiate dramatic restructuring of the NIH. It's not that it shouldn't be considered, but this should be considered in a thoughtful, considered way. Instead, Congress ought to do what is done in the past and take a thoughtful, as I said, transparent, and bipartisan approach. That's the CARES Act, bipartisan approach to reauthorizing and enhancing NIH. The Energy and Commerce Committee recently released a discussion draft of possible changes to NIH structure and policy, on which the comment phase has not ended, as at the invitation of the committee. We need to give the committee time to receive feedback from stakeholders and weigh it carefully. This is not a process that should be prematurely initiated, rushed, or based on conspiracy theories and claims. Constructive discussion should include hearings, stakeholder input, and the advice of the department. Any approach to reorganize the NIH should clearly demonstrate how it improves and streamlines work for maximum scientific benefit. Lastly, the Appropriation Committee needs to hold its own hearings. I know I sound like a broken record that we ought to have hearings. We ought to learn what the facts are. We then ought to have discussions in subcommittees, supposedly the experts in that subject matter of those subcommittees. We have not done that. Once the authorizers have done their work and our committee has done its own due diligence, we will be able to appropriate the necessary funding needed to strengthen the NIH in a way that we think is appropriate. Therefore, my colleagues, without taking a position on the proposal, which we do not have had no opportunity to discuss, none, zero, zip, I would urge us to adopt this amendment and undertake the hard work, the careful work that is required to reach a conclusion of which we can all be proud. And I yield back.
Mr. Adderholt is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I appreciate the gentleman's concerns, and we all know that the current structure of the NIH does not fit the scientific needs of the nation, and this fact has been acknowledged by prior directors. It's also been acknowledged by scientific advisory panels, and quite frankly, by those of us in Congress. Chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, McMorris Rogers, she and I have sought to work together to launch a conversation about how to reform elements of NIH while retaining the core focus on biomedical research and maintaining America's leading edge innovation. We understand that not every proposal that we are putting forward is going to be adopted, but as we've seen from investigations led by House Republicans in several committees, NIH reform is urgently needed. They cannot appropriately manage grantees. They seek to circumvent federal law and block congressional investigation. I know we all value the countless efforts to save lives and cure disease, and we fully intend to expand those efforts. We're not trying to take away from that in any way, form, or fashion, but we will not turn a blind eye to the necessary and to the urgent need to address other shortcomings. I do want to thank the gentleman for sharing his concerns, and I look forward to working with him and all the members of this committee on this issue as we move forward in this process. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to the chair of the subcommittee, I don't understand that about denigrating the role of the NIH. It's a crown jewel of a biomedical research, not only recognized in the United States, but recognized all over the world. And as I understand this, that there's a consensus in the biomedical research community that this is the wrong direction to be going in. Now, I would just say to you this: anyways, can take a look at of consolidating, reorganizing, or taking a look at if there are gaps, et cetera. But as Congressman Hoyer pointed out, that requires hearings. That requires the scientific evidence of that the need for such a restructuring, and there hasn't been any of that. If this was a collaboration between Energy and Commerce and the chair of the committee, well, that's wonderful. I appreciate your ideas, but that is not That is not the biomedical research community in the United States. So I rise in strong support of Mr. Hoyer's amendment. It's short-sighted to include a partisan reorganization of the National Institutes of Health in an appropriations bill. I say we need to hold these public hearings. This is a thoughtful process. What are the best ideas to advance the NIH? Any discussion, again, needs to be bipartisan and bicameral. What about slashing the funding for the Advanced Research Projects Agency for ARPA-H by $1 billion below 2024? And I am proud that we established ARPA-H in the 2022 omnibus, initially funding the new agency at $1 billion, increasing that amount to $1.5 billion in 2023. We established ARPA-H as an independent research agency to drive transformational innovation in health research, support high-risk, high-reward projects. Cutting funding by $1 billion for ARPA-H, 67%, would force this new agency to cancel or drastically scale back ambitious research projects. ARPA-H is now funding teams of researchers. They are trying to heal osteoarthritis by regenerating joints. It is funding research to enable the transplantation of whole eyes to restore sight. ARPA-H is supporting research that will enable delivery of treatments to the brain, funding research to develop hearts and kidneys to address the challenge of organ shortages for patients who need them. In my district, I am proud that several constituents who work at the Yale School of Medicine, one of the top medical research institutions in the country, have received ARPA-H grants. The first was $6.5 million, an award aimed to training the immune system to better fight cancer. The second grant, awarded last month, a $22 million award to develop a more affordable method for breast MRIs, which is the best screening tool we have to detect breast cancer, especially in women with dense breasts. These innovations have the potential to benefit all Americans. To cut ARPA-H's funding for projects like this would be deeply short-sighted. I'm very proud of the role that I played in establishing ARPA-H as an independent research agency, and I will continue to vigorously support its mission to fund transformative research. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Hoyer's amendment.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If I rose during the consideration of the defense bill and suggested that we have a reorganization without any hearings, without any discussion, without any consideration by the authorizing committee of substance, that doesn't mean the chair hasn't had some ideas, Mr. Calvert would have laughed me out of the committee room. Yet I have the feeling here that we're going to, without significant thought, say, yes, let's go ahead with this. That does not speak well for the substantive consideration by this committee. I hope that you will decide as a committee that this requires more thought than it has been given. Not one of you know what this means. Not one. And yet I have the feeling you're prepared to vote as the subcommittee chair asks you to vote. I think that's unfortunate. I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by Mr. Hoyer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw, if there's no objection, the amendment. But this amendment, of course, will not be in the bill when it's ultimately, as you point out, there are going to be compromises.
No, certainly have no objection to the gentleman withdrawing the amendment.
I'll withdraw the amendment.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as
Without
read.
objection, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Now, earlier this year, during our hearing with Secretary Becerra, I focused my questions on the mishandling of unaccompanied alien children who are entering our country. Today, I'm offering a simple amendment, one that bars the Department of Health and Human Services from placing these unaccompanied alien children with illegal alien sponsors. There are a record number of unaccompanied children crossing the southern border due to President Biden's open border policies. In 2022 alone, HHS received a record 128,904 unaccompanied alien minors. These children are coming into the United States. They need to be placed with sponsors who have been properly vetted, who are not criminals, and who are not illegally residing in our country. Data obtained by the New York Times demonstrates that in roughly the first 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration, HHS could not reach 85,000 children living with sponsors. This is completely unacceptable. We need to know the status of these sponsors when they are vetted, and we need to ensure that children being placed with sponsors are properly cared for and provided with a safe living experience. And that starts with ensuring that these children are placed with law-abiding families. You know, I was born in another country, and I came here as a minor, but I came here legally. My older brother and sister were born in another country, and they came to the United States legally. My mother was born in another country and came to the United States legally. Sponsors to unaccompanied alien children must never be allowed to live with illegal aliens. We should never be rewarding illegal behavior with the custody of children. So I urge my colleagues to support my common sense amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. This amendment would prohibit the Office of Refugee Resettlement from reuniting children with families, full stop. Prohibit the Office of Refugee Resettlement from reuniting children with families. I don't know how many times we have to say this, but the Department of Health and Human Services is not an immigration enforcement agency. The Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2008 mandates that an unaccompanied child, and I quote, be promptly placed in the least restrictive setting that is in the best interest of the child, end quote. This is the law. If you want to change immigration law, then do it. But until then, Congress tasked the Department of Health and Human Services to be temporary caretakers of unaccompanied children. It tasked the Office of Refugee Resettlement with the responsibility of vetting sponsors to ensure a suitable, safe placement for children in homes as safely and expeditiously as possible. And I want to acknowledge here, ORR has not been perfect in this regard. There have been OIG reports and mistakes, and they need to be better. Nothing is more important than the safety of a child, and I have spent years in this institution working on this issue. But disqualifying a sponsor because of their legal status is not an appropriate factor in this process. It would ignore the reality that most of the children, over 80% of the children, are released to family members. Over 80% are released to family members. You can shake your head, but you have to look at the data. It would keep thousands of children from their parents. This is a fact. We've seen what happened with that in the past. Regardless of legal status, children do not and should not be in the care of the federal government any longer than they need to be. This amendment would disregard current law and the requirement that children be placed in the least restrictive setting in the best interest of the child. The way it works is you place them with parents first, secondly with legal guardians, and family members next, grandparents, aunts, uncles, etc. Absent extreme circumstances, it would disregard the American Medical Association's advice, ignore child welfare best practices, and needlessly detain children for longer than they need be in care. Let me quote a former Trump HHS official here. Quote, "The children should be home with their parents. The government makes lousy parents," end quote. It seems yet again like another Republican's cruel attempt to use children as pawns for immigration enforcement. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the people who end up being guardians of children should be those who obey the law, those who are legally here, not those who are lawbreakers. And with that, I encourage support of my amendment, and I yield.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment. Oh. She stepped away. Do we have another one? We can come back to this, obviously. Mr. Clyde, are you ready to proceed? Okay. Mr. Clyde is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, would the gentleman specify the amendment quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Clyde, number 2.
Okay. Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to ask my colleagues to support my amendment to prevent federal funds from being used to carry out research focused on firearm-related restrictions, firearm disenfranchisement, firearm bans, and any other restriction on firearms. The federal government should not fund or subsidize the undermining of our Second Amendment freedoms. While the Adicky Amendment is thankfully still in existence in this bill, unelected anti-gun bureaucrats attack our Second Amendment rights on a regular basis, and they are gaining in momentum. Just 2 weeks ago, Biden administration Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, and I think I got that name right, went as far as to say, and I quote, "Firearm violence is a public health crisis in America." As we all know, the U.S. Surgeon General is a political appointee nominated by the President of the United States and is the leading spokesman on matters of public health. But this fear-mongering is unacceptable. With rhetoric like this coming from the top public health official in the nation, who is supposed to be nonpartisan, I am extremely concerned that federal funds that are supposed to be going toward researching ways to fight crippling diseases will instead be used to study and advance gun control policies. We cannot allow this to happen. My amendment will strengthen the existing Dickey Amendment guardrails in the bill to ensure taxpayer dollars do not fund this type of research in any manner or fashion. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which supports the Second Amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Firearm injury is among the 5 leading causes of death for people aged 1 through 44 in the United States. It is the leading cause of death for children and teens aged 1 through 19. Let me repeat the last statement. Firearm injury is the leading cause of death for children and teens 1 through 19. This amendment to add prohibitions on research related to firearm mortality and morbidity prevention would be added to a bill that already removes funding for this research. This is absurd. Collecting timely data, addressing the gaps in knowledge around this issue, identifying effective prevention strategies are needed to keep individuals, families, schools, and communities safe from firearm injury and death, and to enhance safe firearm practices. The National Institutes of Health has funded research in New York that allows emergency room healthcare providers to ask about firearms in the home and if they are stored safely, an issue I care about deeply. According to the hospital where this research was conducted, reducing gun violence in industry would be a cost saver to the hospital's bottom line if fewer gunshot patients are treated. Center for Disease Control and Prevention supports a diverse portfolio of research projects to advance our understanding of the characteristics, risks, and protective factors of firearm violence, suicide, and unintentional injury, and the effectiveness of interventions to prevent firearm-related injuries and death. Many funded research projects focus specifically on youth or will have implications for youth, while others are relevant for specific populations at an elevated risk for firearm violence and suicide, such as our veterans and those who have been victims of violence. In addition, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention funds 12 states to collect near real-time data from emergency departments to identify patterns, respond to surges in gun violence, and determine where to direct intervention efforts. The underlying bill already includes the Dickey Amendment, which prohibits funding from being used, and I quote, in whole or in part, to advocate or promote gun control. This is not about gun control. This is about public health. I will note that it was the former Secretary of HHS, Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, who said there was nothing precluding Congress from funding this research. There just needed to be funding in the bill. That is why I fought to provide funding for firearm injury and mortality research in fiscal year 2020, the first time that we have had funding for 20 years. I will continue to fight to ensure that funding is included in this bill. We should be united in finding ways to save lives and to end gun violence, not playing partisan games with this critical research. This amendment is more for guns and for gun owners than it is for saving lives. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Ms. Lee is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. It's very harmful. It attempts to prohibit gun violence prevention research relating to gunshot injury or mortality prevention that treats crimes committed with the firearm as a public health epidemic, which it is. In June 2023, I led a letter signed by many members of Congress to Surgeon General Murphy, urging him to take more robust action to curb gun violence. Following various engagements this past month, the Surgeon General's office took the historic step of releasing an advisory declaring gun violence a public health crisis and applaud continued efforts to expand gun violence research to protect families, especially our children. Gun violence has impacted far too many communities across this nation. From mass school shootings to daily crime in vulnerable neighborhoods, it's not just a political or law enforcement problem, it's a public health crisis and deserves to be treated as such, which necessitates better research and data collection. Guns kill 44,000 Americans and severely injures hundreds of thousands more each year. It's the leading cause of death for children in the United States. You can't tell me that that is not a public health crisis, leading cause of death of children. It disproportionately impacts communities of color. Gun violence is not a political issue. It impacts all of us, regardless of political stripes or zip code. Just last year, a poll found that access to guns was America's #1 public concerns. Mass shootings that have continued to devastate our schools, our public places, and our communities are clear examples of why we need a public health approach to this issue. Americans are constantly telling us that they want to see change on the issue because of the deadly fear that they feel from gun violence, and it is an epidemic, and rightly so. If there were a disease killing 44,000, mind you, 44,000 Americans every day, we'd be racing to find a cure. If there were a food item killing 44,000 Americans every year, we'd be pulling it from the shelves. If there were a car or an airplane killing 44,000 Americans every year, we'd be demanding a redesign. Mr. Clyde's amendment will directly make us and our loved ones less safe. It prevents medical experts from using their expertise to confront an epidemic that's destroying lives, families, and communities. We need to stop favoring the gun lobby at the expense of American lives and do everything we can to further expand firearm violence research and data collection. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. It's quite deadly.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. As the gentleman from Georgia said, just 2 weeks ago, U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy declared firearm violence in this country to be a public health crisis. His advisory detailed very clearly how firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and adolescents. There were more than 48,000 firearm-related deaths in the United States in 2022, according to CDC data. Think about that. Every day, over 100 people are killed by a gun. Every single day. A room full of people just like this one die from guns. These numbers are appalling. This non-starter of a bill already eliminates funding for CDC to conduct gun violence prevention research. But clearly, that's not enough for those beholden to the gun lobby. This senseless and heartless amendment manages to expand that research prohibition even further. So what? So we can double down on thoughts and prayers? This amendment is plain disgusting. Research was one of the key pillars in Dr. Murthy's advisory in very clear terms, and he is absolutely correct. We do need a strong foundation of research to understand which gun safety policies truly keep our communities safe. This amendment prevents any meaningful analysis into understanding this epidemic, and I'm saddened by the Republicans' priorities. Have we forgotten Sandy Hook, Pulse, Parkland, Las Vegas, Uvalde, Tree of Life, Mother Emanuel, and so many more terrible incidents? Do you not see the news on a daily basis or look at the horrific scenes in our communities? Gun violence is in our places of worship, shopping malls, in our grocery stores, concerts, and movie theaters. Do we keep ignoring the carnage born from hate crimes, anti-Semitism, or the children thoughtlessly gunned down, our neighborhoods and schools now flooded with fear? Gun violence is a major problem, but it is a distinctly American problem. That's because extreme elected leaders allowed it to get to this point. Leaders right here in this room who turn a blind eye to the pain, fear, and sky-high health costs gun violence wreaks, and claim guns just aren't a problem. How many more massacres will it take for Republicans to take a stand and say enough? I urge my Republican colleagues to vote against this amendment. I'm confident my Democratic colleagues will be, and rise to the occasion once and for all. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capper, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to concur with my colleagues, Congressman Lee and Wasserman Schultz, and oppose this amendment. I, like many other Americans, continue to weigh the cost of the carnage of children across our country and what has happened to them in schools, places we used to consider safe. And I just want to tell the story of one killing scene that I happen to have personal knowledge of, to place this on the record. The assailant was a male, 15 years of age, in a rather well-to-do community in Michigan, just north of the border that I serve in Ohio. He killed 4 of his classmates, and 6 more students were injured, as was a teacher, and many, many others were caught in the crossfire. And the mayhem that happened in that school remains with every single individual who worked there or had loved ones in the school. The assailant, thankfully, was convicted of first-degree murder. He was 15 years old, and terrorism. I can tell you, the mother of one of the deceased children, seeing the hand of her daughter sticking out from under a medical covering in a medical lab, screamed so loudly that she thought she would break the glass that she was looking through. I happen to know a family member of a young student that survived that shooting, a survivor. And what this family is going through right now with PTS as bad as any one of our military veterans would face, and not just the child, the family, the grandparents, this doesn't end. It is a public health problem. It's even more than that. The family has moved. And just the bills, the medical bills for a family that survived, in quotes, has already amounted to over $200,000 just to try to stabilize a family. Their child has not re-enrolled in school. We don't want that child to fall behind, but how do they catch up when they're not with their classmates? And how do they manage to reroute in a new place and try to live a normal life when the PTS does not end? These are veterans. These are veterans of the shooting spree going on in this country. I know the offerer of the amendment owns a gun store, but I would really plead with him to meet with some of the families that I know in my part of the country and perhaps meet some of your concerns, but also address the real health crisis that we face in this country. And it is disturbing to me, the families present with PTS because of what has happened to their children. This is a big public health issue. And it is rooted in irresponsible behavior. You can blame the parents, you can blame the media, you can blame whatever you want. But we have many wounded veterans, civilian veterans across this country that their families have been so damaged and so crippled by this rising gun violence. I just think the gentleman is on the wrong track. We at least have communicated on other issues where we disagree, but this is one that is not getting any smaller. It's getting bigger across our country, and it is wounding our fellow citizens. We simply must take a different tack, and I do not believe the gentleman's amendment helps in this very, very important regard. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Okay, are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my colleagues on the left love to use the term gun violence. That is a deceptive left-wing term, much like the term assault weapon. Guns are inanimate objects and are not violent. Evil people are violent, not firearms. Evil deeds do not transcend constitutional rights. My amendment still allows the CDC and the NIH to carry out research on medical procedures, practices, treatments, medicines, and therapies related to gunshot injuries and recovery, and I encourage them to do that. This amendment simply strengthens the existing guardrails of the Dickey Amendment. And with that, I encourage support, and I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested. Please, a show of hands. You got the number? Sufficient number of hands have been raised, so with that, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
Hell no.
Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. No. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Miss Wexton. Miss Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud, aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye.
Gentleman from Nevada.
Mr. Amadei, aye.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, aye.
The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Carter, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the noes are 24. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Ms. Lee of California is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment, Lee number 1 at the desk, and I ask the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, and the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, first, as the co-chair of the pro-choice, Congressional Pro-Choice Caucus, I offer an amendment to strike the riders which place restrictions on women's health and freedom. These deeply partisan and unserious policy riders would block access to sexual and reproductive health care nationwide. This is all part and parcel, of course, of the Extreme Project 2025 agenda that Republicans are seeking to implement under a Republican president. These riders would, let me just tell you how extreme they are, defund Planned Parenthood and block people that rely on public health programs from accessing critical preventive services, including mammograms, at Planned Parenthood health centers. Prohibits funding for NIH to conduct and support research using fetal tissue. Eliminate funding for the Title X program and teen pregnancy prevention program while funding abstinence-only programs. Restricts access to gender-affirming care. Interferes with postgraduate training in abortion care, which is an essential component of medical education necessary to ensure the health and well-being of pregnant people. Blocks implementation of the Biden administration's executive orders intended to increase access to abortion care post-Dobbs decision. 2 years ago, 5 extremist Supreme Court justices voted to take our country back decades and revoke a fundamental right of millions by overturning Roe. Now, millions of Americans of reproductive age are living without access to abortion care, suffering preventable harm to their bodies and lives. Doctors are afraid to treat women who need care out of fear of being sued or losing their medical license. And women are dying, mind you, dying because of this. These poison pill riders are a stark reminder that the GOP's war on reproductive freedom is not over. If these poison pill riders are not stricken, we know that the impacts that these provisions hold would fall hardest on young people, LGBTQ plus people, Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, as well as those working to make ends meet. Everyone should be able to make their own decisions about their reproductive health and future. This amendment is intended to demonstrate that we in Congress support efforts to protect access to critically important reproductive health services and do everything we can to reestablish a nationwide right to access abortion care throughout the United States, as Roe versus Wade had established about half a century ago before right-wing extremists took that right away. I urge a yes on my amendment, but before I yield, I'd like to make one thing abundantly clear. There are 2 extreme partisan riders that this amendment would not strike but have no place in our budget. Federal funding and abortion bans like the Hyde Amendment, and licenses to discriminate like the Weldon Amendment are nothing less than direct attacks on Black and brown people, women, and poor women. Since 1979, the Hyde Amendment has banned all federal funds for abortions, leaving everyone who relies on the federal government, who have no money, no insurance, leaves them without abortion care coverage. This disproportionately harms women of color, Black women, and poor women, who are far more likely to receive government-sponsored insurance because the economic gap is real for these women. They're lower wage women. They work 2 and 3 jobs. They have childcare costs. They have no money for health care. So either through Medicaid or the ACA marketplace subsidies is where they get their health care. Across the 34 states and DC where it's currently having an impact, the Hyde Amendment leaves nearly 8 million women of reproductive age with Medicaid coverage but without abortion coverage. Half of those affected, mind you, half are women that look like me. They're Black women and they're women of color. The Hyde Amendment is an abortion ban, plain and simple, a targeted abortion ban on a specific portion of our population. It's an abortion ban on anyone who relies on the federal government as their source of their health insurance, on our service members, on those working to make ends meet, on people of color, and even on federal employees who keep this place running. And this ban only exacerbates the already dire crisis that women of color face after the fall of Roe versus Wade. Not only do Black women have the highest maternal mortality rate in the United States, almost 3 times that of white women, but more than half of Black women of reproductive age currently live under an abortion ban, putting them at even greater risk. The Hyde and Weldon amendments are targeted, extreme abortion bans on women of color and poor women who already face insurmountable barriers to essential reproductive health care in post-Dobbs America. They are racist and they're discriminatory. House Democrats have kept the Hyde Amendment out of the House-passed spending bills when in the majority, and we must call out this GOP extremism for exactly what it is. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to eliminate these extreme anti-abortion provisions in this bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Adderholt is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. The gentlelady's amendment would strike numerous pro-life, non-discrimination, and conscious protection provisions that's included in the bill. For example, this amendment eliminates the conscience protection for medical students. Under our bill, the underlying bill, students cannot be required to participate in training to perform or assist in the performance of an induced abortion. Medical students who do not voluntarily opt in to such training should not be required to violate their conscience in any way. However, the amendment also eliminates non-discrimination provisions that protect medical students from discrimination if they decide not to opt in for training in induced abortions. No one should be discriminated against for deciding not to receive such training. The amendment removes a provision that prevents taxpayer dollars from going to Planned Parenthood, the largest facilitator of abortion in this nation. Americans should not be forced to pay taxes to support an organization that violates their conscience regarding the sanctity of human life. Furthermore, the amendment strikes protections for Title X grantees who cannot in good conscience refer for abortions. Grantees funded with taxpayer dollars should never be required to refer for abortions in violation of their deeply held beliefs. I know members of this committee have strongly held disagreements over the right to life for the unborn. I would hope, however, that at least we can unite under the principle that Americans should not be required or they should not be coerced to violate their conscience, to pay for, train for, refer for, or provide for abortions. And it's for these reasons that I strongly oppose the gentlelady's amendment, and I ask my colleagues to vote no.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Laura, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I rise in strong support of the amendment. Republicans continue to oppose their extreme ideology on women by blocking access to abortion services, reproductive health care, and this bill is a laundry list of their extreme demands. In this bill, Republicans include poison pill riders to block funding to Planned Parenthood health clinics. They block funding for Biden administration policies intended to help women who live in states that have enacted total bans on abortion. But blocking funding is not enough for the extremists in this Republican majority. They also impose a, quote, gag order on Title X health clinics, banning them from merely providing information on abortion options. That's outrageous. Let me say it again. Republicans would block doctors from providing accurate and comprehensive information to women about the health care options that are available to them. They would forever ruin the trust between women and their doctors and insert their 19th century ideology into some of the most private and consequential decisions that women must make. This bill also includes a dangerous provision that would lead to fewer physicians receiving clinical training to provide a needed abortion. That means a woman with a life-threatening pregnancy would be less likely to find a physician with the clinical training necessary to save her life or protect her ability to have children in the future. Since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and took away a constitutional right that was in place for more than 50 years, Republicans have doubled down on extremism. They have led efforts to enact total abortion bans in 14 states and partial bans in 27 states. Republicans are demonstrating their true agenda. They want to ban abortion nationwide. And unequivocally, that's what it is. They want to completely strip away a woman's right to make her own health care decisions. A lack of respect for women and a lack of trust in women who make judgments about their families and themselves every single day. As a result of this bill, millions of women would be denied from seeing the doctor of their choice, denied the ability to travel to another state to receive an abortion if they live in a state with a total ban, and denied complete information on their health care options. This bill makes a mockery of the idea of informed health care decisions, puts millions of women at the mercy of an extreme Republican ideology that really doesn't care much about their health or their lives. Ultimately, Congress must fix the error of the Supreme Court. But in the meantime, we must also defend health care for women across this country. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Lee's amendment for the sake of women everywhere. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Well, okay, here we go again. You know, it wouldn't be Wednesday without me saying my. Is it Wednesday? Oh, yes, it is. Thank you. You feel better about that? Okay. I feel like I'm repeating myself. Who said that? Now, but you started it. You started it. You know, I'm going to say this again because I think it's very important for everyone to know. The Republicans are on a mission to ban abortion in every nook and cranny of this country, despite the fact that a few of you, I'm not saying anyone in this room because I don't really know what you're saying, but there are a few Republicans who said, oh, the Supreme Court is now leaving it up to the states. But today we're not leaving it up to the states, are we? At first, let me make something clear. There's a little difference between banning abortion and taking someone's ability to pay for one away. I mean, you all are banning abortion for under-resourced women in this country. There's no question about that. That's starting with the Hyde Amendment. And then you got the next amendment, which called the Weldon Amendment, which threatens federal health care funding for low-income Americans, not just those who need abortions, by punishing states that try to protect reproductive health care access. And then unbelievably, this bill, once again, guys, you're trying to prohibit funding for Planned Parenthood, which last year served over 2 million low-income patients, not for abortions, for health care, providing over 400,000 life-saving cancer screenings, and providing over 2 million people with birth control, administering 5 million STD tests and treatments. This bill also prohibits funding for teaching hospitals where abortions or abortion referrals are provided. You know what this means? This means doctors are not going to be trained on abortion procedures even when emergency procedures are needed. What is this going to mean? It's going to mean more deaths and more morbidity. And now, see what else is in here. Banning fetal tissue research. That's a thinly veiled attack on abortion providers that serves to slow the progress on cures for diseases like Alzheimer's, cancers, Parkinson's, and more. And alarmingly, this bill prohibits funding for the implementation of any of President Biden's executive orders intended to increase access to reproductive health. I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what this bill is doing, because these are the kinds of things that our president is protecting, ensuring women can freely cross state lines to access needed care, clarifying contraceptive coverage under the Affordable Care Act, improving contraceptive access for veterans, ensuring data privacy for women seeking reproductive care. And then another policy rider would stop the Department of Health and Human Services from providing public information on abortion rights. You don't even want people to know their rights. You don't even want people to know their rights. And then there's that gag. The gag rule makes me want to gag. Does it make you want to gag? I mean, really, Rep, it makes you gag too, right? The gag rule would stop any doctor at a federally funded clinic from giving factual information to patients. That does cause a gag. And you know, just, Ms. Lee, I want to thank you so much for your amendment, because I want to just get back to the crux of this all. The crux of this all is that women, not politicians, should make the deeply personal decision of whether and when to start or grow a family. And so, again, I want to say it is a falsehood that Republicans are leaving abortion bans to the states. That is bad enough, but the Republicans in Congress are leading the charge. And let me tell you what this is going to eventually mean, folks. It's going to mean more women are going to die. It's going to mean that more doctors fearing criminal prosecution are going to be forced to deny care that is needed. That you're going to see the maternity care deserts are going to proliferate around this country. And drug safety is going to be based on politics, not science. And with that, I do support your amendment, Ms. Lee, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any further members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Colleagues for speaking in support of this amendment, because they know the perils in which these poison pills present to people. Let me just reiterate how harmful these provisions are to women across America, as well as how punitive this is for Black and brown women in particular. Congress should not be making healthcare decisions for any woman. It's long past time for us to ensure that everyone is able to make their own decisions about their bodies. Now, my Republicans like to write off anything that has to do with sexual and reproductive health as being too radical. Comprehensive sex education, too radical. Teen pregnancy prevention, too radical. Birth control, too radical. Family planning, too radical. Medical education training for physicians, too radical. Good grief. This is not about being radical. This is about supporting the very population that we are elected to protect and safeguard, the fundamental right about reproductive health care and the right for them to make their own health care decisions, not for you to make their decisions for them. The truth is that these anti-reproductive health poison pills are a cruel and immoral attack on women, families, children, people across the nation. They're fundamentally anti-democratic. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to protect sexual and reproductive health care and access to federal resources for all.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
No.
Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Miss Lee of California. Miss Lee of California, aye. Miss Lee of Nevada. Miss Lee of Nevada, aye. Miss Lutlow. Miss Lutlow, no. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Miss Wexton. Miss Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Hoyer, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 24, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Mr. Pocan is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, and the gentleman's recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you've heard the Democrats talk. There's plenty wrong with the 12 appropriations bills this year. This bill is no exception. Extreme cuts to vital programs, no different than any other bills. However, this bill, it is different because this bill predominantly has funding that helps people, helps our constituents. Much of the problem with this bill is in the extreme policy riders, and that's what this amendment will actually address. This bill puts Project 2025 into practice. And I know many of you like to plead ignorance about Project 2025. I know the former president has tried that. Front page of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel today, as you're going to be going to the beautiful city of Milwaukee next week, many of you, Project 2025 author to be sponsor of RNC. So if you really don't know what Project 2025 is, they're a sponsor of your convention. They're having an event on Monday, an all-day policy fest. So if you've got some time, dip in. You don't have to read all 900 pages, but you could take a look at the appropriations process. We've been doing this much in action, but that is exactly what we see in these policy riders. There's 32 riders, and let me just give you a little taste of what's in here. There's a policy rider that strikes that says you have to prohibit Department of Labor from expanding overtime pay eligibility for American workers, and also for making any improvements to the national apprenticeship system. It's just ridiculous. It would strike, it would bar OSHA from supporting a safe working environment by allowing an employee representative to join certain inspections. It would provide the DOL, stops them from protecting minors from exposure to known carcinogens and improving workplace standards. That's just workers. LGBT, I know you all love the flag. There's a provision that bars HHS from implementing an executive order to prevent and combat discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation. There's a prohibition on funding for healthcare for the trans community, which major medical associations have agreed is necessary and life-saving. There's language targeting children in foster care. This bill strips protections for LGBTQI plus children in foster care. They'd be able to request a home free from harassment, mistreatment, and abuse. Of course, you have your pride flag riders. Cloth is important to you, as well as you have a license to discriminate under the false guise of religious liberty. When it comes to attacks on students, you have something that blocks President Biden's student debt relief plan and new income-driven repayment options. Why would you ever let someone pay back based on their income? You have efforts that block executive orders combating climate change, that you prohibit diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility programs in the federal workplace. You put at-risk populations like seniors and people with disabilities at further risk of COVID-19 by barring long-term care facilities from educating residents on the vaccine. Really? I could go on, but I think you get an idea of the type of 32 riders that we're trying to get rid of on here and every other bill. Bottom line, this appropriations bill really is kind of the trial balloon. It's the canary in the cave of Project 2025 to put it into practice. Much of the provisions are exactly what is in your and the Heritage Foundation's plans. And if you look at the other sponsors of Project 2025, I guarantee you it probably looks like a lot of the patches that you may all wear on your clothes when you get the donations and when you are dealing with the groups that work with your side. There is no question that this is the roadmap for your party, for should you be fortunate enough to get the White House in November. So I'm just saying, let's wait till November. We don't need to do all of these policy riders in this bill. I think it would be a good idea to take them out of here, especially ones that are anti-worker, anti-woman, anti-LGBT, anti-immigrant, anti-diversity, anti-student, anti-senior, anti-climate change, a lot. Mr. Chairman, I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Adderholt is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to my good friend from Wisconsin's amendment. This amendment strips out several policy proposals in the bill that would restore the social fabric of America and rein in the executive branch, who has exceeded its constitutional authorities countless times. This includes provisions that prevent biological men from competing in women's sports and to block the administration's illegal student loan forgiveness scheme. The bill also prohibits federal taxpayer dollars from being used to sign people up to vote in election year, and it blocks controversial diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across government that focus on discriminating for and against groups of citizens based on the color of their skin. These are not controversial, radical ideas. Many of the provisions in this bill before us are blocking policies that the courts have already struck down. I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Law is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I rise in strong support of the amendment. The Republican majority has added dozens of poison pill riders to this bill, hijacking the debate over funding for health, education, labor programs, stacking the bill with riders that would harm workers, patients, students, and families. This amendment would strike harmful anti-worker provisions, including attempts to roll back overtime wage protections for 4.3 million Americans, as well as efforts by the Republican majority to shield employers from liability when they steal wages from their workers or deny workers their right to collective bargaining. This amendment would strike the Republican majority's efforts to help insurance companies sell, quote, junk insurance plans. The amendment would protect the Biden administration's policy to make it easier for students to repay their loans, as well as policies to provide student debt relief. And it would protect the Department of Education's rules that shield students from predatory for-profit colleges. The amendment would strike the majority's never-ending and indefensible attacks on the LGBT community. It would protect policies and programs intended to promote diversity in the federal government. Like last year, we will defeat these policy riders. We will remove them from the bill before it becomes law. But once again, I think, as my colleague from Wisconsin has pointed out, this is a roadmap. This is the Republican Party's Project 2025. This is really the Heritage Foundation, Republican think tank. They're calling the shots on what the Republican agenda is. But let's get it out there, let's lay it out, and let's just see what people think about it. They're certainly going to know about it. This bill, like the 11 other appropriations bills, needs support from Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate. That's how we will ultimately reach a conclusion at the end of this process. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Pocan's amendments, and I want to just say a thank you to him for laying out as clearly what that roadmap is all about. And we ought to continue to speak about it every opportunity we can, because it is a reality. It is it's showing up in all of the appropriations bills and other legislation that the Republicans are proposing. So with that, I yield back.
Ms. Lee of California, recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in strong support of Representative Pocan's amendment to strike the long list of partisan and harmful policy riders attached to the underlying bill. Project 2025 is alive and well in this committee and has been for quite some time.
Amen.
As a founding member and vice chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus, I stand against this Republican attempt to turn back the clock on civil rights for the LGBTQ plus community. It's really a shame that this bill aims to redefine marriage as a binary union between heterosexual men and women. Make no mistake, There are many sections in this bill which attempt to justify, and mind you, justify discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community. Instead of drafting a bill that would reduce costs for American families and help hardworking families receive more affordable health care, the majority are once again trying to undermine the rights of same-sex couples through a federal funding bill. And I'm deeply disturbed by the GOP's vendetta against inclusion and representation. As the nation's largest employer, the federal government has a responsibility to ensure all their employees, including those from marginalized communities, can live up to their potential. Rather than promoting fairness, equality, and equity for everyone, our Republican colleagues are taking a page out of, once again, Project 2025 playbook to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the workplace. As outlined in the Mandate for Leadership chapter of Project 2025, let me quote, "The next conservative president must delete the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights out of every single federal rule, every federal agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists." Folks, let's be clear. Section 533 of the underlying bill is part of a larger coordinated attack against the LGBTQ plus people and people of color and other minorities by Republicans, and we can't and should not ever, ever tolerate this. The ranking member's amendment would also strike Section 244 if enacted. This policy, writer, it would allow wealthy individuals to continue to misuse TANF funding meant to help low-income people, underserved families, and prevent the federal government from ensuring that more TANF dollars go towards supporting families with low incomes. My Republican colleagues like to regularly bemoan misuse of public funds, and yet the fiscal 2025 Labor-H bill includes a policy rider that would cripple the administration for families and children's ability to prevent bad actors and fraudsters such as NFL star Brett Favre, who conspired with Mississippi officials to direct millions of TANF dollars to a slush fund for his pet projects and personal gain from misusing federal cash assistance programs. That's what this bill would do. The administration's proposed rule would establish guardrails to help curb the misuse of TANF funding. Rather than strengthening this critical safety net program, the majority, they're permitting bad actors to continue abusing TANF dollars. And that, of course, penalizes families. We must remain fully committed to rejecting homophobia, dismantling all systems of oppression and hate, and ensure that federal funding will not go to further criminalize those living in poverty. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and thank you for offering.
Me. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would recommend people Google Project 2025. You're not going to have time to read the whole budget bill. You'd certainly get it there. You probably don't have time to read the 900 pages that the Heritage Foundation and its other allies and sponsors of the Republican convention next week have written, but you can at least see the highlights of what would happen should there be a Republican takeover in Washington, and find out how exactly it'll affect, more importantly, you and your family, because they will be hurt. You will be hurt by what is in Project 2025, and of course, that means what's in these amendments, because this is the canary in the cave. There's a lot worse to come, and I would strongly urge people to vote for this amendment and against these terrible ideas. I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
No.
Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Lutlow? Ms. Lutlow, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Ms. Frankel is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Now I have one we can all get along. I
Would the
promise you
gentlelady
this.
like to dispense?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with the amendment.
Without objection,
oh.
the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
All right, as I was saying, can't we all get along here? This amendment, who said no? I rise in support of this amendment, which seeks to restore partial funding for rape prevention and education grants by reallocating $40 million from the very ineffective absence-only sex education account. Now, here's the thing. I know we all oppose rape, okay? That's a given. But let me just tell you why these rape prevention programs are more important than ever. Since the Republican-controlled Supreme Court overturn Roe v. Wade, stripping reproductive freedom from millions of women nationwide. 21 states have banned or severely restricted abortion. Now listen to this. This is shocking what I'm about to tell you. This is shocking. Pay attention. Pay attention. According to the Journal of American Medical Association, in the states with total abortion bans, there were over 500,000 rapes in the 18 months following the Dobbs decision, resulting in 65,000 rape-related pregnancies. That is shocking. So, but listen, this amendment is not about abortions. Because preventing rape should be a bipartisan, nonpartisan issue. Just ask your favorite constituents, your wives, your daughters, your mothers, your sisters, anyone who loves women. At first, be advised that the abstinent-only sex education doesn't work. Major public health education organizations, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Public Health Association, has criticized these programs for failing to provide teenagers with critical information to protect their health. So these are bogus. These are bogus programs. In stark contrast, we have clear evidence that rape prevention programs are effective, leading to lower rates of sexual violence, which I know is something we all want. And these grants provide essential funding to states supporting rape prevention and education programs at rape crisis centers, at state sexual assault coalitions in schools and other nonprofits. And folks, this has always been a bipartisan supporting these programs. There's bystander intervention programs and other types of educational programs. In fact, when this bill came out and the advocates saw that this rape programs are going to be eliminated, we got hundreds of calls to our office from all over the country because people know that these programs are effective. So the bill eliminates the rape prevention programs. My amendment would put it back in. Let's not force rape victims. Look, I know we don't want to force rape victims to carry pregnancy to term. That's how I feel. But the fact of the matter is, let's not have the rapes in the first place. Let's not have the rapes in the first place. Join this, support this amendment, and let's all stop the rapes. And I yield back.
Mr. Laura is recognized.
God, I can't get that. Again, I rise in strong support of Congresswoman Frankel's amendment. The amendment would partially restore funding for CDC's rape prevention and education program, which has been eliminated by the majority. Preventing sexual violence requires understanding and addressing the factors that put people at risk and those that reduce that risk. The CDC funds evidence-based prevention strategies that include promoting positive social norms, providing opportunities to empower and support girls and women, teaching healthy relationship skills, and creating protective environments. We all have a role to play in prevention, and we cannot ignore this issue. You've got high-profile cases of sexual violence in the media have led to an increased awareness and momentum for change. That is a good thing. We need to increase support for rape prevention programs. This is a tragic example of what happens when the majority, or the Republicans, cut funding for the Labor HHS education bill. They eliminate funding for rape prevention and education programs. I cannot believe that these are the majority's values, which is why that billions of dollars being left behind has put us in a bind on these issues. Now, it's my understanding that there is an amendment, I think, which has been distributed. It's it will be a secondary amendment to Ms. Frankel's amendment. And so I think that what we are seeing is that members of the majority are having second thoughts. They do not think that this bill reflects their values, so they're scrambling to find a different offset to partially restore a portion of the rape prevention funding. This is just one critical public health program that Republicans are eliminating in this bill, eliminating it. As Republicans face the consequences of harmful cuts to education and health programs, such as rape prevention, they cannot even support the cuts in their own bills. And that is what happens when Republicans cut important programs by $60 billion, which is why Democrats will accept nothing less than a 1% increase in funding for labor HHS education and for each of the other bills, and a dollar-for-dollar parity for any further increases on the defense side of the ledger. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Frankel's amendment and support the CDC continuing their rape prevention and education programs, which will which has been eliminated, as you know, in the Republican majority's bill. And I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this amendment? The chair would recognize the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Henson, for a secondary amendment.
Mr.
Second
Chair,
degree
I
amendment.
have a second-degree amendment at the desk, and I ask consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer an amendment to the amendment offered by Ms. Frankel of Florida. My amendment would simply strike the offset offered by Ms. Frankel, which pulls the $40 million from the Sexual Risk Avoidance Education Program, and instead take those dollars from the CDC building funds that are used for construction and improvement of underutilized facilities. While I appreciate the intent and agree with much of Ms. Frankel's amendment, we should not be slashing a federally funded adolescent pregnancy prevention initiative. It supports organizations and communities that are working every day to reduce the risk of youth homelessness, adolescent pregnancy, and domestic violence. Unfortunately, your amendment would strip those funds from the program that teaches our next generation many of the benefits associated with self-regulation, success sequencing for poverty prevention, healthy relationships, goal setting, dating violence, sexual coercion education, and much more. So again, while I support the intent of the underlying amendment from the gentlelady from Florida, I believe that we should continue to support these grant opportunities that educate Americans about sexual risks. This second-degree amendment ensures that HHS can continue to offer this valuable education while still supporting rape prevention and, again, redirecting these funds from the CDC's buildings and facilities accounts that are underutilized. So I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment, and I think this is something that we can ultimately support in a bipartisan manner. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Chairman Adderholt to address the second-degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support my colleague's amendment, and sexual risk avoidance is important to set young adults up for the continuum of success. Our support for these programs recognizes the beliefs and the values of millions of young Americans and old alike, and these programs support the development of healthy relationships. I would ask my colleagues to support the gentlelady's amendment.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment?
Is it time for me to get up?
Gentlelady from
thank
Florida
you.
is recognized.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for recognizing the necessity for the rape prevention program. We agree on that. Thank you. Well, that's good. We've made some progress here. Respectfully, I don't agree with the offset. So in that regard, I have to oppose the secondary, but thank you for recognizing the importance of it. I do appreciate that. I think we all do. And I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Henson's recognized. If there are no other speakers, Ms. Henson's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think when we're looking at offsets, I think it goes without saying that I'd much rather have those dollars go to rape prevention than improving cubicles or buildings. I think that should be a priority for this committee, so I would encourage all of my colleagues to support my second-degree amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Questions now on the second-degree amendment offered by Ms. Henson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested. Are there a sufficient number of hands? Seeing that there are more than enough hands, bipartisan, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, present. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, no. Miss Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, present. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Miss Wexton? Miss Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke?
Are there any members seeking to vote or change their vote on the Henson second-degree amendment? Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye.
Gentleman from Idaho did vote. Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson is recorded as an aye.
Recorded as an
Mr. Zinke, you're recorded as a no. Off no and aye, Mr. Zinke.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani is not
You're
recorded.
not recorded.
Mr. Siscomani, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia? Absolutely.
Mr. Klein, aye.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud?
He's recorded as an aye.
You're recorded. I'm sorry, you were standing up. I was afraid you were seeking recognition. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar? Certainly can.
Off no and aye, Mr. Cuellar.
Are there other members, gentlelady from Florida? You're reported as a present, I believe. Aye.
Ms. Wasserman
Gentlelady
Schultz,
from
aye.
Illinois. I do not believe the
She's not
gentlelady is recorded.
Ms. Underwood, aye.
Okay, are there any other members, this is on, just to be clear, the Henson second-degree amendment, any members that have not voted or wish to change their vote? Okay, with that, the clerks will tally. Oh. Okay, clerk will tally.
I'm going to clarify.
Okay, on this vote, which is again the Henson second-degree amendment to the Frankel amendment, the ayes are 36, the noes are 19, with one voting present, so the amendment in the second degree is adopted. Are there any other members wishing to speak on the original Frankel amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
We got a little, was a look. First of all, here's the good news. We all agreed to be against rape. Thank you. And really, those of us who voted no on this sub-amendment, or what did you call that amendment? The secondary amendment, was just because we disagree with the source. I mean, the abstinence-only education is not working, and we didn't want to take money from the CDC. But with that said, we do all think it's important for the safety of our citizens that we have these rape prevention programs. So I would urge everybody to adopt this amendment as it is now.
The question's now on the amendment offered by Ms. Frankel as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the second-degree amendment, the Frankel amendment and the second-degree amendment are adopted. Okay. Next, we'll go to Mr. Ruppersberger, is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would the gentleman like it to be read, or
I'm asking unanimous consent to disperse with the reading of the amendment.
without objection? And the gentleman's recognized to explain his amendment.
This amendment would reverse the bill's devastating cuts to the Social Security Administration funding. Look, and I mean that, Social Security is about Americans. It's the one benefit that every American is entitled to. It allows seniors to retire with dignity and makes sure people with disabilities can make ends meet. For many, it is necessary benefit that keeps them out of poverty. The Social Security Administration must deliver these essential benefits quickly and accurately to 6.7 million Americans. This is the most beneficiaries the program has ever had. And yet, this bill would cut or delay the essential services that millions rely on. We already know that reducing the Social Security Administration funding means reduced services for the American people. Years of underfunding led to a customer service crisis. In March 2023, Social Security hold times reached a record high. The average hold was 40 minutes long, with others reporting up to 6 hours on hold. Other services like disability determinations took months or even years. Now, recently, these wait times have started to come down to more reasonable levels. But this bill would undo all of this progress by cutting the Social Security Administration's budget by over $450 million. $450 million. Many of the agency's most important services would take longer if they are even provided at all. With these cuts, 3 million Americans would see their Social Security field offices close or reduce their hours of operation. Cuts would mean it takes even longer to get a new or replacement Social Security card. Employers would have to wait longer to verify a new employee information. And despite its serving more Americans than ever before, the Social Security Administration will have the lowest staffing level in 50 years. For staff already overwhelmed by workload stress, and this is totally unacceptable. The 150,000 beneficiaries in my district and the millions across the country deserve better service than this. They are all waiting for essential services, and cutting the agency's funding will only make this problem worse. I therefore ask my colleagues to support this amendment to provide the Social Security Administration with level funding from FY24. Because when the budget is cut, it's the beneficiaries who pay the price. Thank you, and I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Mr. Adderholt is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. This bill fully funds Social Security field offices and information technology at FY 2024 levels. Despite what you may have heard, no field offices will be closed because of this bill. The 4% cut that the Social Security Administration administrative account in this bill would come from the $3 billion that the Social Security Administration has budgeted for the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. offices, where 61% of the workforce is fully remote. The Social Security Administration's mission is customer-facing, and it serves America's most vulnerable population, and this egregious use of telework is insulting to them. As you may remember, President Biden himself promised in his 2022 State of the Union address that the vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. And I quote, 2 years later, this goal is not yet a reality. The President's own Chief of Staff recently made the statement, and I quote, we don't yet have the return to work levels that we should have across the federal government. The Social Security Administration should bring its employees back to work in person full-time and right-size its budget to make the customer service a top priority. Again, I want to reiterate that the cut in this bill is not to the Social Security Administration field offices, but to the more highly paid bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. area who are not directly interfacing with seniors. Also, this amendment would put the bill above its allocation, and therefore I would urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Lohr is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of, I'm just confused about how we're distinguishing between what offices are going to be open and what offices are going to be closed. It's really, it's very, very confusing. Offices are going to be closed. That is the point. There's not going to be people there to do the job. Social Security is one of the most sacred social and economic justice programs that the federal government manages. This is about generation to generation. It links me with my family and my mother and my father and so forth, and my kids to me. It's an economic lifeline for millions of Americans. It lifts more people out of poverty than any other program in the United States. It's not the committee's job to determine eligibility and benefits under Social Security. It is our job to adequately fund the personnel and the operations of the administration so that the program functions properly. It can support millions of Americans that rely on Social Security, millions of seniors that have worked hard for the benefits they deserve. Social Security is serving more than ever, more people than ever, 72 million people next year. The Republican report claims that SSA's budget is bloated, quote, bloated, but the agency, this is the report, that's why, the agency's budget is bloated. The agency is staffing more, is less staff in this crisis than they've had in the past. It's 50% more beneficiaries with less staff than it had in 1995. And now you want to cut almost $500 million from the Social Security Administration budget, which would result in the lowest staffing levels in more than 50 years. You keep asking federal employees to do more with less. Staffing shortages, technology challenges have already led to unacceptable wait times on the SSA's National 800 number and for lengthy decisions on disability claims. Now, seniors deserve access to the Social Security Administration, one that is adequately staffed, field offices that are open and accessible to the public, a person at the other end of the phone line when retirees or survivors call with questions about how to access their benefits. The House report notes that each day, it's a quote, approximately 170,000 Americans visit and 250,000 call one of SSA's 1,200 field offices nationwide for various reasons, to file a disability claim, to ask questions, or update their information. And ironically, the bill chooses to cut funding necessary to keep field offices open, to staff the National 800 number, and to process claims. This cut to Social Security impacts all of our constituencies. The agencies need more funding, not less. We'll be fighting to make sure that when the Republicans finally come to the table to negotiate a final fiscal year 2025 bill, based in reality, the spending levels agreed to last year with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, with the increases necessary to support discretionary programs funded through the Labor-H bill, that the Social Security Administration is funded with the increases it needs to support our seniors. In the meantime, I strongly support my colleagues' amendment to reverse the majority's misguided decision to cut funding to the Social Security Administration. I urge my colleagues to support the Ruppersberg Amendment.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment by Mr. Ruppersberger. My understanding is, and Chairman Adderholt, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there were no hearings held in connection with this question of whether those Social Security employees who will be let go are necessary. Am I correct in that? There were no hearings? It's a yes or no question.
We have not had any hearings directly on this, but it has been brought up numerous times in our hearings.
Okay. So having had no hearings directly on this question, we don't know if there is any truth to the assertion that these employees are superfluous, the idea that these employees are unnecessary, the idea that these employees of Social Security are not doing any good for any of the American recipients of Social Security services and checks. I suggest to my brothers and sisters on this committee that this is not a good basis to make decisions if we have not had the chance to have witnesses in and question them and cross-examine them and really delve into what they know and whether they know what they're talking about. If we're going to make an important decision like this, we ought to at least have direct hearings about the subject before we embark on cuts of this enormous nature. I support the Ruppersberger amendment, and I urge that we adopt it. Yield back.
Are there other members wishing to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from, oh, where? Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just going to read some information that I have, and Mr. Adderholt, I believe in your heart, you think that there's not going to be any delay to service. I truly believe that, but I got to take a vote on this as to whether or not I think there's going to be a delay in service, and here's why I'm going to vote for Mr. Rutherford's. The Social Security Administration, the State Disability Determination Services would be forced to implement a hiring freeze, furlough staff. Staffing would be reduced to the lowest levels in more than 50 years, despite an increase of more than 40 million Social Security beneficiaries. So that might be the intention, but without having the facts in front of me and knowing how hard my office is working, and all of our offices are working on Social Security, at this time, I think the safest bet for my constituents is to vote for the amendment. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Some of you talk about the free lunch theory. The free lunch theory is you can cut $453 million and it won't cost anything. That means, of course, you think that $453 million is simply wasted. In fact, at Social Security, services are better now. Call times are shorter in terms of waits. Responses are more prompt, and claims are being processed more quickly. Now, the chairman says that no field offices are going to be closed. Why does the chairman say that? Because he directs in the bill no offices will be closed. Poof, magic. He didn't ask the Social Security Administration whether that was going to be. He just directed it in the bill. If the theory is you can cut, and nothing will happen, then I get that. But he intones that he's concerned about whether people are working remotely or they're working at a site. I understand that. But ladies and gentlemen, I made this argument with the IRS. The population keeps going up. The senior population certainly keeps going up. And your assumption that somehow the expenditures to service those rising numbers is static is incorrect. Your math doesn't work. Social Security has about a 1.5% overhead. It's one of the best buys in America. Geico or Liberty Mutual, that you see all the ads, they're in the 25 to 26% overhead to pay the benefits that they pay. But the Social Security benefits that are paid, the cost of doing that is about 1.5 points. Probably a little less, but about that. So this is going to have a significant effect. 453 million, that's a lot of people. It's a lot of ability to answer the millions and millions and millions of people who are on Social Security. And all this amendment is going to do is slow up response times, slow up processing times, and frustrate Social Security recipients. So I'm a strong supporter of Mr. Ruppersberger's amendment. And again, penny wise and pound foolish. You're focused on a very small, and it's not small, it's billions of dollars of costs, because we're talking about trillions of dollars worth of benefits, or $1 trillion of benefits. So I would urge that we not pretend that you can continue to service at a level that the Social Security recipients, our veterans, and our taxpayers deserve with less and less and less resources. It won't work. It's the free lunch theory. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent the state with the highest percentage of senior citizens in the United States of America. And one thing I can assure you that everyone who runs for office in Florida pledges to our constituents is that we will never vote to cut Social Security. So let's just be very clear, and I'll be brief, because Mr. Ruppersberger's amendment restores the $453 million cut that is in this bill from Social Security. His amendment puts back the $453 million. If you vote against his amendment, you are saying it's okay to cut Social Security. You could never again suggest or be truthful in facing constituents and say, I will never vote to cut Social Security, because what you're about to do if you vote against this amendment is do just that. So let's just be very clear. We need to make sure that Social Security is funded administratively to the degree that we can ensure that our constituents are able to access their Social Security benefits and get the sometimes really intricate bureaucratic problems that they have in accessing it resolved. So if you want to make sure that you are supporting our seniors who are benefiting from Social Security, if you want to be truthful when you stand in front of a group of seniors and say you would never vote to cut Social Security, you'll vote yes on Mr. Ruppersberger's amendment. And if you don't want to do that, if you think it's okay to cut $453 million out of Social Security, then you'll vote no. But don't think that you'd ever be able to represent again that you'd never voted to cut Social Security, because that would be untrue. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Are any other members seeking to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing, you just can't get something for nothing. And, cutting $450 million from Social Security just doesn't make sense. Every state has Social Security recipients who rely on this program every day. And if your office is anything like mine, you receive more calls, desperate constituents who had urgent problems with their Social Security benefits, but they couldn't get through to anyone. Sometimes it was 6-hour wait. And last year, we passed a bill that fixed that. And now the other side is asking to take it away. You can't cut $450 million and think you're not going to get less services. It just doesn't happen. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. And so last year, Social Security was the #1 casework, issue for my constituents. As much as I love helping my constituents, this chronic understaffing and lack of support is what happens when we keep cutting back the Social Security Administration's budget. We can't do another cut. There are a lot of cutting. I understand philosophies that different people in this room have. But the bottom line, Social Security is American. Whether you're the wealthiest individual in the world or very poor, you're all entitled to Social Security. So let's look at the issues here. Let's see what it is. But $450 million cut, and you already have an example of when we put money back in and it fixed itself. So let's look at the facts, and I hope you vote for this amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl? No. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. Laturner? Mr. Laturner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Miss Wexton? Miss Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
The gentleman is not recorded. Are there other
Aspayat,
members
aye.
wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
lady's recognized.
And, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that we have a hopefully somewhat robust debate about this, and then we'll see what happens. But as many have already mentioned, this bill somehow unbelievably eliminates an entire division within the CDC focused on injury prevention. Programs that focus on domestic violence, rape prevention, suicide prevention, opioid overdose prevention, elderly falls, drowning prevention, and so much more than that. The CDC's sole mission with the Injury Center is to prevent death and injury, to keep families and communities safe and healthy, and to partner with states to raise awareness and implement prevention programs. And one of the many dire casualties of this elimination is the Office of Smoking and Health, focused on tobacco prevention, a move that would significantly harm public health. This is yet another gift to the tobacco industry, one I won't stand for, and my amendment would restore funding to this already underfunded account. Despite everything that we have learned about the harms of smoking, tobacco use sadly remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease in the U.S. The CDC estimates that smoking causes nearly 500,000 deaths each year in our country. 500,000 each year. Think about how many lives lost that means. That figure alone is staggering. That figure alone should be enough for everyone in this room to realize that eliminating this program is terribly irresponsible and short-sighted. We should be doing more to prevent smoking, and it begins in this room. Through this program, the CDC runs a proven media campaign, Tips from Former Smokers. I'm sure everyone has seen it, which has been proven to help over 1 million people quit smoking and has prevented over 100,000 smoking deaths. Research has also shown that this campaign alone successfully saved over $7 billion in healthcare costs from 2012 to 2018. Knowing that, I have to imagine that this move by my colleagues in the majority is a handout and a green light to big tobacco to keep eliminating our communities, our children, and minorities. I can't imagine that this move is based on necessary cuts for your so-called fiscal responsibility, which clearly is nonsensical when you consider that the program is appropriated about $246.5 million a year. That's a far cry below the billions you're supposedly committed to saving, not to mention the lives saved. Eliminating this program will cause more children to begin smoking, will increase health disparities, and would reverse decades of work. All of our states and districts rely on this funding to keep kids from smoking and vaping, to help people quit smoking, and to keep our communities smoke-free. Quite frankly, this makes absolutely no sense. So let's stop putting more money into the pockets of big tobacco, and let's work to increase funding to this necessary program so we can save lives. I yield back.
Mr. Adderholt is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady is proposing additional spending that is, quite frankly, beyond the resources available to the subcommittee. Quite honestly, I support the activities conducted by this program, but we must be responsible and live within our means. I actually want to thank the gentlelady for raising the awareness of this issue, and I fully acknowledge that we had to make some challenging decisions. But I would look forward to working with my colleague on this issue as we move forward in the process. And again, I thank her for raising this issue, making it aware to us before the full committee. But right now, we have some challenging decisions, and I would like to work with the gentlelady to see how we can move forward in this process.
The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
The distinguished chair of the subcommittee, and probably as well to my friend of the full committee, if we had the $60 billion as the full complement of money, which is the 1% increase, which was dictated by the Fiscal Responsibility Act, it was the basis on which we voted for bills last March, and if you leave us $60 billion behind, then there are a whole heck of a lot of programs that are going to go begging, including some that we've already mentioned today, and including the one that Representative Wasserman Schultz is talking about now. And this amendment would restore that funding. Let's get the money back to non-defense programs the way it was laid out in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, a 1% increase, a total of $786 billion. You leave $60 billion on the table. I will keep saying that. And this amendment would restore funding to 2024 level for CDC's tobacco prevention. It was eliminated by this Republican majority, eliminated. It tells you something about what they view about public health and kids' health. And who are we? And where do we want to go with the resources that we have? Or why do we want to shortchange the resources that have been laid on the table for us to take advantage of here? Each year, nearly 500,000 U.S. adults die prematurely due to smoking-related diseases, including exposure to secondhand smoke. Smoking harms nearly every organ of the body and compromises the immune system. 2023, nearly 3 million U.S. middle and high school students reported currently using a tobacco product, including e-cigarettes. 10% of our middle and high school students. I guess we just don't care about what's happening to them. This is another tragic example of what happens when Republicans cut funding for the labor HHS education bill, an 11% cut. They eliminate funding for tobacco prevention. They eliminate money for education. They eliminate money for other health care programs. And I can't believe that there aren't my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who understand the devastating effects of these cuts and the unwillingness to look at the non-defense side of the ledger and say the $60 billion is there to deal with public investments in health and in education and economic well-being of this nation. I urge my colleagues to support Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz's amendment.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I lost my mom 3 years ago to lung cancer from smoking. I literally have her arms around me today because I wore her jacket in her memory because I knew that we were going to be talking about this today. I lost both my grandmothers to lung cancer from smoking as well. And their deaths lay at the feet of the tobacco industry, whose profits this bill as written protects. And I appreciate my friend, the chairman of the committee, and his commitment to work on this important issue. We cannot cut the funding for this entire program. We have to make sure that we can end the travesty of smoking. If I took asked for a show of hands in this room, nearly every one of us would have raised their hand because you lost a loved one who died from smoking. I'm withdrawing this amendment and trust that when this outrage is reviewed in final negotiations on this bill later this year, that this critical funding will be restored as it was last year. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back the balance of my time. May my mother and grandmother's memories be for a blessing.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. What? Oh, I am so sorry. Mr. Carl is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the table there, unanimous consent. We pass on the reading of it.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized to explain the purpose of the amendment.
I was beginning to develop a little bit of a complex. Now I understand you saved the best for last, right? Folks, I'm going to bring up an issue that's been brought up over the last 10 years, virtually every year. Obviously, I've only been here 2 years. I haven't been here every year. But I'm going to give you a chance to vote it and get rid of it, and you don't have to do it again next year. This bill, basically what it does, this amendment is intended to make permanent what has long been the Department of Labor's policy for a decade. This is dealing with nothing but disaster insurance adjusters. Adjusters, a very small piece of the world, if you think about it. For those of us that have lived through hurricanes and ice storms and mudslides and earthquakes, we understand how important those adjusters are. What this bill says is the adjusters can come in and work on their own. They're contracted, not by the hour. They don't have to go on overtime at 8 hours. They actually can work as long as they possibly want to work. Whatever hours they want to work, they can work. For those of us that have been through hurricanes at 110, 115 miles per hour, there's a healing process that goes along with these storms. And the healing process starts the moment the storm ends. I'm thinking of Hurricane Camille. After Hurricane Camille, I go out in my yard and it is devastated. Trees down everywhere. The birds and the squirrels are standing in the yard. Where do birds and squirrels hide during hurricanes? Does anybody know? They're standing in the yard looking around dazed. I got a grill stuck in my garage door. And on the other side of the house, I got a trampoline stuck to the side of the stucco house. I have no idea whose trampoline it was. Then you have to worry about your family. Then you crank that little generator up, and every 3 to 4 hours you're putting gas in it. You're running a box fan, you're running a refrigerator. You got the kids laying on the floor in front of the box fan. You figure out how to survive until folks get to you. And who gets to you? Neighborhoods. When the neighborhood get out, cut the trees, we try to get the ambulance and the police in to put a little law and order involved. The power companies are trying to restore power. Many times, these adjusters will beat the other first responders in. And that's important. That is the last element in the healing process, because you've got your investment in your home. That's your largest single investment, and you're worried about where that's going to go. When that adjuster shows up and he's able or she's able to put those figures to rest and give you an idea of what kind of response you're going to get as far as money. That's closure. That's closure, and it gives you hope, because all you see is a torn up house, a trampoline stuck to the side of your house, and confused people walking around your yard. So please ask on this bill, let's put it to rest. Let's put it to rest. It's very simple. We're going to add one word to legislation that's already written. The Senate knew this was a problem 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And that's the reason it's a legacy bill. So every year it keeps rolling over, rolling over. I want to make it permanent, and that's what I'm asking your support for. Very simple. I don't know any other way to put it. We need to take care of these adjusters. They're extremely important. I don't care where you live in this country. And there's such a small amount of them. We have to hold them to be able to get them in there as quick as we can and keep them as long as we can. Because I promise you, at the end of 8 hours, if they got to check out and they're at your neighbor's house and they go home, you're going to be angry sleeping on that floor another night. Thank you, and I would appreciate your support.
And gentlemen, just for the purposes of clarification, I'd ask my friend from Alabama, she knows we've looked at several different versions. This is the version of your amendment that says on page 40, line 14, insert hereafter, after shall be applied.
Correct.
Okay. I just
Amendment
wanted-
number
That's
one,
just
I
for the record to
apologize.
make sure it's a very precise fix. With that, actually it'll be Mr. Laurel first, I think. Recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Laurel, to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have something called the Fair Labor Standards Act. It was enacted during the New Deal to deliver critical wage protections for American workers, including the right to overtime pay for hours worked beyond 40 hours in a given work week. It's my understanding that this was when it was introduced, it was about 10 years ago, by a senator now retired, because it was about saving money for employers in his state. And it was done on a temporary basis. Unfortunately, for the last several years, my Republican colleagues have pushed to include language in the Labor-H bill that erodes the protections for a narrow category of workers, those who work as disaster claims adjusters. I don't get it. They work overtime. Fair labor standards includes the right to overtime pay for hours worked beyond 40 hours in a given work week. Is not that the law of the land? Anybody say it's not the law of the land? Why then are we not adhering to the law of the land? It's a 40-hour work week. You work over 40 hours, you get overtime pay. This amendment, what my colleague wants to do is to permanently, now it's on a temporary basis, we deal with it every year, but now what he would like to do is to permanently amend the Fair Labor Standards Act to take the overtime benefits from workers to benefit insurance claims adjuster companies. That's what is at the bottom of all of this. The language is far-reaching. It has no place in an appropriations bill, and it should be rejected. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague from Alabama for introducing this amendment. This amendment would provide important legal certainty to ensure that American families that are looking to rebuild their lives after a disaster receive timely compensation. And again, the key word is after disaster. This is in times of unusual times, and when there is a disaster that's occurred and time is of the essence. And I would ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment from my colleague from Alabama.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If there's no
Mr.
further.
Chairman?
Yes, gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, I didn't get this amendment until late, but I don't really understand with the gentleman with all due respect to you, what you just said about trampolines being stuck to the side of the house, and what was on the other side of the house? A trampoline, what was, car, what, barbecue, you know. If you go into a place that's been damaged, that is a dangerous job. Being a claims adjuster, you may be what you said, they get there early, which means they're doing their job, number one. Number two, people take for granted some of the most dangerous jobs in our country. I don't know if these claims adjusters go down in the basement when there's fallen trees. You know, you can get rolled by one of those things if you're not careful. And so to me, I don't understand, and especially over time, the public gets angry. We had a tornado in our region, and so it wiped out part of our city, and the public was calling our office because they were worried that they couldn't get their insurance company to give them the money because there were so many homes that were damaged, there weren't enough people to go around, so the people work overtime. Why shouldn't they be paid for working more hours in what I would view as a dangerous job? I don't understand why the gentleman would want to do that to these workers. I don't know if you come from a working class family or not. I sure do, and I know how many injuries attend to people who work with their hands and who work with machines. And so I'm really surprised. Alabama's a farming state. You got some manufacturing down there, right? I don't know if you have a port or not. Those are all dangerous jobs. And to go in after a disaster, a lot of bad things. You can step in a hole, right? You can break your leg. A lot of things happen. So I would think that the pay is warranted and that we should abide by the law. I don't know why you would want to take that away from workers who do that kind of work for a living. So I don't support the gentleman's amendment. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the issue?
Trying to take down a trampoline, you can break your nose.
If not, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. Just for the record, these are contracted people. They're not employees. They're contracted to do a job. They're not paid by the hour. They're paid by the job. They get a percentage. And it is very dangerous. And I make light of everything. That's my way of dealing with a lot of strong issues. So I apologize for my sense of humor. So it's contracted individuals we're talking about. It's time we put this one to rest, folks. We need these people. We need them there as fast as we can get them. And we need them to work as long as they want to work. If it's 8 hours, fine. If it's 2 hours, fine. If it's 10 hours, it's their choice. They're contracted. With that, I return my time. Nope.
Okay. It's been a long day, and it ain't over. But the worst part of it may be. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Okay, amendment is adopted. We now recognize Ms. Lee of California for the purpose of an amendment.
This amendment is Lee Amendment number 2.
Thank you.
Ask for unanimous consent to dispense of the reading.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this amendment, what it would do is simply strike the harmful report language that blocks funding for the HHS Office of Climate Change and Health Equity. We've gone through this a few times now in terms of equity as it relates to people who deserve equity. This directive represents yet another part of this MAGA Extremist Project 2025 agenda. My amendment, mind you, does not add any money to the bill. It simply removes a directive in the report that blocks the Department of Health and Human Services from continuing its effort to confront how climate change is disproportionately impacting Black, brown, and poor people in America, period. This unneeded, downright bigoted, divisive, and directive represents yet another senseless assault on Americans' right to health and a safe, sustainable environment free of pollution. Environmental justice is the right to a safe, healthy, productive, and sustainable environment for all, regardless of race, income, class, or background. For too long, we have overlooked the impact of environmental issues on underserved communities in our country, and I mean rural and urban communities. Climate change represents a significant risk to all people, but especially poor people and communities of color who already bear the brunt of environmental injustices. The Office of Climate Change and Health Equity aims to create an environment where every person in our country is safe and healthy, especially those people and communities with the highest risk. You've heard me speak before yesterday about how this issue is personal to me. I grew up in El Paso, Texas, largely in an African American and in a Latino community in the smoke shadow of the Asarco smelter plant. I saw friends and family members harmed by the poison pouring out of those smokestacks, harms that other families living in a more affluent part of town did not have to confront. Climate change is worsening the threat from climate-related weather events also, placing chronic burdens on people's physical and mental health, and introducing new health threats in many areas. We also know that the communities that have long been victims of economic and social discrimination have a harder time preparing, responding, and recovering to climate threats. EPA data shows that people of color are much more likely to live near contaminated sites and breathe polluted air. For perspective, asthma, which particularly is a pollution, which is a risk factor, impacts approximately 13.4% of African American children compared to only 7.3% of white children. Yet no child should have to be subjected to this. With marginalized communities everywhere experiencing record pollution, environmental justice can't wait. The Office of Climate Change and Health Equity aims to address the pressing environmental and public health issues for all Americans while working towards a cleaner future for everyone. All people, communities deserve to be safe from environmental health impacts. We also know that people all across the country confront environmental injustices. So as I said earlier, it's not just an urban problem, it's a rural problem, and it's significantly adverse is impacted also by mining pollution and contaminated air and groundwater. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, striking this harmful report language, and remember it has nothing to do with adding money to the bill. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. Chairman Adderholt is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise to oppose the amendment. This amendment would restore funding for the Health and Human Services Office of Climate Change and Health Equity established by the Biden administration back in 2021. However, the role of the Department of Health and Human Services is not to address climate change. The Department of Health and Human Services should be focused on health care, not reducing greenhouse emissions. With that, I would urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Law, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of the amendment. The Office of Climate Change and Health Equity is a small office, too small in my opinion, that is working to mitigate the harmful health effects of climate change. This small office has been able to assist HHS with improved forecasting, tracking, and more to assist communities to combat the effects of extreme weather and climate change. I know we've all seen the photos and are thinking of our colleagues and their constituents who have been severely impacted by Hurricane Beryl, which the experts have said was made more dangerous because of climate change. This is the only office dedicated to helping the nation's health sector prepare and respond to increasing threats of extreme weather and climate change. It is my understanding that it feels like 104 degrees outside here today, and there is a heat emergency in DC through tomorrow. This is not normal, and it is this office that runs the only county-level real-time documentation of heat health burden. The department is the Health and Human Services Department. Prohibited funding for the Office of Climate Change and Health Equity is just another example of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle burying their heads in the sand. Climate change and extreme weather events are here. This office is the only entity we have that is prepared and ready to help us through the future. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Are there additional members wishing to speak to the amendment? Not, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say, I'm talking about the health impacts of climate change. There are health impacts of a variety of social and economic determinants, and we need to know how to address the health of individuals and communities which disproportionately bear the burden of environmental injustices. So this is a healthcare issue. Again, my amendment doesn't cost any new money. It just simply permits the Department of Health and Human Services to deal with the health threats that unfairly affect Black, Indigenous, brown people, poor people, people who don't have a voice here, who don't have a bunch of lobbyists. So take that into consideration, that I think they'd want you to help them out a little bit. You help out large corporations, you help people who are privileged, you help people in communities who have the resources to help themselves. But this country, you know, has many economic and racial disparities that they just need a little help to help them live a decent life. Thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. May I have a show of hands? Sufficient number of hands having risen. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt?
No.
Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade? Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. LaTurner? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Newhouse? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members, gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Kilmer, aye.
Are there others? Gentleman from Washington?
Mr. Newhouse, no.
Are there any others wishing to vote or change their vote? All right, the clerk will tally. Good job. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2025 Labor, Health, and Human Services, Education, and related agencies appropriations bill to the House.
The question is now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2025 Labor, Health, and Human Services, Education, and related agencies appropriations bill to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested. A sufficient number of hands having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt?
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade? Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Miss Lee of California? Miss Lee of California, no. Miss Lee of Nevada? Miss Lee of Nevada, no. Miss Letlow? Miss Letlow, aye. Mrs. McCollum? Miss McCollum, no. Miss Ming? Miss Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Miss Pingree? Miss Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Miss Wexton? Miss Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
We have members who wish to vote or change their vote. Okay, the clerk will tally. We're going to take a finish that. On this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 25. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objections, so ordered. Without objection, so ordered. Take a 10-minute. The committee will stand in recess for about 10 minutes, so stretch your legs. Yeah, please, sort of 10-ish.
Coffee. I was gonna say maybe you have something else you could bring, drink wise, to the next one.
Where? Okay. Committee will come to order. Our second order of business today is consideration of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2025. I'll now recognize Chairman Womack to present the bill.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Chairman Cole, for your remarks and for your leadership on this committee. A couple of administrative notes. As per custom, a little sweetness product from the great Northwest Arkansas, from the famous House of Webster. We've added a few different varieties this time, and they're grouped at the corners and in the middle of the table. So pick the one that you like the most or like the best and enjoy. I really like the pace that we're on. Thanks to Chairman Cole and the work of the House Appropriations Committee. I believe in my heart that the Senate is going to pick up its pace, and I expect that next week the Senate will do all of its work, complete all of its work, because in my fortune cookie today, it said something unusual will happen at work next week. So I hope that the Senate will make that come true. Thanks to Doug Disrude, Demlin Jones, Avery Pearson, Graydon Dalbert, Jay McCormick, John Onetti, Joanna Dunkerton, and on the minority side, Christina Monroe, Jackie Kilroy, Nora Fay. I wanted to make sure that I give credit where credit is due. There's been a lot of work going to this bill, and those are the people who have been down in the trenches laboring over this, and I am truly grateful. This bill builds on work everybody on our subcommittee did last year under Tom's, the chairman's leadership. So I'm grateful not just for what you achieved so far for this committee, but also for the foundation you laid on this particular bill. I want to thank Ranking Member DeLauro for your leadership on the committee and your long-term commitment to working across the aisle at the proper time to achieve consensus on these bills. I want to thank my partner in this bill, Ranking Member Quigley. I am fortunate to have worked with my friend for several years, first sharing responsibility on FSGG and now on THUD. Mike, you're a great partner. Thank you so much for your work. The bill we're considering today meets our nation's most critical transportation and housing needs while reducing excessive spending and regulatory burdens. The discretionary allocation in the bill is just a little bit over $90 billion, 90.4. That's $7 billion below fiscal 24 enacted, a 7.3% reduction, consistent with the Fiscal Responsibility Act overall. We have carefully allocated resources to the most critical missions at DOT and HUD. The bill prioritizes transportation safety on our railways, on our roads, and in the air. We ensure a responsible safety net with housing support for our most vulnerable, especially the elderly, the disabled, veterans, and the working poor. We've cut or eliminated 14 grant programs at Transportation and HUD, totaling nearly $3 billion in savings compared to the enacted level. I believe we best serve our constituents by making targeted investments that create jobs and improve quality of life while meeting our responsibility to get spending under control. Under Chairman Cole's leadership, we're doing our part by writing bills to the level set by the FRA. This bill includes both targeted investments and targeted cuts. I believe the decisions in this bill will have a positive impact in every congressional district while meeting our responsibility to rein in spending. Transportation safety is our highest priority at the department. I'm proud to build on aviation investments made in the FY24 bill by Chairman Cole when he chaired this subcommittee. Airlines are expected to carry a record number of travelers this summer, a 6% increase over last year. And those of you that traveled this past weekend were part of a record-setting weekend. The bill also continues to make progress on last year's investments in the FAA workforce and air traffic modernization. The bill provides funding to train 2,000 new controllers to backfill the retiring workforce and deploy air traffic controllers to understaffed facilities. I would note that funding in this bill supports advancements made by the FAA reauthorization passed in May, including a $650 million increase for airport infrastructure financed through the Airport and Airway Trust Fund. The bill provides $61 billion for highways and bridges through the Highway Trust Fund. These resources are directly allocated to your state departments of transportation, enabling state and local governments to collaborate on the highest priority road projects. The bill provides $200 million for tribal transportation and $200 million for truck parking through discretionary highway funding. These targeted investments will enhance safety and improve the flow of commerce on our interstate highway system and on tribal lands. The bill supports DOT's maritime mission with full funding for security programs, including a $60 million increase for the Tanker Security Program, consistent with the National Defense Authorization Act. Looking at DOT as a whole, you'll see the bill makes targeted transportation investments to improve the flow of freight and ensure the safety of the traveling public. It's a responsible approach that also reduces regulatory burdens with targeted policy provisions that defund burdensome executive orders and overzealous regulations. In housing, the bill meets our responsibility to support our most vulnerable citizens who rely on housing assistance to live with dignity. These housing programs are run at the local level through public housing authorities, private landlords, and many faith-based organizations. The bill supports self-sufficiency programs so that families can move up and out of rental assistance. I've heard from members on both sides of the aisle on the importance of community development block grants. So we provide the FY24 enacted level at $3.3 billion. CDBG supports decision-making at the local level to meet critical economic development needs. The administration proposed a $500 million cut to CDBG's formula program, instead proposing to prioritize programs where decisions are made in Washington. We disagree with that approach. We have restored this critical funding. I'm pleased that we're able to continue to make progress on tribal housing programs, building on the work of Chairman Cole in FY24 when he chaired this subcommittee. The bill rejects Biden administration proposals to expand housing programs with emergency designations and mandatory spending. We are obligated to make tough choices, and we've done that by maintaining, rather than expanding, housing support for our most vulnerable. We've included funding prohibitions in this bill that will scale back the Biden administration's regulatory overreach. The bill prohibits DOT from imposing executive orders and regulations that add burdens to rural states and small towns that don't have the luxury of spending millions on consultants and grant writers. And the bill scales back HUD's ability to impose bureaucratic requirements related to climate and fair housing. I want to thank the members of the committee for your input. Thanks again to Chairman Cole for your leadership in moving appropriation bills down the field. This gives us a shot at completing our work without endless continuing resolutions. And while the Senate has yet to act, I'm pleased that we're doing our job in the House to have the best possible position at the negotiating table. We couldn't ask for better leaders than the people seated at this on this dais in search of those solutions. So I ask each of you to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Mr. Quigley for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also, before we begin, want to thank the extraordinary staff who helped put all this together, our friends on the Republican staff who have been very helpful and cooperative, and on the minority staff, Christina, Jackie, Nora, and from my own staff, Charlie. Thanks for your great work. I also want to recognize those of you who this is your last THUD markup. We're going to try squeeze this one in under 6 hours, see what we can do. There is a proud tradition in Chicago for those who are leaving office at the end of the year. There's only 3 ways they leave the city council: a ballot box, a pine box, or a jury box. I'm glad that you haven't chose at least 2 of those. That's progress. We're going to miss you all, but I want to acknowledge someone who I believe is an inspiration to us all. This is the last THUD markup for our friend, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton. You have been an excellent colleague, an unwavering advocate for expanding housing resources for youth aging out of foster care, investing in Washington Union Station and Metro Transit, and community projects that improve roadway safety and congestion. Among many other critical issues on which we will miss your perspective, hard work, and perseverance, it has been an immense privilege to work with you, and we all greatly appreciate your hard work on behalf of your constituents and the American people. but most of all, your perseverance and courage.
The gentleman yield just for a second. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to yield during the opening? All right, please.
Thank you so very much for this moment, but I wanted to say that as we have walked and served with Congresswoman Wexton, how each of us has been so inspired by her grit and her valor and her dignity. And I hope she knows how much each of us thinks of her. And when I think of President Kennedy's book, Profiles in Courage, we walk with that courage in her every day. Thank you, Jennifer, for who you are and for what you've meant to the country and to each of us. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
I also want to thank my subcommittee chairman, Mr. Womack, for his continued friendship and for all his hard work here as the chair of the subcommittee. We did have a very strong and helpful bipartisan partnership during our times as chair and ranking member on the FSGG subcommittee, and the fact that we flipped roles during that time and still had that great relationship encourages me that when we flip again later on, that we'll still have that strong relationship. I know you care about governing and getting things done. That's what mayors do. And while you may not be surprised to hear that I have concerns with the bill today, it's my true belief we aren't there yet, but we will get there. Throughout America, people are concerned about issues like homelessness and the economy. Nearly every district is faced with a rise in the number of people living in the streets and in shelters as families are forced to earn more money just to keep pace with the cost of housing. Travel to and from work or school is often met with congestion on our roads, delays at airports, or bottlenecks at train stations. Those slow not only our ability to get from point A to point B, but the efficiency that keeps our economy moving and growing. But the work of this subcommittee can improve the day-to-day lives of every person in this country. Whether investing in new technologies to advance the movement of people and goods from one place to another, or expanding innovation in housing, this bill has the ability to transform communities. While this bill would advance the safety of our airports and skies, expand community development in tribal communities, and support community-led project funding for both sides of the aisle, it would also undercut necessary investments for Amtrak and transit projects with shovels already in the ground, push tens of thousands of low-income families out of that stable housing, slow new housing construction, and ignore the impacts of climate change. To make matters worse, there are several controversial policy riders that unnecessarily attack high-speed rail, roll back trans safety, and weaken civil rights protections for most Americans. As a committee that holds the power of the purse, members in this room know how government can work across jurisdictional and party lines to find balanced and measured approaches that meet the needs of the American people. The subcommittee, I was probably the first in Congress to quote Toby Ziegler as I contemplate how this committee should operate. Quote, government, no matter what its failures in the past, and in times to come for that matter, it can be a place where people come together and where no one gets left behind. Appropriators know that, and I think members of this subcommittee know it best. In the final analysis, I should care just as much about a tunnel from New Jersey to New York as you should about extending the Red Line in Chicago, or locks on the Mississippi River, or a regional airport in Arkansas, or high-speed rail in California. I think that bipartisan tour a lot of the people in this room took, led by the chairman of the full committee, to visit the Baltimore Francis Scott Key Bridge after the collapse was a great example of this. Local infrastructure has regional and national importance. The shipment of goods, whether transported by water, rail, or road from Baltimore to Pennsylvania, Ohio, and beyond, that an investment in one district is the lifeline for another district's economy. We need each other. As Baltimore and the rest of the country recover from the impacts of that tragic incident, we should be showing the American people and the rest of the world that we here in Washington Washington support all communities, rural and urban, large and small, young and old, and that we are not only able, but are willing to invest in all of our communities so that we can withstand the test of time or disaster. Mr. Chairman, I understand the challenges ahead of you and trust your ability to govern. Again, I believe that in the end, we can come to a compromise on a final product that addresses the concerns we have all raised and shared. I respectfully cannot support the bill in its current state. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Before I get to my prepared remarks, I want to thank my friend from Illinois for that very gracious statement. The only critique I would have is you forgot to mention the absolutely critical national projects in Connecticut and Oklahoma. So you might want to rethink that going forward if you want Arkansas and Illinois taken care of. So seriously, that was really well done. America's always been a nation of builders. From our transportation infrastructure and operable supply chains to the support of strong communities, the bill before us prioritizes these core missions. Funding is directed towards the safety and security of vital transportation systems. Air traffic control operations are fully funded, and resources to hire thousands of new air traffic controllers to replace a rapidly aging and retiring workforce are provided. We keep America's highways moving with truckers vital to commerce, ensuring that our shelves are stocked. The bill also emphasizes our national defense needs through the funding for critical maritime security, tanker program and security, and cable ship security programs. The responsible safety net for our most vulnerable, including the elderly, disabled, and veterans, is supported. Housing assistance programs will help those experiencing hard times avoid homelessness and engage productively in their communities. I also commend the work to ensure our trust and treaty obligations are fulfilled through appropriate funding for Native American housing programs. I would also note that this bill continues to assert the power of the purse held solely by Congress. Members engaged in the needs of their constituents and secured 2,315 projects requested by 368 members to better communities across the nation. Finally, it's also important to note what this bill does not do. It rejects calls by the Biden administration to vastly expand climate change and Green New Deal style programs and rolls back efforts by the Biden administration to impose a controversial ideological agenda through executive orders and regulations. This bill makes targeted investments to support infrastructure, safety, and the movement of people and goods across America. I want to thank Chairman Womack, Ranking Member Quigley, and certainly my good friend and partner, Ranking Member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for their hard work on this measure, and I urge all members of this committee to support this bill. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and again, thank you for your friendship as we make our way through this process. I would also like to say a thank you to Chairman Womack and Ranking Member Quigley and subcommittee staff on both sides of the aisle, and I want to shout out especially Christina Monroe, Jackie Kilroy, and Nora Fay. Housing and transportation are two of the largest costs for American households. People across our districts in America are asking for sound investments that lower housing and transportation costs. Instead, this bill will raise costs for struggling American families, make it harder to build, sustain, and connect affordable, thriving communities. Across the country, more than 650,000 people experience homelessness on any given night. Despite an escalating homelessness crisis and the Supreme Court's shocking and cruel decision to allow localities to criminalize people experiencing homelessness, this bill guts the HOME program, the sole federal program dedicated to affordable housing construction, by 60%, to levels that predate 1992. That translates to thousands of affordable homes that will not be built or rehabilitated, and housing opportunities stripped from thousands of renters and homebuyers. We are facing a historic shortage of nearly 8 million affordable homes nationwide, and coupled with higher borrowing costs, housing is less affordable than ever for homebuyers and for renters. Yet this bill will delay livable wage construction jobs, make it more difficult to build new housing. At the same time, the bill strips eviction prevention measures for struggling families, which will inevitably drive more vulnerable people into homelessness. The bill eliminates the Yes in My Backyard program, which helps mayors and governors fund locally driven solutions for land use, affordable housing, and transit-oriented development. The bill also eliminates the Choice Neighborhood Initiative, a neighborhood and housing revitalization program that helps communities redevelop housing and attract economic development. And while the people of Hawaii are still recovering from devastating wildfires, this bill eliminates investments in Native Hawaiian housing and community infrastructure. That must be addressed and that must be changed. At every level, this bill is putting the American dream of home ownership further out of reach for millions of people. At the same time, the bill cuts investments that keep a stable roof over families, build homes, and make our communities more affordable. It reverses progress rebuilding our transportation infrastructure, making travel and commuting worse for the American people. American families deserve safe, dependable, affordable, and world-class transportation options. But instead of making wise investments to lower costs for families, connect our communities, and make our transportation infrastructure more resilient and reliable, the bill threatens to damage our nation's economy, make commutes longer, cause service delays, and incite cancellations to major and desperately needed transportation infrastructure improvement projects. The bill cuts Amtrak funding by more than 12%, with over $300 million in investments stripped from the Northeast Corridor and the national network. This forces Amtrak to make unnecessary trade-offs between cutting service and jobs, making critical improvements to ensure travel is safe for all passengers. The Northeast Corridor rail service is the lifeblood of the $6 trillion economic region spanning 12 states, from Virginia to Maine. Business travelers and commuters, myself included, rely on this service to get to work. There are thousands across the region are employed directly or indirectly by rail service and the commerce it drives. There are 7 million jobs within a 5-mile radius of the Northeast Corridor station. Communities of every size line the route, from rural towns to suburbs to urban destinations, and those communities rely heavily on rail travel for connectivity and for commerce. Communities like Aberdeen, Maryland, Roanoke, Virginia, they have stops on Amtrak Northeast Regional Service. Rail is one of the most critical resources in our nation's most populous region, and the national economy will suffer if we do not make vital investments in Amtrak. To round it out, the majority has again included poison pill riders that strip basic protection for tenants, obstruct rail development, undermine our efforts to lower utility costs, and combat climate change, instead doubling down on greenhouse gas emissions and pollutions. Americans cannot keep up with the cost of housing and transportation, and this committee has more power than most to do something about it. But regrettably, the majority have chosen a path towards chaos and division. They have put forth a bill that will make housing and transportation even more expensive for families. We are at the table. We're ready to pass legislation that lowers housing and transportation costs for Americans. I implore the majority to join us. It is time to govern. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Watson-Coleman is recognized for general remarks about the bill.
Thank you to Chairman Womack. Thank you to my ranking member, Mr. Quigley, and to all the staff who worked so hard on this bill. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this bill, which drastically cuts important funding to transportation and housing projects. I firmly believe that our budget is a reflection of our values, and this bill, as it stands, tells the American people that we don't really value supporting and providing equitable and safe transportation and housing infrastructure for all. Once again, this committee is falling short in providing necessary investments in housing infrastructure. The bill is no less than disastrous for the vast majority of Americans that find themselves unhoused, unstably housed, or those in financial pinch. This bill guts the Home Investment Partnership Program, the sole federal program dedicated to new affordable housing rental and home ownership housing construction by 60%. This is in despite of a 12% increase in homelessness nationally. And these cuts are consistent with the same extreme right-wing ideology that the Supreme Court used to criminalize homelessness. Although this bill continues funding for homelessness grants at the same time, it makes massive cuts to housing policy that would eventually lead to more people becoming homeless. In order to combat this epidemic, we need to fully fund housing programs and homelessness grants. We cannot continue putting Band-Aids on problems that need fundamental fixes. Let me make it clear that if Republicans have their way next year and implement Project 2025, they will abandon the most at-risk Americans and restrict eligibility for first-time home buyers, which is an outright dog whistle to exclude low-income people from achieving the primary financial tool Americans use to build generational wealth. Any decrease in the home appropriation is simply shaking the literal foundation of affordable housing. This will result in a decrease in the number of affordable housing units that are produced in communities across the country. If this committee decided to fully fund this program at the requested level, that could fund over 10,000 units of affordable housing for new home buyers. But creating affordable housing units simply is not a priority for my colleagues on the other side. Along with the incredulous amount of poison pill riders in this bill, which heightens political polarization, this bill also eliminates legal aid assistance for eviction prevention. We know that low-income single mothers and children are most susceptible to eviction. Do we not value them? This bill also pulls back on funding for health hazards in low-income housing, which includes lead-based paint that over 2 million of our nation's children are living with in their homes. Do we not value them too? Additionally, the bill eliminates funding for the Yes in My Backyard program, which provides funding for affordable housing and transit-oriented development. Yet again, another dog whistle against our low-income brothers and sisters. Now let's talk about the drastic cuts to our transportation infrastructure. The committee falls short of providing the necessary investments for public transportation. Though the Federal Transit Administration is receiving $15.3 billion, that is $1.3 billion below FY24 levels, or nearly an 8% cut. While this bill provides $14.3 billion for transit formula grants, it guts transit capital investment grants by 66%, paralyzing new transit routes nationwide. The bill cuts Amtrak operations by more than 12%. Compared to fiscal year 2024. The funding amount put forward by the majority are $578 million below Amtrak's request of $1.6 billion for the Northeast Corridor and $1.3 billion with a B below Amtrak's $2.4 billion request for the national network. This will undoubtedly harm Amtrak's ability to serve many of the constituents that members in the majority claim to represent. Our nation's rail system is hampered even further in this bill with the elimination of the federal-state partnership for intercity passenger rail program, while also making significant cuts to the consolidated rail infrastructure and safety improvement program. In the wake of delays and issues plaguing the rail routes like the Northeast Corridor, the last thing we should be doing is cutting funds to make the necessary repairs and upgrades. This bill truly does a great disservice to the promise we made the American people on improving our nation's transportation and infrastructure. We simply cannot turn our back on our most vulnerable, who will be disproportionately impacted by these cuts. I cannot support this bill as it is currently written, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Hoyer is recognized for his thoughts on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This committee and this Congress need to devote attention and resources to the multiple disasters that we're experiencing around the country, both natural and man-made, that have devastated American communities recently. Dutch Ruppersberger represents the northern part of our state. I represent the southern part of our state. We had a tragedy in the northern part of the state that affects our part of the state as well. Whether it's wilderness, wildfires in Maui, throughout the American West, tornadoes that tore through the Midwest, floods that raged through Vermont and California, the typhoon in Guam, or the train derailment in Ohio. As a Marylander, I am particularly concerned with the efforts to replace, of course, the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Many of you saw that calamity. Some saw it in real time or saw it on tape as that giant tanker of almost 1,000 feet in length, stacked high with 10 or 12 high cargo and weighing thousands and thousands of tons, ran into that bridge abutment and took down the bridge. That bridge is a major thoroughfare from Boston to Richmond, or even further south. No matter what caused these catastrophes, where they occurred, these disasters affect our entire country and red and blue states alike. Responding to them, Mr. Chairman, shouldn't be a political issue. In fact, for the most part, it has not been. I think most of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle share that view. They all know that we are all vulnerable. It is essential that we work together on supplemental legislation to provide these urgently needed funds for disaster recovery. I commend the administration and the Congress for its request towards that effect. The OMB director, Shalonda Young, who used to run this, be the executive director of this committee, requested $27.3 billion in supplemental funding for disaster response in her letter to Speaker Johnson on the 28th. I was also pleased that she reiterated the administration's commitment to a 100% federal cost share for rebuilding the Francis Scott Key Bridge. I want to thank my colleague on the Republican side of the aisle, Mr. Harris, my colleague, Mr. Ruppersberger. We all believe that precedent and necessity would lead us to 100% reimbursement or payment. That commitment aligns with the precedent that federal government set when it covered the full cost of Minnesota's I-35 bridge collapse. It falls to this Congress, Mr. Chairman, to authorize the cost share. However, not the administration. We need to secure this funding expeditiously in this fiscal year because these disasters aren't going to stop happening. Just this week, Hurricane Beryl made a landfall in Houston, Texas, flooding entire neighborhoods, destroying houses, and leaving 2.3 million Texans without power. When we are slow to address past disasters, the strain on the programs and systems we have in place to respond to new ones only grows. The hardship of the American people becomes greater as well. They should not have to wait until October at the earliest for Congress to act. The bill before us today may not be the proper vehicle for these additional resources, and therefore we're offering no amendment to this bill. But we need to remind our Congress of the urgency of this issue. The ranking member has informed me we still do not have a cost estimate. Obviously, that is essential before we act. Democrats and Republicans, however, have come together to keep our government open. We've worked together to secure aid for our allies. Let's find that cooperation again to secure the funds necessary to address these disasters, not just in Maryland, but in other parts of our country. And I thank the chairman for giving me the time and yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for her thoughts on the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chair Womack, and Ranking Members DeLauro and Quigley. I'd like to associate myself with Ranking Member DeLauro and Quigley's remarks. First of all, overall, I really want to vote for this bill because it's so important to our country and our region, but really it shorts the American people. And it portends more congestion from coast to coast, and it ignores the serious affordability crisis we have in housing from coast to coast. The net result is that by not investing in these systems at the level we should, we are going to stall economic growth. It's happening everywhere. When we can't move cargo, when we can't accommodate people in decent shelter, it really has a downward draft on the whole country. Now, in terms of the housing crisis itself, the bill as proposed guts the Home Investment Partnership Program, which is the sole federal program devoted to affordable housing construction, and it underfunds it by 60%, despite a rising level of homelessness across this country, including in places we never expected to see it before. So we can't pretend like it isn't there. The affordable housing crisis is largely due to the fact of a low inventory. And I won't go into all the financial practices that are going on that are undermining a normal housing market at the regional level. But we know that the lack of affordable housing also costs our economy, believe it or not, about $2 trillion a year in lost economic benefit because people are just not able to be secure in their living environment. In terms of transport, I wanted to say that I believe that this bill really puts our nation's long-term economic vitality on the chopping block. Because what you're seeing here in the proposal is slashing investments in ports, in shipyards, in passenger rail, and public transit infrastructure. The livelihoods of more than 30 million Americans depend on U.S. ports and the goods and passengers that move through them. And despite the fact that many of these ports, including those in the region I represent in the Great Lakes, are in dire need of infrastructure improvements, the bill cuts the Port Infrastructure Development Program by 40%. 40%. That is a recipe for economic stagnation. And it slashes funding for over 300 smaller shipyards in the United States that build and repair more than 40,000 military safety and commercial vessels in the American flag fleet. Last year, we dedicated for the first time in 40 years the first ship, commercial ship, built on the Great Lakes. First time in 40 years. Shouldn't have taken that long. Meanwhile, what we're seeing is China trying to wipe out and displace free markets and free market carriage, okay, all over the world, including here. And the other side of the aisle seems to be sleepwalking into China's shredding machine in terms of our ability to compete on the maritime side. I would urge you to relook at your bill. Since passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the United States has begun making real progress on passenger rail. But this bill takes a massive step backward by underfunding Amtrak and the Federal Railroad Administration's federal-state partnership intercity rail, passenger rail. The bill will force Amtrak to choose between improvements to train stations and platforms, as well as cutting services and jobs. So I would just say both on the housing front and the transportation front, I hope that the majority relooks at this bill, and as we offer amendments and as we go to conference with the Senate, that we can actually produce something that will help grow the economy and not stall it. Thank you so very much. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum's recognized for reactions to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I'm going to rise to express a deep concern with the exclusion of nonprofits in the community profit funding eligibility in this bill. Now, I'm proud to work with thousands of nonprofits in my district. In fact, Minnesota's a leader in nonprofits. And we do that in our state, working with local, county, federal government to save taxpayers' money and to deliver services in a more meaningful way to our constituents. Now, on a personal note, I grew up around nonprofits. I'm a Girl Scout. Yes, I'm still a card-carrying Girl Scout. My first paying job was as an adult as a YMCA, camp counselor, first aid counselor. I have a great first aid kit in my office if you need one. But I want to talk about how nonprofits kind of help our communities. This summer, right now, there's children learning and exploring with parents sometimes who are at work. They're learning how to swim. Some of them are going to camp. Some of them are learning how to code. They're learning how to do lots of things at nonprofits all throughout our districts. And they also help widen their horizons at the same time as they're growing up, expose them to career paths and job opportunities. Now, this committee made it clear that economic development initiative account in this bill should be used to fund projects with clear economic development benefit to our community, like workforce training. And I'm going to give you an example of something that happened last year. And I'm so grateful it happened last year. This committee granted $1 million to the Boys and Girls Club of the Twin Cities and helped them construct a workforce development training center. It is fabulous. This center will help underserved teens in the east side of St. Paul build skills that will help them in the workforce, identify a plan for the future, explore career paths, and yes, want to do better in school. Sadly, these types of projects became ineligible in 2025. We know why, and I'm not the only member in this room who was disappointed by that. But the nonprofits in my districts, like the Boys and Girls Club, they're working for the next generation to be as successful as they can be. In fact, when we were debating renaming Army Corps sites yesterday, one of our colleagues even brought up how important Boys and Girls Clubs are in their community. Nonprofits are community partners, and they leverage federal funding we had approved in this room to get the job done. I know the committee is proud of the projects that it funded in the past, nonprofits, so let's not cast them aside in the future. I'm sure we've all heard this from worthy nonprofits who wanted to know why they couldn't apply for funds this year. I personally saw some of the possible harm it caused in my district by not being able to do what I could for them. I look forward to working with the chairs, the ranking members, with members, and with all of our colleagues on the House floor that we need to talk to about the importance of funding nonprofits in the future. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the consideration.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Cuellar of Texas for his reactions to the bill.
Thank you so much for yielding. Chairman Womack, thank you for the work that you and the ranking member, Mr. Quigley, did to this bill. I want to thank your staff also. As you know, we still need a little bit of work to get to a bipartisan bill. We'll get there, but I do want to point out 3 bipartisan provisions that got added. The first one is what you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, and this is something that you and some of us worked on, and that was the adding $200 million for the commercial truck parking projects. In my town, I think everybody knows about trucks. In my town, you have your trucks. In our area, we are the #1 port in the whole country, get more trucks than any other place. We get 17,000 trailers a day, and we're about to expand the bridge from 8 lanes to 18 lanes. So you can imagine what's going to happen with the number of trucks coming through Laredo. So this project, Mr. Chairman, they go up Laredo, they end up in Arkansas and Oklahoma also, and beyond that to Minnesota. This is very important. So thank you so much for those $200 million. Great project. The second one has to do with something that Tony Gonzalez and I worked on in a bipartisan way, and that is funding that we added to the San Antonio Via Advanced Rapid Transit North-South Corridor, which is very important. It goes through your district, it goes through my district, and through other members. But that adds 10.3 miles of a rapid bus transit system that connects the airport all the way down to the southern part of San Antonio, which is your district and my district. 26 stations on the way, 17 new low emission or no emission vehicles. Again, thank you, Tony, working on this in a bipartisan way. The third provision that I want to talk about is something that folks might not be aware of. I know Chairman Carter knows about colonias. Colonias are those, what I call third world conditions that we have along the border. We have about 2,200 of those colonias, California, New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas. The majority of them, like 90% of them, are in Texas. Third world conditions, which means that there is no water, no sewage, sometimes no electricity. They have to haul their own water. You know the students that are from the colonias, because when it rains, they have to walk to the road because the buses can't go in, and they're the ones with mud on their shoes. So what we did there is we were pushing, make sure that the department provides technical assistance to the 10% state CDBG money for the colonias, because again, they might not have the expertise, they have the needs, but they don't have the expertise. So this allows a technical service so they can draw down the money so they can get some assistance. So with that, we're having what I call real world impact on folks that need that. So whether it's on commercial trucks parking, whether it's on the rapid bus or the colonias, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I want to say thank you for having an impact on this. By the way, also the crossings on trains, Laredo's also #1 in trains in the whole country. And I know we added monies for that to make sure that when you have trains crossing through cities, you have safe crossing areas. And I know you added extra money. So thank you on that. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Wexton of Virginia for her reactions to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, last year I was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. It's basically Parkinson's on steroids, and I don't recommend it. It's affected my ability to speak, so I use an app to make it easier for you and our colleagues to hear and understand me. For those of you who heard me speak before PSP robbed me of my full voice, you may think your ears are deceiving you right now. I assure you they are not. I'm using a new AI model of my voice today. I know, it's pretty cool. As we wrap up the FY25 markups, and with it my time on the Appropriations Committee, I wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for the opportunity to serve alongside all of you, and for what I've been able to accomplish on this powerful committee. When I first came to Congress in 2019, securing an appointment to the Appropriations Committee was a top priority. At that time, Virginia did not have any representation on the committee for the first time in over a century. A predecessor of mine, Representative Frank Wolf, built a lasting legacy in our community for his many years of bipartisan work he and his Democratic counterpart, Jim Moran, performed for our Commonwealth on this committee. Over the past 4 years, I've been proud to build on that long legacy of advocating for Virginia on issues like robust metro funding, standing up for our federal workforce by working to improve childcare access, and to examine launching a returnship program and expanding resources for agritourism businesses. I've also been a leader on topics such as investing in childhood cancer research, ensuring the safe and healthy usage of technology for our kids, and enhancing mental health services for Capitol Police through the creation of the Howie C. Liebengood Center for Wellness. Thanks to the Democratic leadership last Congress reinstituting community project funding, I'm proud to have delivered a total of more than $46.3 million for local projects, including new mental health care resources for those in crisis, improvements to local roads to reduce traffic and improve safety, support for local law enforcement and domestic violence survivors, and more. One of the reasons I've enjoyed this committee so much is because of the unique and increasingly rare here in the House, the bipartisanship it fosters. As appropriators, we have the significant and meaningful task of allocating American taxpayers' dollars to the programs that will bring the most benefit back to the people, and I'm proud of how we have worked together to fulfill that task. Personally, it has also been a great comfort to have such supportive and accommodating colleagues here who have allowed me to continue to do this work despite the challenges my health condition has brought over the past year. I want to thank leadership on both sides of the aisle, particularly the leadership of Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, as well as the chairs and ranking members of my subcommittees, as well as committee staff for these accommodations. None of our work here is possible without those behind the scenes. To the staff, especially on the subcommittees I have served on THUD, Legislative Branch, and SFOPS, thank you for your tireless work on behalf of this committee and the American people. Finally, I'd like to share a special thank you for our fearless leader, Rosa DeLauro. You have been a friend and mentor to me, and I am forever in awe of your relentless commitment to the well-being of our nation's kids and families. Together, we've worked to deliver some of the greatest investments in our children's future in a generation, and that is a legacy for which I am most proud. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve alongside all of you. I look forward to keeping up our work together on the FY 2025 legislation and being a voice for Virginia throughout the rest of this term. Thank you, and I yield back.
Very well said, my friend. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia of Texas for his thoughts on the bill.
I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Chairman, but being from California, the reason I actually stand, Mr. Cuellar is
We're
going
both way
to let
too
us live
big.
that one down. But I want to first of all thank the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, for her strength, being a true inspiration on this committee and serving our beautiful nation. Thank you for everything you've done. It truly is inspirational. I rise in support of this bill. I want to thank the chairman for language in this bill that actually prohibits the federal government from supporting and funding California's high-speed rail, which you've heard me refer to as California's Franken-Rail. It doesn't know what it is. It's made of disparate parts. It's meandering through towns and villages and scaring the hell out of our constituents as they build it. It's neither high-speed nor actually rail. At this point, they've spent about $73 billion on a program that was meant to be only $30 billion, was meant to be finished in 2020, and as of right now has no actual estimated completion date, but the estimated actuals to complete are about $128 billion to go. So the unfortunate reality of these numbers, as bad as those numbers and shocking as those numbers are, is that to date, they have yet to lay a single mile of rail. There's these massive concrete structures that have a carbon footprint that's probably unfathomable that are being built in different parts of California, but they haven't actually laid a single a single piece of rail, not a single mile of rail has been laid. So we should not be supporting this. California itself is not paying the lion's share of this bill. Federal taxpayer dollars are. We have other projects in California like freeways to add capacity, MetroLink and other local trains that would benefit from this money. This is where we should be investing the federal dollars and not continuing to invest in Franken Rail that frankly deserves to die. So I urge support of the bill and especially defunding California slow-speed rail. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized for her initial reactions to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the chair of the committee, Womack, and Ranking Member Quigley, as well as Ranking Member DeLauro. And I want to thank my colleague, Jennifer Wexton, for her incredible bravery and showing us the good things that AI can do. If there's one thing that I hear, no matter where I go in Southern Nevada, it's the rising cost of housing. And this is a crisis that we're fighting on multiple fronts. On one hand, we have corporate landlords who are buying up existing homes from working families and jacking up the prices. We have a bill for that. On the other hand, we have government bottlenecks that slow down the permitting process and keep us from building new homes. Representative Joyce and I co-sponsored a bill that, in fact, was just passed out of the House the other day. But remember, this is at a time in Southern Nevada where there are only 14 affordable units per 100 Southern Nevada families that need them. So if we care about inflation, as we all claim to do, I'm wondering why this bill guts the one federal program that is solely dedicated to building new affordable homes, and that's the Home Investment Partnership Program. This bill would gut it by 60% to the tune of $750 million. That's 60% less support for a single parent who's working 2 jobs to give their kids a room to sleep in, 60% less support for the veteran who risked their lives to protect our freedoms but now live in their car, 60% less support for seniors who just retired, living on fixed incomes, dealing with affordable housing issues. Since 1992, the HOME program has helped my state build nearly 5,000 affordable housing units, over 3,000 rental units, and rehabilitate nearly 10,000 households for working families, seniors, and veterans. That's thousands of people's lives changed by having a roof over their head, and it could be more. And that's why one of my top requests for this appropriations bill was to double the funding for the home program. And clearly, I'm deeply disappointed that we've done just the opposite. Because in Southern Nevada, affordable housing is not a priority, it's a necessity. No matter where you live, everyone deserves a roof over their head. And for that reason, plus many others, I will be opposing this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield.
Thank you. Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Mike. Mike.
Mic down. Okay. Mr. Chairman and the chairman and ranking member of the committee. The first thing, Jennifer, we all love you. You will bring us together, and we really respect the way you're handling yourself during this very difficult time, and we're all behind you, and we're going to support you, whatever we can. Well, Mr. Chairman and ranking member again of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill, I rise, unfortunately, in opposition to this bill. On March 26, 2024, the Port of Baltimore was struck with a terrible tragedy when a cargo ship leaving the port struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing a total collapse. The Port Act acts as an economic hub for Baltimore and the entire state of Maryland. Thankfully, just 11 weeks after the collapse, crews were able to quickly clear the channel and bring the Port of Baltimore back online. However, the work is not done. Due to the collapse, traffic in and around the city has increased significantly. Trucks that once took the bridge are now forced to take the Beltway or through the surrounding suburbs. Thankfully, the administration has committed its support for the full funding to rebuild the Key Bridge quickly, safely, and stronger than ever before. I cannot underestimate the importance of the Port of Baltimore and the Key Bridge for the American economy. I believe this horrible tragedy can be an opportunity to come together and put politics aside to replace the bridge. Mr. Chair, for the good of Maryland and our nation's economy, we must provide full funding to replace the bridge. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Mr. Espaillat is recognized. Espaillat, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, this committee is such an important committee for housing across America. There is a housing tsunami striking America. Anywhere that you go, you'll see the homeless crisis affecting urban cities. The dream of owning a home, a co-op, a condo continues to go further away from average American families. Young people saddle with student loans, young couples saddle with student loans are practically unable to be able to get their home and raise their families. Affordable housing. Many people in my district are paying over 50% of their income for rent. We have in the district, the 13th Congressional District, the highest concentration of rent-stabilized, privately owned apartments that skyrocket every year, and people cannot make ends meet. In addition to that, we have a significant number of units of public housing units that continue to face great challenges, capital needs, new boilers, new roof, new elevators. The conditions are horrible. They're inhumane. And the federal government really for a long time walked away from the housing business. In fact, the federal government is an absentee landlord. And we see how this major housing crisis in America still remains unresolved. This proposal does nothing, in my opinion, to begin to address it in a serious way. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I am compelled to vote against it, and I yield back.
Thank you. Again, are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Womack to offer a manager's amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I do, let me just say, I have the enormous respect for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, particularly my friends on the left, for their comments about this bill. And on more than one occasion this afternoon, reference has been made to the Home Partnership Program. Most recently, I think, by the gentlelady from Nevada. Does anybody in this room, are you willing to admit how much money is sitting in that account thanks to the America Rescue Plan? Now, we put $500 million in this home program. I realize that's down nearly $800 million from a year before, but there's $5 billion of unspent money, thanks to the America Rescue Plan, sitting in that account. Now, at some point in time, this committee has to recognize that we also need to lead by example. And in this particular case, to speak down about this bill, reference this program, is not recognizing the fact that there is adequate money in that program and there are other needs across the span of the federal government, to include, Mr. Hoyer, the collapse of the Key Bridge. And I couldn't agree more with you that we do need an answer to that, and this is not the vehicle with which to do that. So it pains me to be the chairman of a subcommittee when we've done this great work, and yet we get criticized for not adding more money to a program that is flush with money. We need to do better homework, and we need to hold these agencies accountable. That's the job of an appropriator, and we can do a better job of that. So I'll get off my soapbox here just a minute and tell you that, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that my amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bipartisan manager's amendment includes bill and report changes to the underlying bill, other technical fixes on that both sides have agreed to. I thank my ranking member, Mr. Quigley, and other members from both parties who have worked with us in drafting this amendment. And I'd ask my colleagues to support the amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Quigley is recognized to address the manager's amendment.
And I appreciate that. I just want to reference, on that program, $5 billion was appropriated. $4.98 billion has been allocated to the states. At least that's my understanding, but always room for clarification. On this amendment, the amendment makes technical corrections to the bill and adds some bill and report language. I worked on this amendment in a bipartisan way with my friend, Mr. Womack, which accommodates requests from both sides of the aisle, and I asked my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the manager's amendment, and I thank Mr. Womack and Mr. Quigley for including my language directing HUD to assess the harmful impacts that mass burn incinerators can have on our local neighborhoods. For far too long, marginalized communities bore the brunt of environmental degradation and climate change. These communities more often suffer from poor air quality, lack of green spaces, and face heightened vulnerability to climate disasters. That isn't just a talking point either. In my home district in Broward County, the city of Miramar has a majority-minority population. Coincidentally, or perhaps not so much, when you think about it, Miami-Dade County is proposing to build a mass burn incinerator facility less than 0.8 of a mile from a residential community in Miramar with hundreds of families who are overwhelmingly people of color. This same facility has been known to emit pollutants that cause cancer, respiratory problems, and reproductive health risks. City leaders in Miramar have vehemently opposed placing such a dangerous facility so close to our constituents and children. A report from HUD will confirm everything that we already know. It would be bad for the environment and bad for our neighborhoods. Environmental justice needs to be prioritized, and if it isn't, then we may need to go further and prevent any federal permits from being issued for the facility. But this will give us an opportunity to take a good hard look at what we know the dangerous impacts would be of this facility. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Do any other amendments seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Womack for 1 minute to close.
Recommend approval of the manager's amendment. I yield back.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Okay, Mr. Quigley is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer an amendment and ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized.
This amendment strikes what we would consider controversial riders. Instead of focusing on investing in affordable housing and the safe, efficient transportation infrastructure that powers our economy, the bill today, before us today, includes several harmful, controversial policy riders that won't become law anyway, so let's get rid of them now. They make our roads less safe by blocking DOT's ability to address preventable fatalities through sensible safety regulations. It limits our ability to address the accelerating threat of climate change, despite clear evidence the wildfire smoke, life-threatening heat waves, and extreme weather we face daily in this country can be remediated by addressing greenhouse gas emissions. It includes extreme culture war agenda into the infrastructure bill by prohibiting funding related to critical race theory and blocking implementation of President Biden's executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. This amendment would strike the harmful restrictions, controversial riders, and partisan attacks on the critical programs that I hope we can agree on are not necessary in a THUD bill. I urge your support and yield back.
Mr. Womack is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment. Frankly, I'm proud of the policy riders we have in this bill. I'm going to break them down into 3 categories and then ask for your support first, or ask you to oppose the bill as I will, or the amendment. First, the THUD bill stops the Biden administration from imposing unreasonable environmental mandates. Second, the THUD bill upholds the rule of law. And thirdly, this bill scales back the federal government's overreach. I can go into detail on each one of those 3 categories, but in the interest of time, I'll just leave it there, and I urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Torres is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I want to express my concerns with the provision in this bill that prohibits any funds from being used for high-speed rail corridor development project in California. The bill already undercuts rail infrastructure investments, and Republicans want to take it a step further by excluding a single project that already has shovels on the ground and workers on site. No one project should be singled out from competing with other projects through annual funding competitions that are fairly managed under the law. My district is a gateway for high-speed rail. We will be welcoming the first high-speed rail from Las Vegas, which will boost the economy and create jobs in my community. Please do not stand in the way of progress. If you don't like a project, that's your opinion. Don't get in the way of good jobs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further debate, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I can't help myself. I think the chairman of the subcommittee might be right. There's 3 categories of riders which we will never, ever, ever agree on. But why put them in all of the bills? I suppose that we should just find one bill as a sacrificial lamb next year and just beat the hell out of it. Just have all those arguments on that one bill, and we'll address it that way. I put it, it's being suggested I won't have to worry about that, but we'll see. Look, I strongly encourage your support for this amendment, and I appreciate your indulgence.
Maybe you should actually pass one bill altogether. That'd be great. There's no further debate. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Okay. Mr. Reschenthaler is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Reschenthaler Amendment 1. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with its reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is now recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. My amendment is simple. It would prohibit Pennsylvania from utilizing federal funding to toll existing roads or bridges on the federal highway system that are not currently tolled. In 2021, PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, proposed tolling 9 existing bridges across the entire Commonwealth, including one that would negatively impact hundreds of thousands of people in southwestern Pennsylvania. These tolls would have cost the average commuter an additional $1,000 a year. Under President Biden, blue-collar Americans have seen their wealth decrease significantly. Gasoline is up 55.3%. Car insurance is up 23%. Used cars are up 21%. Americans are spending nearly $13,000 a year just to buy the basics. To be honest, the last thing Pennsylvanians need is a new tax. For that reason, I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
You, Mr. Quigley, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. You know, we all struggle to be consistent here. And sometimes we're for states' rights, and sometimes we're not for states' rights. Sometimes we're federalist, and sometimes, you know, not so much. This amendment would preempt the Commonwealth's authority to make decisions on the issue at the local level where the authority currently lies. Prohibiting any state from exercising that authority to toll roadways is outside the purview of the federal government, and it's a top-down approach without regard for local, regional, and state decision-making. Furthermore, to the extent that there are certain circumstances for the federal government to impose tolls on federal aid highways, that authority would reside under the jurisdiction of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, not an issue for our committee here to debate. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the federalism argument is cute. We're spending federal funds right here, so of course we can say how they can be spent and how they can't be. So just complete nonsense. But the amendment is very simple. You either stand with blue-collar workers or you stand with woke yuppies who sit on Zoom all day and don't have to travel to work. If you support blue-collar workers, vote yes. If you don't, vote no. Thank you. Yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Recorded vote has been requested.
Don't raise your hand.
Got a whole bunch down here, too.
9, 10, 11, 12.
A recorded vote's been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Aye. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright? No. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? No. Mr. Trone, no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Miss Wexton? Miss Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Aye. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
Any members, Mr. Franklin? The gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Franklin, aye.
Any other members wish to vote or change their vote? Not, the clerk will tally. Yeah. What's next? What do we have? How long will it take? On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 22. The amendment's adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Mr. Case is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to consider it as read.
Without objection, and the gentleman's recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you again. This amendment would correct a glaring error in the treatment of Native Hawaiians under this bill's formula funding to the Native American Housing and Self-Determination Act, or NAHASDA. Now, as a refresher to everybody, Native Hawaiians are the indigenous peoples of our country whose ancestral origins are Hawaii and whose ancestors lived in Hawaii before Western contact in 1778. They have been recognized specially in federal law for well over a century, especially in the last couple of decades, dozens of federal laws that have covered them specifically, like other indigenous peoples, including many of the laws that are funded here today. NAHASDA itself assists Native Hawaiians and other indigenous peoples across our country with their often unique and compelling housing needs through two block grant programs. One is a Native American Housing Block Grant Program, which was enacted in 1996, and the other is specific to Native Hawaiians Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Program added in 2000. Now, last couple of years, we've seen funding to the Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Program funded at about 22 plus million per year. And that has been used by the Native Hawaiian community to build up a solid reserve and to spend on critical housing projects. Yet this bill, for some reason, effected two major changes. First of all, the good news, the Native American Block Grant Program was increased 10% from $1.1 billion up to $1.2 billion. However, the Native Hawaiian Block Grant Program was zeroed out, actually zeroed out. Why? The 10% increase went to most of the indigenous peoples of our country, and yet one indigenous group was zeroed out. I can't find any reason myself. The only explanation that I've really been able to come up with, which was mentioned to me, is a concern that the Native Hawaiian Block Grant Reserve is up around 60 million at this point today. But that's exactly how these funding programs work. They are not funded on an equal basis on a yearly basis. Contracts come up when they come up. Projects come up when they come up. Sometimes you got to save up money for a few years in order to handle a big project. And in fact, that's the situation right now in Hawaii, where we now have a reserve of about 60 million, but about 50 million of approved projects by HUD that are in process right now, leaving a very small balance at the end of the years. And obviously, no funding this year would lead to crippling future project fundings and not be able to continue the momentum that has been so important to Native Hawaiians. In any event, this doesn't seem to be a very good issue to cripple a program, since the Native American Housing Block Grant Program, from my understanding, is carrying very large carryover reserves for exactly the same purpose. And so I can only come up with an answer that this is somewhat inadvertent. And my amendment proposes to correct this. It would remedy this by adding back the $22.3 million to the Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Program. Now, the required offset for this is a portion of the 10% increase for Native American formula funds, which of course is a problem for the Native American formula funds because they want that increase. Now, I support this increase for the Native American Housing Block Grant funds, but I do not think it should come at the expense, the complete expense, of Native Hawaiians. The indigenous peoples of our country, including Native Americans, Native Hawaiians, Alaska Natives, for some decades now have all been in this together. They've risen together and they have fought for these programs together. And so the distinctions that have been put forward in this bill create a division between them. And what this would do would be to restore to the Native Hawaiians the full funding. They're not going to get a 10% increase under my amendment, but they will be restored. And hopefully this will return some parity to the handling of these very worthy programs. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Womack is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I've spoken with my friend from Hawaii, and I have pledged to him that I would love to be able to work with him on this particular issue. I wish we'd had a chance to work on it a bit sooner because he understands my concerns about the pay for in it. But he does have my full promise to work on the issue because we too are sensitive to the Native Hawaiians. So with that, I'd yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Quigley is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I also support my colleagues' fight for critical investments for Native Hawaiian housing. The housing and community development needs for Native Hawaiians are no doubt dire and important to the work of this committee, and so are the needs of Native American communities. Under Chairman Cole's leadership on the THUD subcommittee last year, I had the opportunity to learn more about the historical inequities across indigenous communities and witnessed his commitment to changing those realities through this bill. And I would like to work with you, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Womack, and Chairman Cole, as well as our colleagues in the Senate, to come to a compromise as we reassess funding priorities this year. You have my commitment that we will continue to fight for the needs of your constituents and Native Hawaiians, and appreciate your highlighting this critical issue today, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to recognize myself quickly to respond to my friend from Hawaii's concerns. I want to assure you I will work with you and we will get this problem taken care of. I think you hit it exactly right. I've seen this problem before where folks that are not familiar with some of these things don't recognize how you have to let money build up. We had this problem with the Navajos a few years ago where they accumulated what seemed to be a rather large balance. They really hadn't. They were working on a much larger project and it just took time to develop them. And I'm sure housing in Hawaii is probably, if anything, more expensive than most places in the United States. So I want to thank my friend for bringing this to the committee's collective attention. We certainly are going to work with him and deal with the inequity and get this fixed before we have a final agreement. So I look forward to working with my friend, with Chairman Womack, with Mr. Quigley, and of course my ranking member, Ms. Delora. This will get taken care of. So yield back. Gentlelady from Connecticut's recognized.
Fierce advocacy for his constituency and for Native Hawaiian housing. We failed to provide critical support for this program. And really, whatever the reason, no need to eliminate the program. And I just will go back to say, if we have the 1% increase in defense and in non-defense, and that we could have the opportunity to do this and so forth, but I think we have a commitment amongst everyone that we will work with Chairman Womack, with Ranking Member Quigley, with Chairman Cole, and yourself to restore the funding. So thank you. Thank you for fierce advocacy. That's the way things get done.
Thank you. Any other members wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, oh, excuse me, my friend from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also rise in support of Mr. Case's amendment to restore funding to this Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Program. As Vice Chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I understand the unique impact that federal programs like these have for historically underserved populations. For almost 25 years, this grant program has provided crucial support for the housing needs of low-income Native Hawaiian families who confront the highest median home prices in the nation, placing a massive obstacle in the way of affordable living in their homeland and building generational wealth. It's disappointing that this funding was eliminated less than a year after the tragic Maui wildfire that killed over 100 people, left countless injured, and wiped out billions of dollars in housing. I'm heartened to hear that there could be collaboration between the majority and Mr. Case on this issue, and offer my support in making sure that we're not abandoning the low-income Americans who rely on this program.
Thank you. Are there any other members that wish to address the amendment? If not, the gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And from my Native Hawaiian community, I just want to say it's emotional to see that this committee is responsive. I know that they would want to say mahalo nui loa, and we really look forward to working with all of you on this particular issue and on the issues that impact indigenous peoples all across our country. I definitely believe that the two macadamia nuts that I've left on your tables are insufficient given your response. So I do have a couple of really big boxes for you. It's not a bribe; it's just a gesture from my homeland. But thank you again, and with that, I withdraw my amendment.
I want to, again, thank my friend for bringing it to our attention. Look forward to working with him to make sure that we get this problem fixed to his satisfaction. With that, obviously, a few of us missed a vote, so we're going to go into recess and head vote. Please come back as rapidly as possible after the last amendment, because we are going to go through until we get done tonight. Oh, yeah, we come back, because we are finishing tonight.
It won't take us long to finish.
Committee's going to reconvene. Let me just make a couple of quick remarks, and then we're going to go right into considering amendments. We're not too far away. We will just keep driving through. We obviously have members over in the other room eating, but we are working in cooperation with our Democratic colleagues, so we'll be proceeding in a bipartisan way. So, Mr. Zinke is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to desk and ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Zinke is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Members, Mr. Chairman, this is about the AM radio, and while Montana has really big sky, I can tell you we don't have very good reception, either in satellite or otherwise. And just so you know, Montana is the same size as from Washington, D.C. to Chicago plus 45 miles. And AM radio in rural America is important because oftentimes that's the only source of information, whether it's weather, et cetera, et cetera. So the automobile industry, I understand they want to monetize everything, but monetizing the AM radio and removing it from the automobiles adversely affects rural America. And it's not just Montana, it's Minnesota, it's Texas. So there may be a time, but the time is not now to remove the AM radio. So in coordination with the authorizing committee, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also the chairman of the E&C for working in coordination, I am going to withdraw this amendment, although we have enough support to pass it here with the Democrat side, as well as those over 200 sponsors. And without objection, my good friend from Michigan would like a short comment, and I yield to, without objection, my friend from Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Gentleman controls the time.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the gentleman from Montana and appreciate his thoughtful approach on this. I know in the authorizing committee, they're working through some issues relative to some of the electromagnetic interference concerns as well as FCC involvement. But I share the interest in making sure that rural America has access to AM radio. So I appreciate the thoughtful approach the gentleman is using on this amendment.
And Mr. Chairman, also the gentlewoman from Minnesota was going to make a few comments, but she's not here. With that, I withdraw the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence.
Before it's quite withdrawn, Mr. Quigley, did you want to make a comment on this?
I like AM radio. It's important. I hope we can get this done.
Okay, and I know Mr. Womack wanted to comment on this as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll just take a brief moment. Many of you probably are unaware, and I will enlighten you if you are unaware, that on November the 9th of 1979, I flipped a switch that established an AM radio station for the very first time. And a week ago, this past Monday, at about 5:20 in the afternoon, I presided over the retirement of my father, whose radio station it was, who had been in broadcasting for 72 years, the last 45, almost 45 of which managing, owning his own operation, the station that we founded in 1979. And about 5:20 that afternoon, he retired, and we turned it off. Another indication that as time marches on and as consumer choices march on, AM radio stations are dying all too frequently, and we do not need to accelerate that. We get a lot of information, as the gentleman from Montana has just articulated, we get a lot of information through that medium. An amplitude modulated radio station, AM radio station, gets its power basically through a low frequency and the conductivity of soil, which is what distinguishes it from the frequency modulated, the FM channel. And I'm a co-sponsor of the bill now sitting before ENC to mandate that we keep AM radios in these cars. As I say, consumer choices have changed. People are getting their information from a lot of different sources. We do not need to cause the demise of one of those AM radio stations by allowing these manufacturers to not have this medium in these automobiles. So I support the gentleman's objective here. I am going to continue to work with him and work with the authorizing committee to ensure that the right thing happens and that this Congress is accountable for it. So I thank the gentleman for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon on that subject. I yield back.
Now recognize Mr. Womack for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It is an en bloc amendment for three particular amendments that
Gentlemen want to ask that the reading be
that
dismissed.
we seek unanimous consent that the reading that the amendments, the en bloc amendments, be considered as read.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you. I will yield sufficient time to the author of the three amendments contained in this en bloc, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the Republican en bloc amendment, and I thank Chairman Warmack for working on very important issues. First, this en bloc includes an amendment to prohibit the use of the Biden administration's disastrous and fabricated estimate of the social cost of carbon or greenhouse gases in any cost-benefit analysis, rulemaking, guidance, or other agency action. As we all know, President Biden's Department of Transportation and Environmental Protection Agency have proposed new emission standards for light and medium-duty vehicles that amount to a de facto electric vehicle mandate on everyday Americans, severely limiting consumer choice and exorbitantly increasing the costs on hardworking families. I'm thankful that the bill we're considering here today prohibits taxpayer dollars from implementing this disastrous Department of Transportation CAFE standards rule. However, we must also strip unelected bureaucrats of the tools they use to justify these costly and overreaching regulations, and one such tool is the inflated social cost of carbon. For those unaware, this dollar value represents the cost of emitting an additional ton of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. President Biden's EPA has covertly increased the estimate to $190 a ton in its latest methane regulation, nearly a four-fold increase over the previous estimate of $51 globally. I guess Biden inflation is hitting the EPA as well. Mind you, the Trump administration recalculated the cost of carbon only in the United States and not globally, and the U.S. cost is only $5 a ton. So this significantly inflated cost estimate of $190 a ton can now be used by every federal agency to justify their overburdensome, costly, and illegitimate energy regulations, claiming trillions of dollars more in economic benefits for disastrous regulations such as the DOT's de facto electric vehicle mandate or the EPA's Clean Power Plant 2.0 regulations. The Biden administration's continued weaponization of the social cost of carbon estimate will hurt consumer choice, exacerbate already raging inflation, and waste hard-earned taxpayer dollars on disastrous, overburdensome regulations that promote Green New Deal policies. Furthermore, this en bloc includes an amendment that would simply prohibit funds for the air travel by the Secretary of Transportation in other than economy class on a commercial flight. I hope we can all agree that we have a responsibility to expose and eliminate government corruption, waste, and abuse. In December of last year, the Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General, a nonpartisan government watchdog, found that the Secretary of Transportation and his staff spent more than $58,000 on travel aboard a private FAA jet. Given this administration's radical climate change policies and Green New Deal agenda, which includes forcing pricey EVs on the American people, you would think the administration's own cabinet, especially the Transportation Secretary, would want to reduce their carbon footprint. However, the Secretary chose to waste over $58,000 taxpayer dollars unfunded trips on an exclusive private jet, despite a recent report indicating that private jet travel produces 10 to 20 times more carbon emissions per passenger compared to commercial flights. So this amendment will also help the Secretary reduce his per passenger carbon footprint. And I yield back.
Gentleman has a minute remaining. If you wanted to talk about the third amendment.
I will, but may I do it on, I have a little more than a minute that I need. So can I do it on my own?
This is considered as part of the en bloc.
Yes, absolutely.
The three. You have to do it now.
Okay, all right. Finally, this unblock includes an amendment that would prohibit funds for the purchase, installation, or operation of automated traffic enforcement cameras for the purposes of red light, speed, or stop sign enforcement. My concern is that these cameras provide a presumption of guilt to the registered owner of the vehicle and not to the driver who may have caused the violation. The cameras don't provide any information on the driver, just the vehicle. Therefore, they just pick the person who owns the vehicle as the guilty party. In short, this is guilty until proven innocent, which is a major violation of due process. Now, I was also notified that the president's motorcade on July 1st triggered a red light camera on South Capitol Street. No word yet from the White House on the impact of the Supreme Court's presidential immunity decision. However, I'm sure that really won't matter, as I'm rather positive that the vehicle is not registered to the president, but it is registered to someone else. So currently, 18 states have banned automatic traffic enforcement, with many being banned by their state's high courts for lack of due process. For example, the Minnesota Supreme Court seems to agree with my logic, for they prohibited Minneapolis's automated traffic enforcement system in 2007, ruling that, and I quote, "It eliminates the presumption of innocence and shifts the burden of proof from that required by the rules of criminal procedure." So these camera systems shift the burden of proof to the accused. It's guilty till proven innocent. To the registered vehicle owners, they are presumed guilty. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, just for clarification purposes, I think there may be some confusion on the other side. The amendment we were offering was an en bloc amendment, Clyde 1. So just to clarify, to make sure everybody's singing out of the same hymnal, okay? And I yield back.
Mr. Quigley's recognized to respond to the amendment.
And this amendment is en bloc. It's all three, correct?
Correct.
All right, very good.
That's correct. It was an effort to actually to save time, so we wouldn't have three separate amendments to consider.
Love to be the co-chair of the Save Time Caucus right about now. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. We should all be concerned that the gentleman from Georgia wants to use the appropriations process to prevent the use of evidence-based data to inform federal funding decisions, and in the same breath seek to use taxpayer dollars to overregulate issues that are already regulated. Something of an oxymoron. This en bloc would prohibit any agency funded in this bill from considering in any form the impacts carbon or greenhouse gas emissions have on the American people. Climate change has a tangible, measurable economic impact on a myriad of aspects of the economy, from agriculture to healthcare to infrastructure to energy use. When heat waves, drought, or extreme storms affect crop yields, that loss costs our economy and disrupts our food supply. When smoke from wildfires and extreme heat or cold cause illness and death or homelessness, increases due to extreme weather displacing people from their homes, that costs our healthcare and emergency service systems. When hurricanes, flooding, and mudslides destroy critical infrastructure, supply chains are disrupted, and time and money must be spent to rebuild. In 2023, the cost of climate and weather disasters in the U.S. totaled more than $94 billion. This amendment would prohibit agencies from considering measurable, tangible economic costs when making policy and spending decisions. It would literally prohibit accounting for reality. The gentleman from Georgia also proposed to take aim at Transportation Secretary Buttigieg, a dedicated and responsible public servant, to overregulate air travel for government employees that are already subject to the General Services Administration's federal travel regulations. Singling out one cabinet secretary in this manner places sweeping and impractical limitations that do not address real policy concerns and that hamper efficiency and safety. Last, and certainly not least concerning, is the gentleman's attempt to prohibit funds from being used to purchase, install, or operate traffic safety cameras. Traffic enforcement cameras are an effective way of deterring dangerous behavior on our roadways and have been proven effective in reducing speed and crashes. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, there were over 12,000 deaths and more than 300,000 speeding-related crashes in 2022. And another 1,000 people were killed in crashes as a result of running lights. Half of those killed were pedestrians, bicyclists, and people in other vehicles who were hit by the red light runners. And these cameras are safer for law enforcement, too. In-person law enforcement has limitations and risks to law enforcement. Officers are able to stop only a small portion of speeders, and road and traffic conditions can make roadside stops difficult and dangerous for both the driver and the law enforcement officer. Automated traffic enforcement camera systems can monitor thousands of cars an hour and do not put drivers or law enforcement officers at risk during the ticketing process. A 2020 review by the Congressional Research Service found that speed cameras alone resulted in a 19% reduction in the likelihood that a crash resulted in a fatal or life-threatening injury. And according to the study by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, cameras reduced the fatal red light running crash rate in large cities by 21%, and the rate of all types of fatal crashes at signalized intersections by 14%. Cameras do not violate privacy. Red light cameras, safety cameras, are a way to catch people who break the rules, just like traditional enforcement. The reality is that these enforcement cameras, as they exist today, are an effective means to deter dangerous behavior. They reduce crashes, they reduce injuries, and they save lives. States, cities, and localities can argue about where to put them, but let's let the federal government stay out of this. This is another anti-safety provision, and the bottom line is that it would make our communities less safe if this language were enacted. For all these reasons, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for her remarks on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say on this amendment, a couple of things. First of all, again, it speaks to restricting funding for many purposes that relate to safety and to our environment. Prohibiting funds with regard to the cost of carbon consideration in rulemaking and in agency actions, once again, takes us backwards, not forwards. This bill constantly throughout speaks to restricting funds for an agency or agencies that should be funded, which relate to transportation, the environment, public safety, and environmental justice, fair housing, you name it. As an example, the defunding of the California high-speed rail. This project was endorsed by voters in my state and seeks to bring our transportation options simply in line with what people in other countries have decided for decades. Again, when you talk about a transportation agency defunding projects, this project is necessary to reduce congestion in our skies, on our roads, as well as to support our transition to a green economy. That's what the Department of Transportation should be doing. The California High-Speed Rail Authority is seeking federal funding, not as a directive, but as a federal competitive grant. And yet again, this year, Republicans on this committee have chosen to single out this one project and seek to thwart the will of the voters of California. We're not seeking an MRAC, Mr. Chairman, and I just have to say throughout this bill and with this amendment, once again, we're restricting funding for what the American people deserve as it relates to their transportation agency, as it relates to their housing, HUD, and this is an example of what we're trying to do in California that this committee is trying to restrict in terms of funding. So I urge a no vote on this amendment as well as on the entire bill.
Thank you very much. Is there any member that wishes to address this amendment? If there's no further debate, then the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the words of my colleagues on the left, but red light and speed cameras also have limitations, and it's called due process of law. I know my Democratic colleagues also like gun-free zones, which I oppose, but these cameras create due process-free zones, and that violates our constitutional rights. And with that, I strongly encourage all members to vote in favor of this, and I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia and Arkansas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote's been requested. May I have a show of hands, please? Sufficient number of hands having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Miss Wexton. Miss Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Have all members voted? Would any care to change their vote? Mr. Klein?
Mr. Klein, aye.
Mr. Adderholt?
Mr. Adderholt, aye.
Ms. Weiss?
Mrs. Bice, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Fink?
Ms. Frankel, no.
Do we have other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Hoyer, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 25. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2025 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies appropriations bill to the House.
Questions now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2025 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies appropriations bill to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. May we see a show of hands, please? Sufficient number of hands having been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Miss Wexton. Miss Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there any members who've not voted or any members who wish to change their vote? Mr. Sistomani? A gentleman's not recorded.
Mr. Siscomani, aye.
Mr. Joyce? A gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Joyce, aye.
Are there any other
Mr.
members, again, wishing to vote or change their vote?
Your recording
That
is
the
a
clerk
no.
will tally.
You know, you could have just stayed here and voted during the votes on the floor. That was pretty quick. But you cheated. You put all 5 in. Oh, yeah.
On this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 26. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, so ordered.
Thanks, all.
All right, we're gonna just, move here as quickly as possible. Where's Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris, could you come forward? We'd like to begin the next bill. Sure. I just assumed it. Just for informational purposes, we are not taking a recess. We are moving to the next bill. No. No, that's what I'm saying. I want you up here. Let's get started. Our third order of business today is consideration of the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies appropriation bill for fiscal year 2025. I'll now recognize Chairman Harris to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and I want to commend your leadership as you wrap up the committee's work on the FY25 appropriations process with the Agriculture Appropriations Bill. I also want to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, and the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Bishop, for their help getting us to this point. I especially appreciate the conversations Mr. Bishop and I have had, and while I know we don't agree on everything in the bill, we do agree on the importance of the agencies this bill funds. As Americans know all too well, our country continues to grapple with inflation driven by the uncontrolled spending of the Biden administration. In their latest report, just last week, the Congressional Budget Office projected that cumulative deficits will reach $22.1 trillion over the next 10 years, which is 10% higher than their projections just 4 months ago. We simply can't continue down this path of spending large sums of borrowed money with little accountability. This bill takes the same approach American families take every day. They have to do more with less under the Biden economy. For the fiscal year 2025, Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies subcommittee's discretionary allocation is $25.873 billion, a $355 million or 1.35% decrease from FY24. The bill maintains funding to support USDA's efforts to protect our producers from foreign plant and animal diseases and makes important investments in critical agriculture research that will keep our producers on the cutting edge of technology and production practices. The legislation continues to invest in the delivery of farm programs, disaster assistance, and crop insurance to farmers and ranchers by maintaining funding for the Farm Service Agency and the Risk Management Agency. The bill provides $7.235 billion for WIC, a $205 million increase over fiscal year 2024, and $1.2 billion above the FY23 enacted level, to account for the rampant inflation caused by the Biden economy. Participation rates have been steady in recent months, and the program still has significant carryover balances. I believe the increased funding level in this bill will be able to serve all eligible participants. USDA also has a $150 million WIC contingency fund to meet any unexpected demand. The legislation continues to make critical investments in rural development programs, including $100 million for Reconnect to complement existing funds to deploy broadband to the most underserved rural areas. Despite false claims that this bill cuts rural energy programs and loans to help Americans buy homes, the bill actually increases funding for these programs above FY24 levels. But only in Washington is it considered a cut when the increase requested by the president's unrealistic budget is not provided. For the Food and Drug Administration, the bill provides $3.5 billion in direct appropriations, and with increased user fees, FDA has a total budget of $6.75 billion to keep our nation's food, drugs, and medical devices safe and effective. The bill includes $345 million for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to continue to oversee and ensure the integrity of U.S. derivative markets. At the same time, this legislation reins in the Biden administration's out-of-control spending and overregulation. The bill provides $1 billion for the Food for Peace program, a $619 million decrease from FY24 enacted. But before my colleagues on the other side of the aisle denounce this as a heartless cut, let's not forget that USDA recently transferred $1 billion from the Commodity Credit Corporation for the same purpose of providing international food aid. The Food for Peace program also has $300 million in carryover balances. The funding provided in this bill, plus Secretary Vilsack's unauthorized transfer of funds from the Commodity Credit Corporation, results in a program with more than sufficient funding. On the regulatory front, this legislation reins in harmful regulations that increase the cost of doing business and make it harder to live and work in rural communities. For example, this bill puts a stop to USDA's regulations under the Packer and Stockyards Act that dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals, and that would raise the cost of food even more. It also blocks revised energy standards for newly constructed homes financed by USDA regulations that would increase costs for rural,
lower-income households in an already constrained housing market. The bill also builds on efforts to prevent the purchase of farmland by companies owned by our foreign adversaries, by once again adding the Secretary of Agriculture to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. for agriculture transactions, and it also provides funds for the Farm Service Agency to fulfill its duty to track foreign ownership of agricultural land. The bill also prioritizes the health and nutritional needs of SNAP recipients by allowing a very limited number of states to voluntarily participate in a pilot program to restrict unhealthy food purchases with SNAP benefits. Let me be clear, this pilot program does not reduce funding for the program or reduce household benefits in any way. This does not make a nationwide change to the program. We know some states and cities have been interested in restricting unhealthy foods in the SNAP program, so this allows them to pilot the concept. This pilot would free up SNAP benefits to purchase healthier foods like fruits and vegetables and encourage USDA to prioritize pilot programs that actually pair nutrition incentives with non-nutritious restrictions. We should allow states to pilot this idea, evaluate the results, and see how healthy eating makes a difference in the lives and health of SNAP participants. As I said earlier, this bill takes the same approach American families take every day. They have to do more with less under the Biden economy. You know, we're not appropriating monopoly money. It's either hard-earned taxpayer dollars or billions of borrowed dollars, and it's our responsibility to make tough decisions while supporting core agency functions. In conclusion, I want to thank the staff on the subcommittee for their efforts. Pam Miller, Justice Masucci, Elizabeth Dent, Judd Gardner, Mary Hubert, and Sheila Corley, as well as Martha Foley, Alex Swan, and Tyler Coe on the minority staff. I look forward to working with all of you as this bill moves forward, and I ask for your support for this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now would like to recognize Mr. Bishop for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLaura, and Chairman Harris, Subcommittee Chair, the majority staff, as well as the Democratic staff, let me thank you all for your hard work in preparing this bill for markup here today. As I said in the subcommittee markup, I appreciate the efforts and the trajectory of the FY25 bill compared to last year's bill. However, I remain very, very disappointed that for the second year in a row, the bill contains poison pill riders like the prohibitions on hiring and training for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, or flying flags over federal buildings, and it contains such severe cuts to rural America. As a ranking member of the Agriculture, Rural Development, FDA, and related agencies subcommittee, I cannot vote against the interest of American families, farmers, our rural communities by supporting the bill before us today. Both sides of the aisle agreed to the Fiscal Responsibility Act funding levels. In fact, the Senate will use these bipartisan funding levels in the agriculture appropriations bill that they will mark up tomorrow. However, this FY25 funding bill before our committee today reneges on that agreement. For 2025, the bill provides $25.9 billion, nearly 4% below 2024. This does not meet the needs of today. Farmers are selling off land, lenders are turning away established producers, and food insecurity is at the highest level in more than a decade. America deserves better, and we can do better. The Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies funding bill impacts every single American every single day. This bill is responsible for our nation's safe food supply, access to cutting-edge research, future farmers and agriculturalists, resilient farmland, and strong rural communities. We should ensure that USDA, FDA, CFTC, and other agencies have the resources needed to continue providing America with the highest quality, the safest, most abundant, and the most affordable food and fiber, medicine, and medical devices anywhere in the world. We should not hamstring their ability to do their jobs. Yet, this bill forces USDA to choose between programs and the people administering those programs. We already asked USDA to cut into their program funds to pay their staff last year, and the majority has the same song stuck on repeat this year. Mandatory pay raises with no funding also means that agencies are forced to hire fewer staff to serve farmers and families. It means that they cannot even provide today's services tomorrow because they will have fewer resources for the upcoming fiscal year. For example, our farmers rely on the Farm Service Agency as a key resource. Yet, this bill cuts FSA salaries and expenses at a time when our farmers need their help the most. Commodities Future Trading Commission oversees a multi-trillion-dollar global derivatives market upon which American producers rely. The agency faces threats from foreign and domestic cyber criminals who seek to disrupt markets at a time of increasing uncertainty for American farmers and businesses. A cyber breach at CFTC would be nothing less than catastrophic for the global financial system. Yet, this bill guts their staff resources. While our domestic nutrition programs are better off with this bill than last year's proposal, the USDA staff implementing the nutrition programs are being cut by 21%. Unfortunately, the areas where we find bipartisan agreement in the bill are overshadowed, and even the programs maintained at reasonable funding level are propped up by deep funding cuts, which would hit hardest those who are most disadvantaged at home and abroad. We cannot rob Peter to pay Paul by cutting basic needs for rural Americans like water and housing, or by killing services upon which our farmers rely. Everyone must have clean, reliably accessible, and affordable water. Rural America recognizes the challenge it can be to provide access to clean water, especially with low ratepayer and taxpayer base in our rural communities. However, this bill cuts rural water funding for the second year in a row, reducing the USDA's water and wastewater programs by $99 million below last year. The majority is also cutting the technical assistance for water and waste programs, which means that the most vulnerable cities and towns across rural America will have a much lower capacity to apply for federal resources to get the lead out of their drinking water. Oklahoma would be most impacted by the decrease, with over $20 million going to help distressed local governments last fiscal year. For the second year in a row, majority has cut funding for the Rural Housing Assistance Grants Program. This program provides grants to help low and very low income rural residents remove health and safety hazards from their homes. Last year, it was cut by 27%. Unfortunately, this year, this bill cuts the program by 40%. That means 300 low and very low income seniors in Michigan will be unable to repair their homes for their health and safety. In Kentucky, 300 seniors will be unable to stay in their own homes. In Alabama, 250 seniors, and in Tennessee, 230. The majority is also cutting the Value Added Producer Grant Program to the lowest point in over 20 years. Mr. Chairman, America can't afford to lose any more farms. At a time when so many of our farmers are struggling to stay in business, why would you want to destroy such an important resource for our agriculture producers? Last year, the majority forced cuts to the National Agricultural Statistics Service, and this hurt our farmers and ranchers' ability to compete in a challenging market. The FY25 bill continues to underfund NASS, and I have an amendment at the desk to address this. The data collected by NASS is also used by the Economic Research Service to produce farm income forecasts and other farm business reports. This bill cuts funds to ERS for the second year in a row. I've heard from farmers and families in my district all year long, and they are hurting. They are really, really hurting. They're working to sustain their businesses and to keep feeding you, me, and everyone in this room, their communities, and every single American who eats. Unfortunately, this bill is anemic at best and hurtful to them at worst. It continues to underfund vital programs and underpay staff, and it is weighed down by caustic culture war policy riders like marriage discrimination and critical race theory that don't have anything to do with rural water, rural housing, food safety, child nutrition, or any of the programs that Americans need to thrive. As we debate this bill and work to improve it, we must make the necessary investments. Again, we cannot rob Peter to pay Paul, and we definitely cannot fund 21st century agriculture needs with 20th century funding levels. So I look forward to coming together with the members of this committee and our colleagues in the House to craft a true bipartisan bill that will fully meet the needs of all Americans and that will reject partisan riders which will divide us and distract us from faithfully discharging our trusted responsibilities as appropriators. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Our final bill for fiscal year 2025 is the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and Related Agencies Bill. For rural districts like the one I represent in southwest Oklahoma, agriculture is not merely a commodity, it's a way of life. Across the country, U.S. farmers and ranchers exemplify the cornerstone values of our nation, including innovation, resiliency, and hard work. It's no exaggeration to say that American farmers feed and clothe the world. Today's bill recognizes the critical contributions these stewards of the land make to the nation and the world. Domestic food production is critical to both our own security and well-being and that of our friends and allies around the globe. The bill continues critical investments in research, rural broadband, and animal and plant health programs, providing for the continued development of rural communities across the country. It ensures that vulnerable populations have access to nutrition and health programs. It also takes steps to shield and preserve American farms and farming communities, including addressing the purchasing of agricultural land by foreign countries, which is a critically important issue in my district. The bill also provides an appropriate level of funding for Food and Drug Administration, ensuring that it can fulfill its primary responsibility of protecting and promoting the safety of America's food, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. Importantly, the bill also rolls back ill-advised Biden administration regulations that make farming more difficult. Policy should always help, not harm, our ability to feed, fuel, heal, and connect Americans. I thank Chairman Harris and Ranking Member Bishop, as well as the Ranking Member of the full committee for their hard work, and I look forward to working with them in the process going forward. I would urge all members to support this bill. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and my thanks go to Chairman Harris, Ranking Member Bishop, and to the Majority and Minority Subcommittee staff for all of your work, especially Martha Foley, Tyler Coe, and Alex Swan. After the majority's failure last year to pass their Agricultural Rural Development FDA bill on the floor of the House of Representatives, I had hoped that we would mark up a bipartisan bill for fiscal year 2025 that responsibly and adequately funds the bill's programs and which discards divisive and harmful riders out of the gate. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The majority is once again dragging us down a path to chaos with bills that do not adhere to the law and cannot become law, leading us to squander another summer rather than completing our work and passing appropriations bills on time with bipartisan and bicameral support. This bill increases costs on workers and families in rural America for basic necessities like water, energy, and housing. This bill puts food assistance at risk for the most vulnerable Americans and people around the world. And this bill jeopardizes pediatric and community health across the country. A host of cuts in this bill promise to raise the cost of living for rural Americans. Cuts to clean water and waste disposal grants threaten access to clean and reliable water for rural households and businesses. Shortchanging the Rural Energy for America program, REAP, by 90% and a pittance for the Rural Energy Savings Program will make it harder for small businesses and agricultural producers to keep up with soaring energy costs. And cuts to direct loans that help rural Americans buy homes and the elimination of grants for farm labor housing will make it even more expensive for people in rural America to keep a roof over their head. While rural Americans are contending with rising food costs and an elevated cost of living, increasing energy and housing prices would be disastrous for their household's bottom line. The majority has told us that they are looking across the federal government for where they can responsibly reduce spending. For this bill, the majority is applying their supposed X-Acto knife approach by taking food from the mouths of hungry and vulnerable people here in America and around the world at a time when conflict on nearly every continent and climate change are drastically increasing global hunger. This bill levies paternalistic restrictions on Americans in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the food stamp or the SNAP program, by including the extreme, quote, SNAP Choice pilot program. SNAP Choice is a misnomer, as this program eliminates choices for those on food stamps with restrictions on the types of food that can be purchased, which would effectively reduce benefits, as the eligible foods are often more expensive. Furthermore, the majority proposes cutting the Food for Peace program by $688 million below last year, which would be the lowest level since 2002. At a time of heightened conflict, humanitarian catastrophe, and the escalating risk of famine around the world, to deny basic nutrition assistance is to say that while we send American-made arms and munitions around the world, we have nothing left for hungry children and families left reeling from war and destruction and disorder in their communities. I worry what it conveys about America's values if bombs are falling while food support and other aid for civilians dries up. I worry what the innocent families and children caught in the crossfire in those regions will most remember America for. Ensuring people do not go hungry in our country and around the world is not a problem of growing enough food. We grow enough food. Hunger is a political problem, one that we share the rare and awesome power in this committee to meaningfully address. But this bill says hunger is not our problem, and that should bring supporters of this bill great shame. As if the cuts in this bill were not bad enough, the majority continues to load up appropriations bills with harmful policy riders that divide Americans and, yes, divide the Congress. One rider is particularly barbaric. A provision in this bill would prevent FDA from stopping the use of an inhumane electrical shock device on young people at risk of hurting themselves or others, despite the well-documented dangers and cruelty of this practice. Additionally, this bill prohibits the FDA from finalizing rules on dangerous flawed tobacco and nicotine products, taking the side of big tobacco over the health of our children and our communities, and reversing the decline in tobacco use. one of the greatest public health successes in history. The bill favors the interests of major meat industry over those of the individual producers and small businesses. And once again, we have the usual list of culture war riders, which have no place in this bill and that we will oppose. In short, this bill demonstrates the majority's misguided priorities, shortchanging assistance for hungry women and children, raising costs for rural Americans, jeopardizing public health is not a responsible fiscal path, so I cannot support this bill. I urge the majority to abandon this strategy, join Democrats at the table so that we can work together on bipartisan funding bills that support the American people's needs. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for his remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the time, I just will note that I support the bill in every way and yield back.
I appreciate the gentleman's brevity. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, for her remarks on the bill.
Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to be a member of this subcommittee, and I appreciate working with the chair and ranking member, particularly when we have things that we agree on. Unfortunately, right now, I'm going to rise in opposition to this bill. In my opinion, this bill hurts farmers. It hurts rural communities like the ones I represent in Maine, and it puts nutrition programs at risk, and so much more. I'm sorry to see that it also feels a little bit like Groundhog Day with harmful riders from the initial FY24 bill, many of which we removed in that bill eventually, but they are appearing again. Once again, it hurts our ability to fight the climate crisis by slashing funds for climate hubs and climate research. It cuts the Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program, which is known as SARE, by $3 million. Since 2019, Maine has received over $3.5 million in funding from SARE, critically important to many of our small farmers, benefiting more than 5,000 farmers in my state. These funds have supported such things as wild blueberries, which I know you all love, hemp, potatoes, seaweed aquaculture, and more. The bill also zeroes out funding for the Office of Urban Agriculture, which supports so much, including composting and food waste reduction projects. Last week, they announced a $5 million grant to enhance urban agriculture and innovative production methods. Zeroing out funds for this office stifles innovation. It hurts urban and rural communities alike. I'm also very disappointed to see an $8 million cut to the Value-Added Producer Grant Program. Farmers in my district have used these funds to help expand processing and marketing of their products, from goat milk to blueberry crisps. These grants play a crucial role in increasing farmer income, and this cut will impact farmers' bottom lines. Once again, there's a rider to prevent the USDA from implementing the rules to protect farmers and ranchers from anti-competitive behavior in the meat and poultry industries. These are common sense changes to ensure fairness and competition, such as requiring poultry companies to be transparent with growers about how their pay is calculated. This was attempted in FY29, we blocked it, and we will continue to fight to stop this again. I do have concerns that while the bill increases the WIC funding from FY24, that the proposed $7.2 billion falls short of the president's budget request of $7.7 billion. At a time when food prices have risen dramatically, we must ensure all eligible WIC participants can access nutritious food. I'm also deeply concerned that the $37 million cut for the Food and Nutrition Service to carry out nutrition assistance programs. These funds are critical services. They're used for critical services required to deliver the USDA's 16 Nutrition Assistance Program. Services like financial and grant management. This includes this new summer EBT program, which relies on this funding for implementation and oversight. And the SNAP program relies on this fund to deter and prevent SNAP benefit and fraud. SNAP integrity is something I think both sides of the aisle find important. And when people are stretching every dollar to count at the grocery store, when SNAP benefits are just $6 a day, why would we tie the hands of the USDA? And why would we hamper their ability to ensure SNAP integrity? The bill also provides only $80 million for the Emergency Food Assistance Program, $15 million below the requested level. In Maine, food insecurity grew nearly 3% from 2021 to 2022. And these TFAP accounts for nearly 20% of the food our food bank, or the Good Shepherd Food Bank, distributes. And in 2022, only 35% of Good Shepherd's costs to distribute TFAP were reimbursed. That forced the food bank to divert already scarce resources to fill in the gap. We can and must do more to attempt to end hunger in this country, and this is going in the wrong direction. Last, I was appalled to see the incredibly concerning rider to allow the use of electric shock devices as treatment for people with disabilities in the language that passed at the subcommittee level. I'm glad the language was removed from the bill in the manager's amendment, and I'm committed to ensuring that the FDA has the ability to regulate these dangerous devices. The hour is late. I will yield back my last 22 seconds, and again, thank the chair for recognizing me.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Henson, for remarks about the bill.
I'm rising tonight in support of this Ag FDA fiscal year 2025 appropriations bill. I think this really prioritizes the most important federal programs to a state like Iowa that support our American farms and our rural communities, while still at the same time making key targeted investments to ensure that we continue to have the most abundant and, most importantly, the safest food supply in the world. We know that food security is national security, and we have so many threats on our food supply, specifically coming from adversaries like the CCP. So I think this includes some common sense measures to help ensure that our supply chains are protected for both food and agriculture against threats from foreign adversaries. And it includes several provisions to crack down on Chinese purchases of our agricultural land, ensuring that our Secretary of Agriculture is a member of CFIUS to be able to review those sensitive transactions. And it includes my language to require the USDA to report on our dependency on China for critical agricultural inputs like animal feed, crop protection chemicals, and veterinary drugs. We know China already controls 90% plus of global production of several key vitamins and amino acids, so it is absolutely critical that USDA is able to monitor and respond to these threats. I think we're also leveraging ag research and extension to combat emerging threats like animal disease. We're seeing a lot of that in Iowa right now, unfortunately. And this bill does support our livestock and poultry producers by including robust funding for animal health initiatives, including coordinated approach funding to address the spread of avian influenza, which, as we know, is threatening both livestock and poultry operations. This bill does deliver for Iowa farmers and our rural communities, and I hope all my colleagues will join me in supporting this bill tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, for remarks on the bill.
Of course, I rise in strong opposition to this really dreadful and inhumane bill. And first, let me just say it's been an honor serving on this subcommittee, and I want to thank our chairman and our ranking member for attempting to make this bill every year a bipartisan bill. Now, across the country, too many people are struggling to get access just to basic human needs: healthy food, water, life-saving medicines. This Republican bill guts critical federal resources to keep American families fed and to keep our food and healthcare systems safe. And the people who will be impacted the most are communities of color, poor, rural, and underserved communities. Once again, like in the fiscal 2024 funding bill, this bill eliminates funding from the Office of Urban Agriculture and the Healthy Food Financing Program, both critical tools to address food deserts and reduce rates of food insecurity. These programs provide jobs, fight climate change, and increase regional and local food production, including within tribal communities. The bill also slashes funding and makes harmful policy changes to the SNAP program. It includes two provisions that are highly problematic for people experiencing poverty and insecurity. One would create a pilot program to restrict SNAP purchases, and the other would collect SNAP purchasing data with the goal of eventually restricting SNAP purchases. Let me be clear. Restricting SNAP choice will impose new unnecessary administrative costs for USDA and it will harm actually struggling families. Research has shown time and time again that restrictions to SNAP have proven to be discriminatory, burdensome to people who need it the most, and will do little to improve public health. Worse, they simply punish people for being poor. And I know for a fact that poverty is not a crime. I once had to rely on SNAP benefits for several years as a result of some challenging times that I faced. Let me tell you, I know that poverty is not a crime. This is a bridge over troubled water. So I urge my colleagues to stop treating people struggling within poverty like cheats, because they're not. They deserve to be treated like human beings. That's what they are. They need our help, not our contempt. Also, I'm outraged that this bill ties the hands of the FDA to engage on tobacco. Section 733 of this bill is really a giveaway to the tobacco industry, prohibiting FDA from considering a ban on menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. FDA's proposed rules limit menthols that would save millions of lives, including a disproportionate number of Black lives. This bill also aims to block much needed access to cannabis and also multiple report language provisions aimed at impeding efforts around moving marijuana to Schedule I, the most stringent drug classification of the Controlled Substance Act, to Schedule III in recognition of the plant's medical value. According to HHS, though cannabis use is associated with fewer adverse outcomes than alcohol, marijuana remains in the most restrictive schedule, creating severe penalties for cannabis users and businesses, including for criminal records, immigration status, employment, taxation, healthcare, public housing, social services, and more. As long as marijuana remains scheduled, our communities will face severe penalties for something that is now legal in 30 states. And so as co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus, I urge this committee to not tie the hands of FDA as they take their first step to remove marijuana from Schedule I and begin addressing more than 50 years of failed racially discriminated marijuana policy. Lastly, I'm very disappointed but not surprised that this bill is also rejecting the President's budget request to adequately fund the USDA's Office of Civil Rights, and instead it cuts the office, I believe, by $14.2 million. So these riders are divisive and seek to further disenfranchise diverse and underserved communities from accessing the resources at the USDA, FDA, and Farm Credit Administration. So to our chairman and to my ranking member, I want to thank you for your leadership, but also want to make sure that that members on this committee know that the Department of Agriculture and this subcommittee has a wide and broad jurisdiction. And many of my constituents didn't realize that FDA even has, we have jurisdiction over parts of FDA. And so it's a very important bill, and I wish that I could vote aye on it, but I strongly oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for any remarks she has about the bill.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cole and Chairs Harris, Ranking Member Bishop, and Ranking Member DeLauro. It's kind of, I represent 8 counties, and most of them are agricultural. And there's no question that American agriculture and fresh water are our nation's lifeline. And we must strive harder for food security here at home and not keep outsourcing across our borders elsewhere, and not keep importing our wealth, but we have to raise our wealth. And agriculture is fundamental to that. This bill has traditionally been a vehicle for gradual improvements in support of our nation's backbone. Our producers, our farmers, our ranchers, our growers who often rely on guest agricultural workers. We haven't figured all that out in a seamless manner. Shame on us. I just wanted to make about 4 points. The first one is, at a time when our colleagues across the aisle call for spending reductions, it bewilders me why there are cuts in this bill that target essential services such as rural electrification that support so many of our needy counties, while large electric corporations receive tax incentives. We seem to be withdrawing from our commitments to rural electric cooperatives that provide such an important resource across this country and symbolize a direct investment in rural America, serving definitely all the counties that I represent. We got to fix that. Now, another point I wish to make is there isn't a county that I represent or a town that I represent or a township that I represent that isn't asking me for water and wastewater improvements. And this bill slashes the opportunity for them to obtain that. These are critical for helping our communities obtain safer water services. I won't go into all the details, but believe me, some of it isn't very pretty. So I don't think funding cuts in this account make much sense, and they really are a direct blow to the livelihood of rural America. Number 3, several people have talked about food inflation. We feel it directly in our area, even though the country is a part of what we are, the countryside. Inflation is so nagging, but this bill has a harmful policy rider to block all of USDA's Packers and Stockyards Act regulatory updates. It has been clear for decades that lack of enforcement of the Packers and Stockyards Act, along with unchecked mergers of meat and poultry giants, have allowed large buyers to exercise extreme market power at the expense of livestock producers and contract growers and people that live close to where the local market is. They are just snuffed out. And I'm ashamed of our country that we have not been able to treat our local farmers much better over the tenure of my service. It isn't for lack of trying. And then fourth, to address systemic problems in extremely consolidated livestock and poultry markets, producers need a comprehensive set of regulatory updates and clarifications to the Packers and Stockyards Act, currently being promulgated by the Agricultural Marketing Services Packers and Stockyards Division. We need to do that. I wanted to invite any member of this committee to help me. Help me with the Department of Agriculture. This is kind of, I don't know if you can see it. The blue represents the food expenditures we make, about 77% of the budget. This is food that we buy and then we use for seniors and for people who operate food banks and so forth to reach the hungry. But let me give you an insight. I've been working on this for years, and I thank those who have stood up and supported the urban agriculture provisions. You understand an agency usually by the year in which it was founded. So the Department of Agriculture was founded in 1862 during the presidency of President Lincoln. At that time, we were a rural nation. Today, we are an urban metro nation. And we have the capacity to produce with new technologies, even in urban areas. But we're still operating in 1862 as a country. And what I'm very interested in, and invite all of you to read the book, Last Child in the Woods. The U.S. Department of Defense tells us that 77% of young people are not qualified to go into the military physically. There's a reason for that. Because of the way so many of them now spend 7 or 8 hours in front of a blue screen every day, we have an unhealthy population, including among our young people. And we have to talk about it in this committee. Now, what do you do about that? Well, one of the things you can do is you can help youth embrace nature again. Think about your grandchildren. Think about your children. How much time do they spend outside? You know what's happening in this biggest city I represent? I used to take my bike and ride way out to the forest, way out to the countryside. Now, because of fear of all kinds of things, if you ride in front of your house or down to the end of the block and back, that's about as far as you go. People don't go into nature. They are situationally unaware of where they are. We have to change that as a country, and our kids, I love Future Farmers of America. I love FFA. I think they do a great job. But urban kids have a right to those experiences too, and we don't make it easy. And I do think that the urban agriculture and innovative production programs can help lead us in that direction. Mr. Chairman, I would love to talk for an hour about this, but I won't. But I invite you to read the book. I invite you to read the book by Robert Luov, Last Child in the Woods. Anybody that even reads a summary of it, let's have coffee someday. Thank you so very much. I look for improvement of this bill as it moves forward, and I might support it at that point. I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady for her commendable restraint.
I'm trying.
No, I'm serious. I recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in opposition to this bill that undermines America's food security and fails to protect our rural communities. Let's start with a statement many in this room on both sides can agree with. The FDA must do more to address youth vaping. I think we could get universal consensus on that. I would hope the dangers of vaping, particularly with products not approved by the FDA, including a lifetime of health problems, lung and other organ damage, asthma and other breathing problems, addiction, and more. You might be surprised to hear this, but there are currently only 23 lawfully FDA-authorized e-cigarette devices. But you walk into a gas station or a convenience store and you see a wall of different devices, all with colorful labels and clever, fruity names, all purposefully directly targeting kids. Some stores find the current situation so confusing, they formally petitioned the FDA to clarify which e-cigarettes they can sell. As appropriators, we have a chance to keep agencies' feet to the fire, so they finalize vital rules that keep Americans safe, not condition, defund, or push ill-advised ways to block the FDA from doing its work, as big tobacco routinely does with Republican sellouts in this chamber. I was very disappointed by the majority's decision to not include language that I requested, urging the FDA to finalize rules banning menthol cigarettes and all non-tobacco flavored cigars again. But not only does this bill fail to protect young people, it actually takes us backwards by reversing legislation that prohibited the use of shock therapy, despite well-documented instances of brain injuries and other damaging effects from its use. This bill also takes Food for Peace back to its lowest level of funding since 2002. At a time when Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine and other global conflicts threaten the world's food supply, now is not the time to give in to isolationist MAGA impulses and cede our claims to global leadership. In addition to being morally odious, these cuts will harm Florida farmers and growers who are denied the chance to supplement earnings by feeding the hungry. This bill also threatens the health and well-being of our children back home as well by proposing $1 billion in cuts to key nutrition programs, including SNAP and WIC. And as if these reckless spending cuts weren't enough, this bill even eliminates funding for the PAWS Act, which provides short-term assistance to the animals of domestic violence victims. I truly do not understand how my Republican colleagues can abandon survivors of domestic violence and fail to provide them with support in their time of need, other than perhaps the cruelty is the point. It is absolutely shameful. I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Watson Coleman for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise to strongly oppose this bill, which makes significant cuts to food assistance programs, slashes overseas food assistance, and prohibits funding for racial equity efforts. Let me be extremely clear. As we stand here today, more than 44 million Americans are facing hunger. 1 in 5 of those are children. This does not even include the millions of people in the United States that do not have access to healthy food. While we have the privilege of eating while we sit here and work today, we have constituents that don't have that ability. This bill is a slap in the face to those people. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are committed to threatening access to food for hardworking and vulnerable Americans, like the egregious cuts that were made to affordable housing in the THUD bill. Decreasing funds in food assistance is synonymous with punishing those in greatest need. I cannot fathom why Republicans could defend this these cuts to these benefits. We know that single mother households with incomes below the poverty line face the highest levels of food insecurity. We should be increasing funding for programs that support them, not decreasing them. On another note, my colleagues, despite humanitarian crisis happening on nearly every continent on Earth, decided to slash the Food for Peace program to the lowest level since 2002. I'll conclude by again emphasizing my belief that this budget should reflect our values. And by my estimation, this fails to show the American people and indeed those around the world what our government can and should do for them. They deserve far better than what they are demonstrating today. And I pray that my colleagues will reject this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to the fiscal year 25 Agriculture, Rural Development, and FDA Appropriations bill we're considering today. With this bill, Republicans are once again turning their backs on rural communities, public health, and hungry families. This bill raises costs, ignores the needs of our farmers, threatens food access for hardworking Americans, and endangers the health and well-being of our children and communities. As our nation continues to confront challenges such as rising costs, global conflicts, and food insecurity, this bill slashes overall funding by 4%, severely underfunding essential programs that support our farmers, reduce costs, and help families put food on the table. This isn't just about numbers on the page. It's about real people and real lives. Throughout this appropriations process, we have heard so much about using federal dollars wisely, controlling costs, and supporting everyday Americans. Yet this bill fails to deliver on those goals and puts hardworking Americans and rural communities in jeopardy. For example, by imposing an extreme policy rider restricting what SNAP recipients can purchase with their benefits, it makes it more difficult for families in need to buy food. In addition to imposing harmful restrictions on hungry families and children, this bill also ignores the very urgent realities of climate change. Whether my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to acknowledge it or not, climate change seriously threatens farmers in our communities. As climate change accelerates and energy costs rise, renewable energy has become an attractive option for farmers. Yet this bill fails to adequately support the Rural Energy for America program to address these challenges. And that's not all. The bill that we're considering today ignores the reality of rising food costs, growing food insecurity, and a worsening maternal health crisis. I'm especially concerned that this bill includes provisions undermining USDA's ability to maintain a sufficient science-based WIC benefit package. And the funding provided for WIC does not account for unexpected increases in participation or rising food costs. This limitation threatens WIC's ability to handle sudden demand surges and jeopardizes access for vulnerable populations. This is concerning because WIC plays a vital role in ensuring healthier outcomes for women and children. Its stability is crucial. As a nurse and health advocate, I am also alarmed by the tobacco provisions in this bill, which threaten the lives of kids and families in my community. The bill includes dangerous policies that would effectively block the FDA from using its existing authority to prohibit menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars, even though menthol tobacco products have had devastating effects on public health, especially in communities of color. Preventing and delaying the FDA from taking evidence-based actions on menthol tobacco products will result in more young people getting addicted to nicotine, more diagnoses of cancer and heart disease, and more families left mourning due to the nearly 500,000 deaths per year in the United States caused by smoking. Millions of lives now and in the future depend on our government taking swift action to protect kids and adults from the dangers of tobacco addiction. If today's bill and report were to be enacted with these dangerous anti-science and anti-public health provisions, we would lose generations to senseless, preventable, and premature deaths. Colleagues, this legislation is deeply flawed. The current bill and its accompanying report prioritize corporate interests over the well-being of the American people. The numerous policy provisions blatantly cater to corporate demands, undermining fair competition and consumer interests. not to mention the attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion, and the LGBTQ plus community. These are cheap, cruel antics that ignore the promises of equality, fairness, and freedom for all. This bill does not just fail to support American agriculture, it actively undermines it. And that is why I cannot support it. I urge my colleagues to reject this misguided bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing none, I would like to recognize Chairman Harris to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment number 1 at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be waived.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
This is the bipartisan manager's amendment, which includes bill and report language additions from members on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate Ranking Member Bishop working with us on this amendment, and I ask for your support. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the bipartisan manager's amendment. I don't want members, as well as those watching, to know that the manager's amendment withdraws the chairman's bill language that would have barred FDA from banning the use of electroshock devices at a single institution in Massachusetts. Had the language remained in the bill, there would have been an amendment to strike it, and it would have passed. The removal of this language will come as a great relief to the disability community, which has worked so hard to make sure that every member of the committee heard their opposition. Otherwise, the manager's amendment makes technical corrections and includes bipartisan items on which there is agreement. I thank Chairman Harris for his collaboration on these, and I support the manager's amendment, and I urge our committee members to support it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I appreciate the hard and diligent work of the chairman, the subcommittee staff, the members of the committee. Some very difficult decisions were made to write this bill. This legislation, I think, makes critical investments in agricultural research, in animal health, specialty crops, as well as increases funds to improve the tracking system of foreign land ownership, which is vital to ensuring foreign adversaries do not control any part of our food supply chain. This language also includes, this legislation also includes my language to ensure that the Secretary of Agriculture is included in the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, or CFIUS, to review agricultural transactions and requires this body to be, CFIUS, to be notified of agricultural land transactions of national security concern, including purchases made by countries like China or Russia or North Korea. However, I would be remiss if I did not relay some of the concerns that I have heard from constituents regarding the production of hemp. My district, I don't think it's unusual for many of yours perhaps, has over 100 licensed farms that have worked to bring hemp back into our country's agricultural portfolio based on the 2018 Farm Bill authorization. In fact, the majority of members on this committee have hemp licensed producers in your districts. These farmers are concerned that language included in the underlying bill, while well-intended, makes several arbitrary and industry-crushing changes that would put them out of business. They're concerned that the language also preempts individual states who have engaged their respective industries to properly regulate hemp-derived products. I can tell you from experience that maintaining a farm is hard enough nowadays, and we should support all agricultural producers, particularly those who rely upon a redeveloping agricultural market, such as hemp. I do appreciate the chairman including report language in the manager's amendment that directs the FDA to work on these critical issues that support hemp farmers in all our districts. And I certainly look forward to working with the chairman on the underlying bill language as we move forward in the fiscal year 25 process. So Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capters, recognized for remarks on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Well, you know I'm motivated on this subject, so I'll do a PS here. And that relates to the urban agriculture and innovative production programs. Just to put on the record so we become familiar with these various USDA programs. Since its inception, over 230 places in America have received the benefit of this program. And what has happened? What's happened in one school is because of something we call hydroponic technology, kids can raise their own lettuce and the kitchen can prepare fresh salads for lunch. Wouldn't that be great if that was in every school in America? Technologically, we can do it now, including in the urban schools. We can teach kids how to grow carrots on raised platforms. We can actually bring agriculture back into the city. As I mentioned, we want to go beyond where President Lincoln was when he established the department and recognize that the majority of people live in cities and suburban areas now. There is just so much that can be done technologically to bring agriculture right into the classroom. And I think that this particular program offers such opportunity for innovation. Also, we are growing short on individuals who want to go into agriculture. Well, where do the people live? Yeah, some of them live in the countryside, but there's nothing like watching a child in the city have to tend a goat. I'm telling you, their life changes. And I was in one place where some of the chickens got out one morning. It was great. They were chasing them all over the city streets. But anyway, the point is, you can do wonderful things with kids in agriculture in the cities and suburban areas. And frankly, they need it. They need it. I have seen children's lives changed in urban communities because of their exposure to agriculture, which is something they've never, ever thought of. There's nothing like a child pulling a carrot out of a garden and understanding that it comes from the earth. And the majority of those kids live in cities. If anybody from FFA is hearing me today, please know I want you in the cities too. I want you in every city in America. I want you in every suburban area of America. This program can help us do something that is revolutionary in our country and let all of our young people understand the power of the earth and how precious it is, and give them that experience, not virtually, not by saying the food's in the store. No, they can grow some of what is vital for their own sustenance. And it's direct and it's life-changing. So I thank you. I'm hoping that as this bill moves forward and as people hear our voices over the years, that maybe we can do much more to reach the majority of America's children, just not the minority of the children of this country. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, is recognized for remarks on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Newhouse and thank him for those remarks. The importance of hemp is growing every day in this country, and including in Pennsylvania. In fact, in northeastern Pennsylvania, we are creating a hemp hub. It used to be that Pennsylvania was the nation's leader in the production of hemp back when we used hemp to produce maritime lines for ocean-going vessels. Nothing is stronger than hemp that you can grow. Nothing will uptake heavy metals out of soil to clean up brownfields like hemp. Nothing will store carbon pound for pound like hemp. And hemp ends up being a wonderful way to shore up concrete. You've probably heard of hempcrete. So hemp can be used in building materials. It's a terrific product, and it's time for us to stop being afraid of it because there are better things to smoke anyway. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right. Gentleman may be prepared for questions when he leaves the chamber. Any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? If not, I recognize Chairman Harris for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentleman from Washington and Pennsylvania for mentioning it. You know, what we want to do is, and we'll continue working on this, is get the bad actors out, the ones who are not using it, who are converting some of that to Delta 8, which is a dangerous substances, the psychoactive substance. So we'll continue to work on that. We do not want to harm the people who are the good actors, and most of them are the good actors. So be assured of that. And with that, I will ask people to support the amendment and yield back.
Questions now on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Bishop is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the restrictions outlined in the SNAP Choice Pilot Program tell poor people what to eat, but it does little to address the underlying challenges we face in fighting hunger. Researchers, like those at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, have already demonstrated that one of the greatest hurdles SNAP participants face in purchasing healthy foods is a modest amount of support that SNAP provides. A healthy diet costs more. Restricting what Americans with the greatest need can purchase with SNAP without providing sufficient funding for them to afford a healthy diet is really more about trying to undermine SNAP. And that increases the likelihood that American families will go hungry. Simply put, the majority's proposal fails to consider the best ways to encourage healthy eating, such as the Gus NIP Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Program, the local food purchasing agreements for schools, and others. That's what will help our fruit and vegetable growers and will allow those on SNAP to stretch their dollars with bonus bucks to buy fresh produce. I'll say that I and many others here are old enough to remember when SNAP benefits were provided in the form of stamps, hence the name food stamps. Anyone could tell who got food SNAP benefits when they saw their food stamp cards coming out. People who were better off would get irritated at the delay at the checkout counter. It was a painful and unpleasant thing to witness. With a SNAP choice pilot, the person at the checkout counter, and in a rural district like mine, the person at the checkout counter is very likely your close neighbor, will have to split the items on the good list from those on the bad list. This is recreating the stigma of food stamps where people can tell who is on the program. We heard from Representative Gwen Moore during our Member Day hearing this year about the dignity issue associated with these restrictions. She reminded us, as members of Congress, we would not have the committee to police our shopping carts, and we shouldn't want that for anyone on SNAP either. Singling out those Americans just because they're having a hard time in life and need supplemental benefits to feed their families. This bill would burden 262,000 small and rural grocers, and I know every member on this committee has grocers who would be affected and forced to undergo expensive technologies and renovations to implement this SNAP Choice Pilot Program. It would also further delay the state agencies that administer SNAP. I implore each of you to support this amendment. That, I yield back.
Chairman Harris is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment, which would remove a pilot program designed to improve the health outcomes of SNAP participants. This is a small, voluntary, time-limited pilot program and not a permanent change to the SNAP program. It only allows up to 5 states to implement a 3-year pilot program to restrict unhealthy food purchases with SNAP benefits. It does not cut program funding or cut household benefits. In fact, the language prioritizes proposals which incentivize the purchase of fruit and vegetables. Nothing prevents a household from using their own money to buy whatever unhealthy items they want under this proposal. Now, SNAP is USDA's largest nutrition program where our participants can buy almost any food item, from sugar-sweetened beverages and salty snacks to lobster. Yet the other smaller nutrition programs, namely WIC and school meals, greatly restrict the foods provided to healthy items targeted to the participants they serve. And studies have shown that both WIC and school meal programs, which limit non-nutritious food, improve the health of their participants. Now, SNAP participants do, in fact, experience significant disparities in diet quality and disease risk. Children participating in SNAP, for instance, have a higher disease risk and consume 44% more sugar-sweetened beverages than income-eligible non-participants, for example. Now, as this chart demonstrates, the U.S. spends more per capita than any other country when it comes to the burden obesity places on our healthcare system. And just for the figures, USA's tops, we're number one. We spend $644 billion on the treatment of obesity and have the highest percent of GDP spent on it than any of the OECD countries. So these are the first of the first world. This is not something we should be proud of. This is something we should be dealing with. Because if we can make, and again, not taking money out of the SNAP program, but encouraging nutritious foods, perhaps we can bring down that $644 billion a year cost. Now, with the rise in obesity and chronic health issues, this pilot will allow the evaluation of the impact of limiting SNAP foods to healthy foods, to see if we, in fact, enhance the health of SNAP participants. Now, those of you who wondered, by the way, and thanks for the chart, I think we got the message. We all know this is what's going on. Now, for those of you who wonder if we had a hearing, we did have a hearing on this. And the main speaker was a professor of pediatric endocrinology at UCSF who told us about the problems with sugar addiction in our youth. Again, it's a pediatric endocrinologist. The trends in childhood obesity we're all aware of, and the fact that if we could limit non-nutritious foods, we might be able to attack that epidemic. And that's what it is, it's an epidemic. Now, by the way, the Thrifty Food Plan, because remember, that's what SNAP benefits are based on, doesn't include non-nutritious foods. It's what you should be eating, what a family should be eating with their SNAP benefits. Now, USDA has received proposals to do this in the past, but they've never approved one. Maine, Minnesota, New York City have previously expressed interest in limiting SNAP purchases. Now, I know a straw man when you see it. Although you may hear otherwise, with the advantages in technology today, retailers can readily implement the changes necessary. They already have systems in place in their stores to determine what products are eligible, for instance, for purchases with SNAP, because they're products you can't buy with SNAP in every grocery store, and WIC. Now, again, this is not a permanent or nationwide program change, a small voluntary program. Now, look, I get it. Your offices got the same call my offices got from the big boys, from the companies with huge corporate profits that make money on selling non-nutritious food in the SNAP program. The largest retailer, I'm not going to name names, they made $5 billion. Not last year, last quarter. The largest sugar-sweetened beverage company in the United States made $3 billion. Not last year, last quarter. The largest sugar-sweetened beverage and snack food company made $2 billion. Not last year, last quarter. Now, are we going to stand up for the health of the SNAP part who need our help? In fact, it was said in the opening comments, SNAP beneficiaries need our help. Yeah, they do need our help. We need to see to it that they get the best chance they can, and it's not with non-nutritious foods. We also heard in the opening comments about corporate demands. That's what you've heard about. You've heard about corporate demands. The big guys, they like this program. They like $10 billion a year spent, for instance, on sugar-sweetened beverages in the program. They like that. Goes to the bottom line. In fact, the profitability of the largest sugar-sweetened beverage company in America has a 28% profit margin. 28%. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized for comments on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just I'll say a couple things before I move on with my comments. If we were to listen to the chair of the subcommittee, it's only people on SNAP who are obese. Only people on SNAP who are obese in this country. And the issue about you can buy anything, you can buy lobster. Does anybody, how many people here know how much you get a day from SNAP? Anybody want to take a guess? $6 a day. The people who are buying lobster are the corporations who are paying no tax to this nation. And the industry that is price gouging with high prices of nutritious food. $6 a day. And we want to say that they're buying lobster. It's pejorative. That's what that is. If anybody would like, I believe I still have a piece of legislation that I introduced years ago that my staff told me not to introduce. It's a tax on sugary beverages. Anybody in this audience here today want to put a tax on sugary beverages? I do. And the profits go to health, not to the corporations. It's the big eyes that the chairman talked about that we would tax. How many folks in this room do you think would be supportive of that effort? I doubt that there would be very many indeed. The other just piece of information here is that SNAP is actually linked to better access to preventable health care and reduced health care costs. Low-income adults on SNAP incur 25% less in medical costs than other low-income individuals who are not. Just a few facts here. I rise in support of Mr. Bishop's amendment. Strike the poorly designed and needlessly confusing SNAP restriction pilot program. This is not the time to be reinventing the wheel with SNAP. Food stamps, a proven and effective program that has kept millions of Americans from growing hungry. Now, over just to say, hardworking Americans we know today are struggling to get by. Wages have not kept up with inflation, and food costs are on the rise. We know that. Over the last 4 years, food prices have risen over 25%. This is according to the Consumer Price Index. That means a grocery trip that used to cost $100 would now be $125. As I said, families nationwide are living paycheck to paycheck. They're being hammered by rising food costs. And why are these prices going up? Why are there high prices in grocery stores? Why is mayonnaise $9 a jar? Why? Is that a supply chain problem? Is that a supply chain issue here? What is driving the price? And the other piece is that, is there a shortage of food in the United States? Anybody here believe there's a shortage of food in the U.S.? We have an abundance of food. So no shortage. Then why are the prices high? Why? Why don't we talk about the prices being driven by price gouging from huge corporations that dominate the food and the grocery markets? These companies have earned record profits in recent years. They're taking bigger and bigger chunks out of household budgets. We got mega grocery stores, large corporations, as I said, record profits. In 2022, Vox reports that Cargill brought in a record $165 billion, doubling what they did from 2020. But they paid $1.2 billion to their shareholders in dividends. Record amount of money for dividends. The same corporations, 55 of the biggest corporations in this nation pay no tax at all. Another 39 don't pay what they owe. Now, let me just say this. One might regard what they get in tax breaks as a subsidy. Why don't we tell them what they should eat? Hell, they're living fat on the hog here. They're getting 3 squares a day and more. Snacks in the morning, noon, and night, and they are buying lobster. Folks on food stamps are not buying lobster. $6 a day, they are barely making it. You want them to buy more nutritious food? Increase $6 a day. Increase the benefits for food stamps. And better still, crack down on price gouging corporations who willy-nilly can raise their prices because they can get away with it. And no one is going after them, which is what we should do. Target, in the last month, lowered prices on 5,000 food items. Why? They could do it. And they did. They decided to do it. Why aren't others doing it? Because the money is too important. The greed is too important. That's what we should be talking about here. Instead of saying to this group of people, we're going to tell you what you can put in your food basket and what you don't have to put in your food basket. Let's get every group in this country who gets a subsidy, and let's tell them what they should eat or not eat. You know, Republicans claim to oppose big government, but the proposed SNAP anti-choice policy would put government between hungry Americans and the checkout line, likely using small-town local grocery store workers as the food police, limiting SNAP recipients' dietary choices. SNAP was designed to reduce hunger by providing recipients with a broad range of food choices that allow them to address dietary, religious, or cultural needs. The government should not be dictating the diets for Americans just trying to put food on the table to survive, especially when we know the choices that SNAP recipients make vary little in comparison to non-SNAP recipients. This would wreak havoc, as the ranking member said, havoc on grocers and both small and large businesses, adding needless red tape, forcing grocery store cashiers to tell parents in their communities what they can and what they cannot buy to feed their families. You know, at the end of the month, with food stamp recipients, there's hardly any money left. Take the food stamp challenge sometime. See if you all can live and eat on $6 a day. Try it. Many of us have done it. Many of us have done it. I suggest everybody do it and see what it's like for these folks. You know, the House Republicans tried similar language in last year's 2024 funding bill, and you know what? They failed. Their extreme agriculture bill could not even pass on the floor of the House of Representatives. Should have learned your lesson and not doubled down on a reckless attempt under the guise of healthy choices to take food out of people's mouths. And you know, as I said at the end of the month, there's hardly any money left. And so you can't go in and buy fresh strawberries, and you can't go in and buy all kinds of salads and so forth. No, you buy what you can afford so you can feed your kids. And it's not the nutritious food you buy at Whole Foods or some other place. SNAP exists for a specific purpose, to help people who are hungry when they need it the most. It does well. It did quite well for over 41 million Americans in fiscal year 2022. Let's focus on how we can increase funding and choices for SNAP participants, not debating restrictions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that the ranking member has offered, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair has been exceptionally generous with
I
time.
appreciate the chair and the time.
And I would ask the members going forward, it's late, but I'm prepared to stay here as late as all of you want to stay. So, gentlelady from Oklahoma is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I offer a point of order. I ask unanimous consent to limit debate moving forward to 2 minutes.
No, no, no.
We have an objection, I would assume. That's fine. Look,
I object.
I'm serious. I'm quite prepared to stay here as late as anybody wants.
here all night, guys.
But,
have a problem.
in exchange for that, I will enforce the clock.
Fine.
Well, that was not the attitude earlier. So with
call
all
for
due
a recorded
respect, I
vote.
will enforce the clock going forward, okay?
Mr.
All right.
Chair, I call for a recorded vote.
No, no. That's a waste of time. You know, look, it's been a long day, I understand. If you guys want to get into fun and games on both sides, we can do that. But we are this close to being done and have an important accomplishment. I would just ask you not to limit your time, but to operate within the time we've all agreed with. And I would ask you to treat one another courteously and with respect and restraint. And let's finish our business. We're pretty close. You have a lot to be very proud of, what you've accomplished, and I appreciate it very much, but I will be strict on the time going forward. With that, I recognize my friend, Ms. Lee from California, for the purpose of speaking to the amendment.
Much, Mr. Chairman. I won't take this personally. I know our ranking member doesn't. I know y'all be glad when I'm gone, but I have to tell you,
No, I won't.
this is unbelievable. I know you will. I said earlier and mentioned that I was on food stamps for many years. And I know that this is a misguided SNAP pilot rider in this underlying bill. But let me tell you, and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to be move forward as quickly as possible. I know what it's like to live on $6 a day since I've been a member of Congress. Several of us took the food stamp challenge for a week. Then I believe the allocation was about $5.40, was it? And let me tell you, and I was sitting here in this committee during that week. We had markups, and let me tell you what I bought. For breakfast, I had maybe a donut. For lunch, I raced down, then there was a McDonald's right down the road, had a small hamburger. When I went to the grocery store, when we got out of here, I would buy canned vegetables and beans, high sodium, and I journaled the content of those canned vegetables. High in sodium, high in sugar, high in calories, and the cans were bent. I ended up going to the section of the store that had expired food that was bent in these cans, okay? I bought top ramen, high in sodium, split it for 2 or 3 days so I could eat that in the evening. I know one day I found some chicken breast, and I chopped it up and put it in some rice full of carbs and ate that for 3 days. By the time I got back to my district, which I did, I flew back and took some crackers with me on the plane, landed, went to my house, and I had some boxed macaroni and cheese. I think it was about 65 cents then, because I got it at the discount food store, the grocery store. And this was probably Friday night. By Saturday, I had about $3 worth of SNAP benefits left. So I had to try to figure out how I was going to manage until Monday. Because this was I think Sunday to Sunday or Monday to Monday food stamp challenge. Several of you were on this challenge with me. Finally, on Saturday, I had to determine what I was going to do. And I decided that I was going to go to a food bank, which I did. So I went and had lunch. I didn't eat breakfast because I had this $3 left. So I went to a food bank and I ate there. And that evening, I bought a can of tuna fish and ate, and I had some macaroni, and I made it, well, it was really a tuna macaroni salad and put some canned peas in it, okay? The next morning, it was Sunday, I had another donut and a small cup of orange juice, and by Sunday evening, I think I had about 75 cents left. And with that 75 cents, I went to the grocery store and bought another bent up can of mixed vegetables. I figured I could get away with that, and that was healthy enough. Now, all along this entire week, I wrote down the number of calories and the amount of sodium, the amount of sugar, the type of food, the expiration dates, how far over the expiration dates that these canned foods were that I had to buy because they were cheaper. And so that's what happened on $5.40 a day for myself. And I share that with you because here in this committee, we allowed the Pentagon to flunk 6 audits, and we still increase its budget. And we don't really give a darn about them flunking 6 audits. We don't penalize them, we don't police them, we just let them go rampant with taxpayer dollars. And so, Mr. Chairman, I support your amendment, and I hope all of you think about these people who have to survive off of $6 a day, raising kids. Now, my kids are grown, and I didn't have to do this, but when I was in food stamps, I think I have to pay $80 a month for $4 or $5 worth of food stamps. So my children are grown now, so I didn't have to worry about them. But think of all the families now who are struggling to survive with children on this measly, meager amount of money each and every day. And it's really a shame and disgrace that we're even talking about this. Thank you again, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. I just want to correct the record. Most of you know that I represent a small 5 and dime up in northwest Arkansas that's present in most every state represented in this room today, and in many cases, the largest employer in a lot of the states represented in this room today. Ms. DeLauro just questioned why mayonnaise is $9 a jar. And I just want to correct the record, because I just went to the Walmart app, and it's not my purpose in life to give an ad for Walmart, but I can tell you right now, you can buy great value mayonnaise for $3.38. That's a 30-ounce jar. You can get Hellman's for a little more expensive, $4.98, but that's with 100% cage-free eggs. That's probably what's driving up the price there. On the Kraft side of the house, it's $3.98 and $4.98 if you want the squeeze bottle. And the best part about it, it can be delivered tomorrow, free.
But somebody's got to go to that place to get it.
I think we've railed against the big corporations enough, but there are big food store conglomerates out there, I represent one, that are doing everything in their power to bring value to the discerning families of America today. So to basically rail against them and to kind of hang them as the reason why these SNAP benefits don't go very far is, I think, just a little bit rich. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. Back in my college days, I read the book, The Other America, which was the blueprint to fight hunger in America during the Kennedy administration. It was written by Michael Harrington, and it was the roadmap to address hunger and start the fight against hunger in that era. And yet hunger still exists in America. And we already know that SNAP helps improve health outcomes for 41.4 million people that rely on the assistance. SNAP participants are more likely to report excellent health than low-income non-participants. So if you're low income and you don't participate in SNAP, you're less healthy than if you do. Access to SNAP for pregnant mothers improve birth outcome for both mothers and their newborns. So it is clear that Americans can make their own productive choices about the dietary needs. So why are we proposing legislation that will restrict a family's freedom to choose how they feed their family? $6 a person. We already heard from some of our colleagues what less than $6 used to be able to buy. Imagine now, I don't know if this strawberry preserve is $6. I doubt it. It was free. Okay. It's no free lunch in America. And so I support this amendment as we argue on the floor on the alleged fight to keep our refrigerators and our washing machines and dryers, and yet we want to tell people what to eat. We want to tell a mom how to spend $6. I mean, it's such a contradiction. We should increase funding for SNAP so that it goes further out. You ought to see the lines. You ought to see the lines in New York City and across this country in the food pantries. They go around the block, and it's no longer, the homeless or people that are having a rough day. It's families now and seniors. Seniors that often have to bring a folding chair because the lines are so long that they can't stand up for that long waiting for a bag of fresh produce. So there's real hunger out there and there's need out there. And the way to approach this is to increase SNAP, to make it accessible to more people, to feed our country that is hungry, and to make sure that our families remain healthy. For that purpose, I stand in strong support of Mr. Bishop's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady Ms. Watson Coleman is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm listening to all these conversations, particularly my friend that I lovingly call Blee Blee. And I'm thinking, but for the grace of God, that could be me, could have been me. It could be me today. And so when I see that we are engaging in 45-minute discussion about what to do about the minuscule SNAP benefits that women and families get and children get to eat from, as opposed to all the other issues that we should be trying to figure out, such as how to ensure that there is no poverty so we don't have to deal with a SNAP or a WIC. How do we ensure that there's sufficient housing so that there's no unhoused or unsteadily housed individuals? How do we ensure that our communities are safe and secure and that we don't have guns in the hands of the wrong people so the children that we're trying to feed, even if it's a pilot program, will be able to live long enough to eat this food? And so instead, we are having a discussion on what to do with something like $6 a day. Well, you know what we should do with $6 a day? We should minimally quadruple it. That's what we should do. This is ridiculous that we should have to have this debate and this discussion on this issue. I support my colleague's amendment on this issue. We shouldn't be eliminating food options. We shouldn't tell women or anybody else, government doesn't need to tell them what to eat any more than they need to tell them how to take care of their reproduction issues. So we can pick and choose what we want to do with government intervention. This is the wrong time. You want to do something quadruple the SNAP benefit and then have a discussion about healthy eating. Mothers want to feed their children healthy food. I yield back in support of this amendment.
Are there any further members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the, don't worry, you're going to be recognized. Question's on the gentleman's amendment. He's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is about practicality. You've heard the human cost of this provision, but the practical matter is something we all want to look at. You hear the other side always talking about government overreach. Well, my position is that policy should be based in sound science, it should be subjected to cost-benefit analysis, and it should make common sense. The provision they have in this bill is based in sound science. I concede that. But if you subject it to a cost-benefit analysis and common sense, it fails. 262,000 small and rural grocers don't have the technology to comply with this. The National Grocers Association sent a letter to the committee, and they had a witness at the same hearing the chairman talked about, who testified to what it would cost them and what it would, the inconvenience and the burdensome manner that it would impose on them. There are 325 small grocers in Maryland. Mr. Harris has got 45 of them in his district. Mr. Valadeo, Mr. Molinar, all of them have these in their districts. It's not practical to enforce.
1 minute to close. As I said, I will enforce
I yield back.
Thank you very much.
It's not common sense, and it's impractical, and it would put a burden on all your grocers and raise your price. I yield back.
I took your word at your word the first time. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. Would you like to call for a vote? No. Okay. Thought you might be. I was advised by the gentleman to my left. Mr. Bishop is recognized for the purposes of an amendment. Gentleman's mic, I think.
And I ask that unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay, this is an amendment on the National Agriculture Statistics Service. I'm offering it, but I intend to withdraw it, which would restore the funding for the National Agricultural Statistics Service. America's farmers, ranchers, growers rely on commodity reports from the National Agricultural Statistics Service. The reports help those who feed our country to run their businesses and compete in a challenging market. Yet, your bill underfunds NASS for the second year in a row. NASS data directly impacts commodity markets, provides the basis for CRP payments, and serves as the nation's official estimates for the production, supply price, inventory stocks, and farm financials for the agricultural economy. Last year, NASS received 22% less than what was needed to continue their survey reports to pay the staff conducting those reports. As a result, our farmers, university researchers, and other data users were unable to receive the most up-to-date numbers for cattle inventory, cotton production, or county-level estimates of crops and livestock, which were needed to help estimate the economic impact and losses associated with natural disasters. That drastic cut last year hurt our farmers and ranchers' ability to compete in a challenging market. Now, the bill before us today would underfund NASS yet again. Who knows what survey or report will be cut this time? Will it be milk production, hog reports, the floriculture survey? That's why I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and increase funding for this key USDA agency. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Harris is recognized to speak to the amendment.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. This bill provides $187 million for the National Agricultural Statistics Service, or NASS. This is equal to the FY24 level. We believe this level of funding is both fiscally responsible and enables NASS to carry out their core mission. Additionally, this amendment would strike a new bill proviso that limits NASS's discretionary research and development contracting authority to $1 million. In fiscal year 2024, NASS spent $11 million on these discretionary contracts while simultaneously canceling several critical agricultural market reports. This proviso ensures that NASS has at least $10 million in available funding to reinstate all the canceled agricultural market reports for fiscal year 2025. I share Mr. Bishop's support for NASS, but his amendment is not offset and puts the bill above the subcommittee's 302B allocation. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is now, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Last year, because of the underfunding, these reports were not able to be completed, and it had a devastating impact on our producers. Even though the amount that was cited has been included, it was still a cut from last year, and they didn't have enough to do it last year, and they will have even less to do this year because they have to pay the salaries for the people that are doing the work. And of course, they cannot pay the raises and add to their work product. So for that reason, I urge the adoption of this amendment. These are necessary data collection processes that need to be funded, and we need to add it to this bill, and I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
I do wish to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Klein is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Ask it to be considered as read.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering an amendment to this bill to address a critical issue in child nutrition and public health. The amendment would require the inclusion of peanut-containing foods in WIC food packages 1 and 2, specifically for the purpose of early introduction, or EI, of potentially allergenic foods. The change will align with the recommendations in the Dietary Guidelines for Americans and represents a significant step forward in preventing food allergies. Early introduction refers to the practice of introducing potentially allergenic foods like peanuts into an infant's diet alongside other nutrient-dense complementary foods beginning at 4 to 6 months of age. This approach allows infants developing immune systems to recognize these foods as safe, thereby lowering the likelihood that they'll develop these food allergies as they age. Recent scientific evidence, particularly the landmark LEAP study, has shown that early introduction of peanut-containing foods can reduce the risk of developing peanut allergies by up to 86% in high-risk infants. Despite this compelling evidence, the current WIC infant food packages do not include any potentially allergic foods for the purpose of early introduction, like peanut butter. Peanut allergies affect approximately 1.5 million children in the U.S., and their prevalence has more than tripled over a 20-year period. These allergies can be life-threatening and often persist into adulthood, causing significant physical, emotional, and economic burdens for families and our healthcare system. As one study has calculated that the annual cost of food allergies to the U.S. economy is approximately $25 billion. With the inclusion of this amendment, we can utilize a proven and cost-effective method to lower not only the rate of peanut allergy diagnoses, but also healthcare spending as well. As a member of the Congressional Food Allergy Research Caucus, I'm glad to offer this amendment and urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I acknowledge my colleagues' good intentions, and I've supported research in this field and support the promotion of early introduction of allergens as the science dictates. However, the report accompanying the bill already includes language directing the Secretary to include recommendations for the early introduction of potentially allergenic foods. The report language is a reasonable step toward the promotion of early introduction without directly dictating the inclusion of specific foods in the WIC food packages. Many members may not realize this, but participants have to have a medical finding of need to be in the program, and their benefits are specifically tailored to their own situation. Parenthetically, I would note that the WIC program prescribes about 1.8 million jars of peanut butter a month for participants. If we direct the inclusion of this food, even if well-intentioned, it puts us on a path for food groups to push for their specific product to the detriment of those who benefit from WIC. Inserting Congress into these decisions for the WIC program will ultimately only get in the way of sound science and the effective application of the program for the benefit of Americans in need. I also want to make my colleagues aware that the fact that the National WIC Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics both oppose this amendment. I hope to work with the sponsor of the amendment moving forward to find an approach that we can all agree upon on this issue. But at this time, I respectfully ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Harris is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you very much. I rise in full support of this amendment, and I find it a little intriguing that we just discussed about how people on these programs should actually have some choice. What the gentleman's amendment does is says, look, put it in the WIC formulary, and a mother who understands the latest literature can give it to her infant. Now, for those of you who fly Southwest Airlines, you might wonder, like, why don't they have peanuts anymore? It's because the gentleman suggested over the past 20 years, peanut allergies have tripled in children. And within the last 2 years, they discovered that a way to avoid peanut allergies in children is, in fact, just as the gentleman suggests, give small amounts of the otherwise allergenic substance so that your immune system doesn't recognize it as a foreign allergen when you grow older. It's exactly what needs to be done. Now, the fact of the matter is that the experts on this aren't at USDA, they're in the healthcare sector. This research wasn't done in USDA that looked at this, so I'm not sure shall I say, trust the USDA to get this right. This is an urgent issue. We will save literally thousands of children from getting a peanut allergy, which besides from being inconvenient, can be life-threatening. This is exactly what we need. This amendment is exactly what we need. It's well thought out. This is the right place to do it. I urge adoption of the gentleman's amendment.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition of Representative Klein's amendment, but it's a well-intentioned amendment, very, very well-intentioned. I think the early introduction of allergy issues has really promising science behind it, and really would love to have that conversation. I don't really think that this is the time and the place to add additional mandates or red tape to the WIC program. I note, as the ranking member did, that a number of the associations who deal with this, that the National WIC Association, the Center for Science and the Public Interest, the American Heart Association, pediatricians, the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities have come out in opposition. And USDA this spring issued its final rule, updating the WIC food package. It's going to implement evidence-based recommendations from the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. And it's what they're going to do is really look at what kinds of allergens can be incorporated in this process, because the report urges the department to include recommendations on early introduction of allergens in the next food package review. As the ranking member also pointed out, the WIC also supports peanut farmers, 1.8 million jars of peanut butter each month. It's not for infants, is where the direction that you want to go in. And it would appear that there are a number of independent-based studies which are being reviewed for this effort. And I think it merits, more conversation and to look at how this may be incorporated. So I think potentially the amendment here would open the door to a flood of additional changes to WIC, causing delays or budget issues when the program is under more demand than ever. We had to do $1 billion for the WIC shortfall program in the last bill. But I would encourage my colleague to pursue the idea through a number of avenues, and would love to do that with you. I've spent a lot of time on nutrition and food safety issues, et cetera. We've got a very successful program. Do we, at this juncture, want to add more mandates when the rule is under review to see where we were going, and not wanting to reinvent the wheel at this time? So I asked my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. And again, I think it's a very well-intentioned amendment going forward. I'm looking at the shot clock, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for the earlier time. And I would just say to my colleague, Mr. Womack, if I'd been, I couldn't do it on the last one. You spoke about Walmart, and I might just say to you, I wasn't addressing Walmart. Walmart, like Target, has reduced its prices in order to be competitive and allow people the opportunity to go. I looked up, or someone looked up for me, and I don't know what this operation is called, BOGO, but a jar of the mayonnaise is $9.90. I don't make it up. I'll show it to you afterwards so you can see it. But Walmart has worked to reduce their costs. That I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
just briefly, I have a granddaughter who has a severe peanut allergy. She's now 20 years of age. She almost died at age 3. And I agree with the ranking member. I think this is a good thing for us to consider. It's my understanding that the language in the bill or the report does that. But I am reluctant to vote for this because, as I say, I almost lost my granddaughter. She was in the emergency room 3 times with life-threatening episodes of shortness of breath and all that.
Anaphylactic shock.
Anaphylactic shock is a risk. So I'm reluctant to vote for that, but I agree with the ranking member. I'd like to pursue that, and I've heard about this. Now, she's still very careful of what she eats. And it's not just peanuts, it's eggs and some other things as well. But I think I'm not going to vote for it, but not because I think it's a bad idea, but because I don't want to risk it at this point until all of us are really sure. And I understand there is still controversy about it, but I thank the gentleman for bringing it up. It's a real problem, which is why airplanes don't, you get pretzels now. You get pretzels on airplanes because they're afraid of the liability they may have. Peanuts, it's that sensitive. She was at, just might be interesting, I said I was going to be short, I'm not. She was at Disney World with her parents. She was 4 years of age. She was walking down the pathway. She walked by a popcorn.
Doing popcorn and peanuts, too.
She didn't get any popcorn. She didn't touch the popcorn. And about 50 yards later, she went into severe shortness of breath, and so it's that serious. But thank you for bringing it up.
Mr. Clyde is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. I stand in strong support of this amendment. If introducing peanut products like peanut butter at an early age is a way to significantly limit peanut allergies, then I think this is a fantastic idea. As someone who comes from a very peanut-friendly state, I think that I disagree with the gentleman over here, but I think it would be a good thing if allergies across the board were reduced. And if this can do it, then I'm all in to support it, and I thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank the chairman, and I thank the ranking member of the full committee and the ranking member of the subcommittee and the gentleman from Maryland for their remarks. I would agree that this is something that deserves further study, but as the gentlelady indicated, the ranking member of the full committee indicated, the recently finalized update to the WIC infant food packages does not contain any foods for the purpose of EI. So if the federal government is going to spend money on the WIC program, it would make sense to spend money on foods that will lower the rates of food allergy diagnoses down the line, along with healthcare spending. So I'd urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Amendment is agreed to. Mr. Franklin is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and request unanimous consent to dispense.
Without
with reading.
objection, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will address a trade issue that has allowed certain foreign producers to skirt trade laws established by Congress. Specifically in this case, the amendment, we're referring to it as a molasses amendment, but it appears, and allegedly there are some Brazilian importers who are evading tariff rate quotas by shipping their goods to Canada and then having them enter northern ports of entry, specifically into Buffalo, under the guise of molasses. And it's a line item in the tariffs. The day is long, the night is late, and I've got a graph that will kind of demonstrate a little bit about what we're talking about here, but it's hard to see from across the room, but this shows the level of imports of molasses into the port of Buffalo going back to 2020 or so. If you go back to 2020, there's basically nothing on the graph at all. Nothing was coming in through Buffalo. Started to trickle up around 2021, 2022, and then suddenly has exploded in 2022, 2023. What's happening here is these sugar producers in Brazil have figured out that if they can convert their raw sugar cane to this form of molasses, supposedly molasses, bring it under that tariff line, it's taxed at a tariff that's extremely low, almost negligible. In fact, if you look on the far right side there where we've seen the spike, the entire tariff on that amount of molasses would be about $270,000. The reason that's important is had that come into the country as raw sugar cane and treated and tariffed that way, it would have produced a tariff of about $15 million. Converting that into the raw sugar cane that our U.S. producers are having to abide by, that'd be about $40 million worth of sugar cane. So it's placing our producers at a significant disadvantage. The concern we have here is not only is it spiking, it's continuing to increase. This specific company in Canada is now requesting of the USDA to start importing into Chicago. They found a loophole here. They're going to continue to exploit it. And if we don't stop it here, it's going to continue. I've got plenty of backup detail to go along with that. But there's a reason we have these tariff laws in place.